Black Dan by Jack Boyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. A new story of Boston Blackie and a dog that could detect a policeman through any disguise. Black Dan by Jack Boyle. Red Dan, gunman and yegg, was dying. Beside him, watching with searing understanding and the grief of utter loyalty and love, lay Black Dan, his dog. Between the coughs that racked the man's tortured lungs, his wasted hand groped for the shaggy head of the comrade and friend who had shared the perils and hatreds and intermittent successes of Red Dan's stormy, eventful life. "Dan," he gasped. "Dan, boy, here." Whining softly, the dog crept closer and laid his head across his master's hand. "Good old pal," whispered Red Dan. "The coppers never got us, Danny. We fought 'em, boy, fought 'em together and won out. But we can't fight this that's got me now, Dan. I'm all in, pal." The man's voice trailed off. The dog whined again and licked the stiffening fingers. From beside the bed, a girl, pale to the whiteness of snow, sprang to her feet and bent over the pillows fearfully. Slowly the man's eyes opened. "Marcia, hold me up. I've something to say. To you, girl." She slipped her arm beneath his shoulders and raised him. "I'm at the end of the trail, Marcia, and I'm seeing things now different from ever before. You've loved me, girl, and I've known it. But—" "Oh, Dan, dear, I have. I do," she cried, sobbing. "We might have been happy, but I wouldn't listen to my own heart," he went on, his voice sinking to a whisper. "I was afraid to trust a woman, Marcia, afraid to trust even you, though I know now that I could, like I trusted Danny. Take care of him for me, Marcia. He's been my pal all through, like you should have been too. Treat him right, girl. Promise me that. For my sake, if you love me, treat Black Dan right." At the mention of his name from the dying lips, the dog edged forward, whining. Red Dan reached blindly for the girl's hand and found it, and laid it with his own on the dog's head. "Go with her, Danny boy," he said, laboring for each word. "Go with Marcia. And Danny, wear coppers, like I taught you." At the word coppers, Black Dan raised himself on his haunches. His neck hair stiffened, and he uttered a peculiar, moaning growl. "That's it, Danny. Wear coppers," persisted the man. "We fought 'em, you and I, and they couldn't get us. But now, wear coppers, Dan. Wear the bulls, Dan." The fingers that held the girl's hand against the dog's head relaxed. The man's head drooped. His eyes closed. For the first time in 20 years, Red Dan Grogan, gunman and crook, was beyond the horizon of the police, whom he had hated and fought throughout a wasted life. 2. "Of course you didn't get him." Larry Renter, detective chief of Seattle, snapped out the question viciously as a subordinate entered his office. "That's right, we didn't, Chief, but—" The chief's hairy fist struck the table. "But," he cried scornfully, "there's always a but when you has-been detectives try anything. Nothing doing, but that's all I hear, with all the crooks west of Chicago here and stealing everything in town but the headstones in the cemetery. Something's got to be done, Reardon. I'm telling it to you. A bunch of you four-flushers are going to lose your seats mighty soon and go back paddling the pavement in uniform if you don't bring in somebody for something. It was that damnable crooked dog that queered us again, Chief. He began the discomforted detective. The crooked dog, eh? Shouted Reardon angrily. We've got men crooks and women crooks and kid crooks all working day and night, and me without one pinch even to bluff about. And now a dog is playing the game too. Fine. I don't blame him. He's perfectly safe. There isn't even a dog catcher among you fly dicks. Again, the chief's big fist jarred his table. Well, spill your yarn, he commanded fiercely. Let's hear the sorrowful tale. I've the best bunch of stool pigeons any man ever had. I tip you fellows from this desk what these crook mobs are going to do, and when and where, and you come in empty-handed and blame it on a dog. What did he do? Show his teeth and scare you off, I suppose? We was planted in the logging house opposite the brewery, answered Reardon, flushing under the arraignment. A car drove past the brewery kind of slow, just after midnight. It went round the block and came back again. I knew it must be the birds we wanted, and I slipped down to the front door with Mulligan and Eads and Costigan at my back, all ready to rush 'em the moment they stopped. I'm looking out the glass panel when I see a black shadow on the sidewalk just in front. Then I hear something sniffing at the bottom of the door. Right away there is a moaning kind of howl from the sidewalk. The car was slowed to a walk, but the moment he heard that howl, the driver gave her the juice. We all ran out, and so help me, that same black dog I told you about before was beating it up the street after the car. It slows up 2 blocks down, and the dog jumps on the running board. Then a whole bunch was off 60 miles an hour. We waited all the rest of the night, but they never came back. Did you think they would? Beat it. I want to think the business out, ejaculated Reardon scornfully. He thrust his cigar between his teeth and settled back in his chair, chewing thoughtfully. For the 4th time in a month his men had come in with the story of a black dog which had frustrated a carefully planned police snare based on positive information of the plans of the crook world which seemed, just then, to have made the Sound City its mecca. Every time the dog had detected the hidden policeman and warned his pals with a cry, half howl, half moan, which, as one nerve-shaken officer said, fair made my blood turn cold. Rentner's bushy eyebrows drew together as his mind concentrated on this, the strangest problem of his 20 years of police service. It sounds like a hypo's dream, he muttered, and yet it must be true. I've got to land that dog. His heavy lips parted in a grin. What a whale of a story for the newspaper boys if we could catch this thief dog, take him into court, have him sentenced to death and execute him publicly. That yarn would keep the papers in good humor with me for a month. I'll do it. But how? 10 minutes later, Larry Rentner turned the key in the door of his office, took a private phone from the drawer in his desk, and called a number. A nervous voice answered. This is R, said the detective chief. Meet me at the usual place on the hill at once. What? No excuse, meet me. He hung up the phone without waiting for an answer. As Chief Rentner's car stopped at the corner on the heights above the city, a man, whose frightened backward glance revealed full knowledge of the peril, stepped from the doorway and leapt into the car, where he at once drew the curtains. Nervous, eh, Shorty? Said Rentner scornfully. Why wouldn't I be? Ejaculated the newcomer, turning on his questioner with a mingled hatred and fear. You and your half-witted dicks and that cursed dog have put me where my life's hanging by a thread. The Montana kid knows one of us is stooling to you. If he ever suspects me, my funeral. I'll get 'em all, the dog too, the next job they try to pull. Not through me, you won't. I'm done. Oh, no, you're not, Shorty McNutt.
Have you forgotten you're on parole from Walla Walla, with a 20-year jog hanging over you? I can take you down to headquarters now, and you'll be in stripes tomorrow. You're going to do exactly what I tell you." The ex-convict groaned. "Prison if I quit you. A bullet sure as fate from my pals if I don't." "Cut the hysterics," interrupted Rentner relentlessly. "Here's your orders. The Montana kid will try another job in a night or two. When he does, you'll tip me off again to the time and place, and I'll do the rest. There'll be no bloomer this time." Their eyes met in a bitter conflict of will, and, after long seconds, Shorty McNutt's glance wavered and fell. "I'm a fool fish who swallowed the hook," he said. "I'll go through for you once more, but if you rumble this time, never again. Is that a bargain?" "Sure," agreed Rentner contemptuously, as he slipped the handcuffs out of sight. "I'll get the whole mob, dog and all. There'll be no need for a next time. Who owns the dog?" "A girl." "What's her name?" "Nothing doing, Rentner. She's not in on any of our jobs. She doesn't belong with the mob. She lends us the dog for outside protection when we have something on. I hope you get him. He's taken a dislike to me. So help me, Chief, I believe the dog knows." "He won't know anything when I'm done with him," answered Rentner confidently. 3. Boston Blackie and Marcia, called the Marigold Girl, sat opposite each other in Washoe Sam's crook refuge. Their faces betrayed the seriousness of the point they discussed. "I can't take a chance, Blackie," the girl said. "Dan isn't a dog to me. He's a person. And Red Dan left him to me in trust. If a fault of mine cost that dog's life, I'd never be able to face the man I've always loved. Never in heaven or hell." Boston Blackie rose as if to leave her. "Only your own judgment should decide it, Marcia. Matters like this are beyond outside advice." "Then I'll not risk him again." With the girl's words still on her lips, the room door opened, and the Montana Kid entered. "Let us have him once more, Marcia," he pleaded. "I've a snitch in my mob. I admit that. But I'm going to locate him this time. As for Black Dan, I'll protect him with my life. Just once more, Marcia." Marigold Girl hesitated. "Decide for me, Blackie," she said, turning to him in perplexity. "I'll not advise you, but I will second Montana's promise," answered Blackie. "I'll protect him as I would my best pal. If Black Dan goes out tonight, I'll go too, though money wouldn't tempt me otherwise." "Great! You're on, Blackie," called the Montana Kid. "It's mighty good of you to take a chance with such a bunch as mine. I'm doing it for the dog, only for him." "Then I consent. Dan goes this once, but never again, if there's trouble tonight," conceded Marcia grudgingly. Again the door opened, and a man stood on the threshold. It was Shorty McNutt. "A phone for you, Montana," he said apologetically. From beneath the table came a low growl. Black Dan, crook dog, had pronounced judgment on McNutt. Alone of the four in the room, Boston Blackie noticed the dog's verdict. A dog trained by a dead master to wear coppers. McNutt, subservient in the presence of recognized superiors, hesitated a moment, then backed out and disappeared. "Did you hear that, Montana?" asked Blackie, his eyes on the dog's bristling hair. "What?" inquired the Yegg chief. "Nothing, perhaps," replied Blackie hesitantly. "Only I'll say this. There's one man I'll watch tonight, and he's Shorty McNutt." 4. Twice a touring car circled the block, in which were located the offices
of the Seattle Jewelry Company. On the front seat rode a black dog, his nose held high as he sniffed the air. 5 men left the car and, one by one, slipped swiftly into the building in which the diamond concern was housed. The dog, vigilant as an army sentinel, remained outside. From out of the darkness of the foggy night 8 police cars appeared, one by one, and ranged themselves crosswise over the 4 streets that gave access from the block where the safecrackers were at work. Boston Blackie, with fingers sandpapered until the blood glowed beneath the skin, was kneeling before the big safe when the dog's howl from the street stayed his hand. "Framed again!" he cried. "Dan cents coppers. Let's go." There was a curse from the Montana Kid, a prayer beneath his breath from Shorty McNutt. The 5 men rushed out and piled into their touring car. The dog leapt upon the running board, his neck hair bristling evilly. The car shot away into the night, and then, as the intervening police cars loomed into sight, standing end to end and blocking the street from curb to curb, the machine in which Boston Blackie rode came to a quick standstill, its brakes shrieking. "Jobbed!" cried the chauffeur as he glanced behind. "They've shut us off front, back, right, and left. This car is dead, boys. Every man for himself." He drew a revolver and leapt from the marooned car. The newspapers described the revolver battle that followed. The police, in ambuscade, opened fire. The trapped crooks sought escape through alleys and yards. Throughout the fusillade of bullets, a dog howled moaningly. 2 men fled to a fence shoulder high. A police squad, with Detective Chief Robert Renter at its head, pursued. As the men topped the fence, Renter's gun spat fire, and Boston Blackie fell. The Montana Kid turned, snapping an empty gun furiously, and then, realizing his impotence, fled. Blackie staggered to his feet and limped on painfully. A police detective leveled his gun at him at point-blank range. Before he could fire, a black shadow leapt at his arm, tearing it viciously, and sending the revolver hurtling to the ground. "The crook dog!" called the policeman. "Get him, quick! He's tearing my arm off!" Larry Renter's empty gun descended on the dog, which, reluctantly it seemed, relaxed his hold on the officer's arm and dropped, with glazed eyes and bleeding head. With all guns empty, the revolver battle was over. The fleeing crooks had vanished in the darkness, and further pursuit was fruitless. "What's the net?" demanded Renter of the men at his elbow. "1 man hurt, sir," returned a subordinate. "They've escaped, but there's a wounded man among them." "And they've left 1 more wounded man behind," added a second officer. "Besides, we have their dog and their auto." Larry Renter stooped over the shaggy, inanimate body of Black Dan and smiled. "He's worth any 2 of the others to me," he ejaculated. "We're winners, even if the rest of them did get away." "There's 1 lying in the yard, badly hurt," volunteered a policeman. Renter crossed to the side of the wounded crook and turned his flashlight on the face. It was Shorty McNutt. "This is where you've landed me. I might have known it," moaned the injured bandit as he recognized the man who stooped over him. "It's McNutt, a paroled convict. We got him safe for a 20-year jolt anyway," chuckled the chief. "And besides, we've captured the dog. A fair night's work, boys." The morning papers played up the story with particular stress on the capture of the crook dog, which now had recovered consciousness and was securely caged at police headquarters, where he showed his teeth at each approach of a blue-uniformed man. Larry Renter, a master publicity man, always for his own ends, went home thoroughly content.
He was more than half-heartedly sorry for his detective, who lay wounded at a hospital, with Shorty McNutt moaning on a nearby cot as he eyed the officer who guarded him. To Shorty, his stool pigeon, Renner gave never a thought. In the morning, with the papers on the street, the phones became increasingly busy. Man after man, and some women, none gave names or addresses, called up and threatened retaliation if Black Dan were harmed. Renner cracked his knuckles, smiled, and gave the story of the crook world's desperate attempt to save its dog accomplice to the afternoon journals. That night, Renner made public his purpose. On the morrow, he announced, he would take the now famous crook dog to court and have him condemned to execution. Another corking story, and not a paper neglected it. This news, it seemed, united the whole underworld in a campaign for the doomed dog. At Washoe Sam's, a dozen men gathered in a room where Boston Blackie lay, a bullet wound in his hip. Marcia, the marigold girl with her hands over her eyes, was sobbing. "Don't worry, little woman, they can't get away with that," said the hard-faced Montana kid consolingly. "There is no law against man or dog either hating a copper or howling at one. That's all Black Dan done except tear one bull's sleeve. I chipped in $250 to get the best mouthpiece in town to save Marcia's dog. Who's next?" "I'm afraid Renner won't let him go," said Blackie from his bed. "There's no harm in trying, but no lawyer in the city of Seattle can save that dog if my guess is right." Marcia moaned as if Dan's threatened fate and her own were one. "I never should have let him take this chance," she sobbed. "Red Dan's last words were, 'Treat my dog right. He's my pal.' Boys, Grogan's curse will be on us all if we don't save Black Dan. I love Dan. We will save him," she finished with a savage determination. "We'll try out the lawyer first," growled the Montana kid. "If that don't work, well, I'm ready for anything, and we'll all go the limit for that dog. Red Grogan was right, Marcia. He's a pal any man could be proud of. I say, let's stick to save him, no matter what chances we have to take. Is it a bet, boys?" Not a voice was missing in the chorus of approval. 5. Bring in the prisoner, bailiff. They brought in Black Dan. He was in a padlocked cage of heavy wire netting. His wounded head was clotted heavily with blood. He was panting for want of water. But in the presence of a crowd he knew was largely of enemies, his eyes glared defiantly, and without a pause he kept up his low growling as he saw and scented the uniforms he hated. From a seat close to the railing, Marcia rose and stooped over the cage, speaking gently and sorrowfully, as a mother might to an injured child. Black Dan's tail thumped the bottom of his cage feebly. With a glance toward the busy reporters, the young prosecutor rose and addressed the court. "This defendant is charged with being an outlaw, Your Honor," he said. 4 times he has warned his masters, a band of crooks, and enabled them to escape the police, who was in the act of shooting down a safecracker. I ask Your Honor to authorize his execution." He smiled across the table at Lionel Farrell, attorney at law and specialist in the intricacies of the criminal code. "I take note that the prisoner does not lack eminent counsel," he added, smiling, and with a wave of his hand toward Farrell, "we're ready with our evidence. Call Detective Reardon." One after another, the detectives whom he had foiled related Black Dan's crimes. They told of his uncanny instinct for divining their presence, and described the plaintive, high-pitched howl of warning with which he warned his crook pals. The last witness told of a leap in the dark which had dislodged from his hand the gun that contained the bullet meant for Boston Blackie, though the policeman was ignorant of the name of the man he would have shot. "That seems sufficient," said the prosecutor confidently. "We ask Your Honor to order this dog's execution at a public pound tomorrow morning." Farrell pleaded for his client. He argued there was no law proscribing the dog's obviously dislike of the police. He contended a dog may howl without meriting death. He insisted that even the attack on the officer must be held to be meritorious rather than damning. "It is proof," he said, "of his absolute, though probably mistaken, loyalties to those he serves. I submit to Your Honor that there is no law that supports the prosecutor's demand for the death of this most unusual dog. They say he is a menace to this community. If so, the woman who owns him stands ready to take him out of Seattle at once." I will, Judge," the marigold girl offered, with a depth of feeling that hushed the courtroom. But the judge, who had read the newspapers, knew what was expected of him. He condemned Black Dan to death on the following morning. "He is a vicious brute. That, if nothing else, justifies his death," he said. "No, no, Your Honor," pleaded Mary distractedly. "Have them open the cage and see him fondle my hand." "Don't touch that padlock," cried the prosecutor, leaping to his feet. "The police have received hundreds of threats that this dog's crooked masters would kidnap him from their custody. We'll take no chances of escape." "I reaffirm my verdict," said the judge with finality. "Next case." 6. At Washoe Sam's, the Crook Council of Defense was in session. "I knew it," said Blackie, when the verdict was told to him. "Whether Farrell's law is right or wrong, Renter's publicity campaign has damned our dog." Marcia paced the room, white-faced, with nervous fingers clasping and unclasping in an agony of sorrow and grief. "Oh, it must not be," she pleaded desperately. "Let's send her out to the pound," suggested the Montana Kid. "I never saw a dog catcher yet who couldn't be bought. We'll send Marcia out with another 500 to buy Black Dan's life. A dog catcher who won't take 500? Well, he ain't human." "It's worth trying, but I'm afraid it won't work," from Blackie. "Renter is too wise not to guess that we'll try something like that." "Let me go. It's the one chance that's left," cried Marcia. It was 2 hours before she returned, paler, more distressed, more utterly despondent. "Hopeless, absolutely hopeless," she reported. "There are a half-dozen policemen there guarding him. The place is full of reporters. The pound keeper wouldn't even let me talk to him, but he did let me see my poor dog, while the photographers snapped my picture. Boys," she continued brokenly, "the dog knows. When the coppers are near, he growls as defiantly as ever. I was alone with him for only a moment, and he looked up straight into my face. I saw what was in his eyes. It was understanding of what they will do to him, and determination to die gamely. He wasn't blaming me or any of you. I could read that in the dog's eyes, plainer than if he had spoken. Poor old loyal Dan. Boys, isn't there some way out?" The Montana Kid sprang to his feet and banged his revolver fiercely upon the table. "Whether there are none or 100 coppers watching that dog," he cried, "I'll head a mob to go out there and take him away from them. Who's with me?" Every man in the room, but Boston Blackie, volunteered. "Wait," protested Blackie. "To go out there and try to rush that bunch of policemen, you can gamble Renter has anticipated something of the sort, too. Means wholesale murder. You boys will kill some coppers, and they will kill some of you. Killing's a bad business, boys. And besides, the chances are 100 to 1 you won't get Dan back anyway. Brains are better ammunition than bullets. Let's try strategy. Have you 2 fast motors, kid? Good. Here's my plan. 7. Black Dan lay in the pound man's cage with his head upon his forepaws, but never for an instant did his eyes close nor lose their watchfulness. In the outer office, where the police guards and reporters were keeping a death watch, came the sound of laughter. The pound man, in the role of chief executor, was explaining how he planned to get Dan from his cage to the asphyxiation without danger to himself. We'll give him the gas just at daybreak. That's the time the judge said, and this job has to be a lawful execution. Eh, boys? That 4 Flushing bunch that threatened to take their dog away from us have found their feet are frozen, a policeman remarked. Too bad they didn't come. There was a terrific explosion across the street. The sound of splintering woodwork and breaking glass brought the death watchers to their feet. The policeman sprang to the door. The creamery's safe, said the sergeant in command. They've blown out half the front wall, and the safe door is in the middle of the street. Come on, boys, let's get 'em. The whole party, with drawn guns, rushed out, bent upon intercepting the marauders. For the first time since his capture, Black Dan, the crook dog, was unguarded. Hardly had the keepers of the death watch crossed the threshold of their office when the rear door opened and 3 men, all masked, entered. I wonder where they've got him, asked the leader. We want to work fast. I hear him, whispered Idaho Slim happily. Quick work now, boys. In a second, the trio were before the door of Black Dan's cage. Slim drew out a bunch of master keys as he glanced at the padlock. Easy stuff, boys, he said. Within 3 seconds, the padlock fell to the floor, and the door was open, and Black Dan leapt to the side of his friends, a free dog. Each stooped to stroke his head. We came to get you, Danny, my boy, said Slim. Well, thanks to Boston Blackie's fireworks, we done it. Let's go. In an alley, a half a block down the street, a car with lights out was waiting. The dog was the first to reach it. He sprang to the side of the woman who sat behind the wheel. Danny! Oh, Danny! She cried, throwing her arms around him. I've prayed for this as I've never prayed before. We're going to live square, Danny, my dog. Square and safe. On a little farm in the Blue Mountains. 8. 6 policemen, entering the offices of the creamery opposite the pound, found a scene of utter devastation. The front door was blown away. The great glass plate windows were in fragments, and in the street beyond the sidewalk lay what had been the door of a safe. The safe itself, toppled over backward by the irresistible force of the explosion of nitroglycerin, lay upon the floor, a ruin. Beneath it, pinned down, was a man. In a second, handcuffs were on his wrists, and the 6 policemen, uniting their strength, had lifted the wrecked strongbox from his crushed leg. Then the sergeant flashed a light in his face. Boston, Blackie? He cried exultantly. Well, well, this is good news. We've been a long time trying to get you, Blackie, but we sure got you right now. What did you try to do? You almost wrecked the block. For once, Blackie, expert though you are, you must have miscalculated the strength of your soup. Blackie looked up and smiled faintly, with lips contorted by pain. As usual, I did exactly what I planned to do, Mulcahy. he corrected. I wanted a voice even you coppers couldn't help hearing. I gave this box precisely the charge I planned to. But my leg was hurt when I came in here, and when the safe fell, I couldn't move quickly enough to get out from under. That's how you happened to get me. Where's your pals? Asked the officer suspiciously. I know you didn't try this stunt alone. Gone where you won't get him, answered the cracksman faintly. I only had one. It took 6 of you to lift that safe. He couldn't do it alone, and I told him to go and leave me, though he would have stayed and given you a battle if I'd said so. You fellas didn't get much for your night's work, Mulcahy ejaculated, as he spied scattered rolls of torn money lying about the floor. We got all we came for, answered Blackie, as the faraway roar of Marsh's speeding motor car caught his ear. What's that? Inquired the officer cautiously. The life of a pal who's been loyal and right all his life. A pal? Who? Queried the policeman, still completely perplexed. Black Dan, the dog. He's gone, and none of you will ever lay hands on him again if I know the girl who owns him. The exultant grin on the faces of the policemen slowly faded as they comprehended. One of them rushed across the street and was back in an instant. Sure enough, the dog's gone, he cried. One of the reporters stepped forward and stared into Boston Blackie's face incredulously. Do you mean to tell us you pulled this solely to save that dog? He asked. Do you mean to say you took a chance of doing the 20 years they'll surely give you at Walla Walla for his sake alone? That's it, said Blackie. Men do time for many things, but the best of them is for the sake of a pal like Black Dan. Then he fainted. The end of Black Dan by Jack Boyle. Boston Blackie's Little Pal by Jack Boyle. From the Red Book Magazine, June 1918. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. One of the powers that prey does a good turn for his victim, but he gets the jewels. For Boston Blackie is a prince of burglars, and he plays God from the machine like a man. Boston Blackie's Little Pal by Jack Boyle. The room was faintly illuminated by the intermittent flame of the wood fire slowly dying on the hearth of the open grate. The house was silent, dark, seemingly deserted. Outside, the dripping San Francisco fog clung to everything in heavy, impenetrable folds that isolated the residence from its neighbors as though it stood alone in an otherwise empty world. Inside the handsomely furnished living room and opposite the fire which now and then leapt up and cast his shadows in grotesque shapes against the ceiling, stood a man intently studying the paneled walls. A man with a white handkerchief masking his face, and a coat that sagged under the weight of the gun slung ready for instant use beneath one of its lapels. The man was Boston Blackie, a master among crooks, who lived by pitting skill and daring against the best safeguards a property-loving world has devised for its own protection, and risking liberty and life on the issue of the game. Concealed behind the oaken panels he inspected so painstakingly was a safe in which lay the Wilmerding jewels, a famous collection. Boston Blackie was there to make them his own. He ran accurately sensitive fingers
sandpapered until the blood showed redly beneath the skin, over the woodwork, seeking the hidden spring he knew was there, for an incautious servant's remark had traveled up through the underworld until it reached Blackie, the 1 in 1,000 expert enough to use it. Quickly, his questing fingers located the key panel, and the door rolled noiselessly back, disclosing a steel strongbox. "Ah, neatly arranged," murmured the safecracker in an inaudible and satisfying whisper as he stooped and gently turned the combination knob. It revolved without a perceptible sound, but science is an impartial ally, the ally of able crooks as well as those who war upon them. Blackie laid a tiny metal disc against the combination. Wires led from it to a transmitter he hooked over his ear. Then he turned the dial knob again slowly, with infinite care. The audion bulb within the transmitter, science's newest device for magnifying otherwise imperceptible sound, carried to his ear plainly the faint click of the tumblers within as the dial crossed the numbers of the combination that guarded the jewels. One by one he memorized them, slowly but surely reading the combination that, once his, would enable him to open the safe, take the gems, relock the strongbox, and depart without leaving behind the slightest outward evidence that robbery had been done. The cracksman smiled contentedly as he worked. Already he reckoned the Wilmerding collection of jewels as his own. A faint sound from behind caught his ear. He straightened quickly, dropped the audion bulb into his pocket, and slid the panel noiselessly back into place. "A step on the stair," he whispered in sudden alarm, and I was sure the house was empty except for the 2 servants asleep below stairs. I counted them out one by one, and yet there's someone coming down from above. Coming down slowly, stealthily too, as he heard the second cautious step. Too bad. In another 5 minutes I'd have been gone. He drew his mask higher over his face and stepped backward into the shadow of the drapery before the window he had prepared for a quick exit in an emergency. Then he waited, listening with every sense alert, every muscle rigid. Again he heard the step, now close to the doorway. In the dim firelight, a small, tousled head appeared, the head of a little child who stood irresolute outside the room, gazing fearfully at the dark shadows within. The boy, a mere baby of 4, hesitated on the threshold of the dark room, evidently trying to summon courage to enter. The safecracker from his refuge saw and read a conflict between fear and determination in the wide eyes of the little intruder. For a full minute the child hung back, then suddenly with a low cry, half fearful but courageous, he ran across the room to the window, tumbled straight into the arms of the safecracker, whose presence he had no inkling. Blackie, fearing an outcry, spoke quickly, soothingly, but the boy neither screamed nor cried. He stared wonderingly for a moment into the kind eyes that looked down into his, and then, with a faint sigh of relief, involuntarily nestled closer to the protecting arms that held him. Lonely, frightened child finding comfort and consolation in the unexpected solace of human companionship. "Who are you?" lisped the little fellow, smiling comfortingly up into Blackie's perplexed face. Then, with a suddenly increased interest, "You isn't Santy, is you? You isn't Santy, 'cause that on your face is a hanky, not beards." He had reached up and given the partially rearranged handkerchief mask a gentle inquiring tug. Blackie smiled back at him. "No, I'm not Santa Claus tonight, little man," he said. "Who are you?" "I'm Martin Wilberding, Jr., and I'm 4 years old," the boy said proudly. You are? Well, well. And where is your Mama and Papa?
Papa's gone away, Mama says, and Mama's gone to a party. And when Mama was gone, then Nursey came out too and said she'd spank me if I told. John and Emily are downstairs sleeping, and I woke up and it was dark, and I was afraid, a little.
So they've all traipsed off and left you alone for me to entertain, have they? Said Blackie, his eyes narrowing grimly as understanding of the situation came to him. But what are you coming downstairs for? Looking for Mama?
Oh, no. Mama won't come for ever and ever so long. I was all alone and afraid, and I came down for Rex.
Rex? Who is he? Asked Blackie quickly.
My doggy, my woolly doggy. See, here he is.
The boy squirmed out of Blackie's arms and pattered in bare feet to the window seat, where he resurrected Rex from underneath a cushion. Then he hurried back to Boston Blackie and climbed to his lap, with the toy dog clasped in his arms.
Rex sleeps upstairs with me, the child informed his newfound friend. But tonight, Nursey forgot him, and I woke up and remembered where he was, and it was dark, and I wanted him so bad, so I come downstairs for him. I isn't afraid when I has Rex, 'cause I can hold him close and talk to him, and then we both go to sleep. See, isn't he a dear little doggy?
Unconsciously, Boston Blackie's arm tightened around the soft little body nestled contently against his breast. You poor, abandoned little kitty, he said softly. You poor little orphan. You're a little man, too, for it took real nerve to come down here after your pal Rex. Far more nerve than I had to use to get in here.
I likes you. You're a nice man,
said the boy with childish, intuitive understanding that the man in whose arm he lay was a friend. Blackie looked at his burden in puzzled indecision. He hadn't the heart to desert his newfound pal, and yet he was a safe-breaker in a strange house, with each passing minute doubling his risk. Even the sound of their voices, low-pitched though they were, was an imminent danger. The boy, quiet and content, cuddled close to him, hugging his precious woolly dog. Hadn't you better run back to bed, Martin? Said Blackie gently at last. Nursey will be back soon, and she'll be cross if she finds you down here. The boy clutched the arm that sheltered him.
Yes, he admitted slowly. Then wistfully, it's awful dark and quiet upstairs. If you come up and tuck me and Rex in bed, we'll be good and go right to sleep. Please?
Of course I will, said the safecracker, a bit huskily. I'd do it even if the whole house were full of coppers. He rose with the boy still in his arms. You must show me the way, Martin, he said, and we mustn't make any noise and wake John and Emily. They climbed the dark stairway together, and, the child directing, came to the open door of the big deserted nursery. A little empty bed revealed the refuge from which Martin Wilberding, Jr. had begun his perilous adventure in search of Rex and companionship. Blackie laid the boy down and covered him as gently as a mother might have done. Good night, little pal, he said. I'm glad I happened to be here tonight. The boy clutched his hand.
Please stay and hold my hand, he pleaded. I's going right to sleep, if you will. Please, 'cause it's awful dark.
Boston Blackie sat on the edge of the bed and took a tiny hand in his. The boy, with a sigh of perfect contentment, nestled snugly down in his downy comforts.
Good night, he said drowsily.
Good night, little pal, answered Blackie. Silence descended over the nursery, as Blackie, with aching throat, waited hand in hand with the little Wilmerding heir, who was learning too soon that life's problems must be mastered alone and unaided. 5 minutes passed, and Blackie, looking down, saw the boy was fast asleep, with baby lips parted in a peaceful smile, and Rex's fuzzy head tightly clasped to his breast. The safecracker gently withdrew his hand and smoothed the covers. "Poor little chap," he said. "Everything in the world that doesn't count, and only one real friend. Rex. Poor, lonely little chap." The safecracker crept noiselessly down the stairs to the room that contained the purpose of his visit. The fire had died to a few glowing embers. Again he rolled back the paneled door and exposed the safe. Again he adjusted the audion bulb and began anew the task of deciphering the combination. And again, with his work but half finished, there came a startling interruption. A short and a long blast from an auto horn that sounded from somewhere out in the fog. Mary's signal. Someone's coming, he reflected disgustedly. Quickly he drew a damp cloth from his pocket and mopped off the door of the safe and the woodwork to destroy the possibility of telltale fingerprints, then once more closed the panel. He drew back into the comparative safe shelter of the window hangings and waited. "I'm going to have those jewels tonight if I have to stay here till morning," he murmured resolutely. "I wonder who this can be. The nurse who slipped out on her own business and left that poor little kid alone, I suppose." The faint purr of a motor stopping before the house reached his ears. "That doesn't sound like a nurse to me," he thought. "If it's the mother of that boy, she'll be in here, likely enough, with all the lights on in a minute. Well, anyway, we'll wait and see what happens. The window's ready for a quick getaway, and all the coppers in town couldn't catch me once I'm outside in this fog, with Mary and the machine ready. We haven't lost out yet." The whir of the motor died, and the voices sounded outside as steps ascended from the street. "Two are coming, a man and a woman," murmured Blackie. "Matters are growing interesting." The outer door opened and closed softly. In the darkness, the safecracker sensed two dim forms in the doorway. Then an electric button clicked, and the room was flooded with light. Blackie saw a brilliantly handsome woman, cloaked and in evening dress, and an equally handsome man, similarly garbed. The woman let her wrap slip to the floor as she turned to her companion. "What is it, Don?" she asked apprehensively. "What is troubling you so? Tell me." "The same thing that always troubles me," he answered, stepping toward her and taking her hands in his. "My love for you, Marion." The man drew her closer to him gently but irresistibly, and his arm dropped to her slender waist. "Your own heart tells you all that is in mine. It must," he added quickly. "Marion, dear, this torture must end tonight." For a second, with his arm around her, she swayed toward him. Then slowly she released herself and drew away. "Don't, Don, please," she begged tremulously. "You know we agreed not to discuss things that can't be remedied. Is this all you had to tell me? Is this why you brought me home now, from a dance where we might at least have forgotten and been happy for an hour?" Her face, as she looked up at him, was a strangely mingled contradiction. There was reproach in her voice. There were tenderness and regret in her eyes. But behind them lay an instinctive, womanly shrinking from something to be feared. "Yes," her companion said, studying her face. "That is what I have come to tell you tonight. First, that I love you. Then that I am going away, Marianne. I sail for Honolulu tomorrow morning, on the Manchuria." "Oh, no, no!" the woman cried, springing to his side and catching his arm in a movement imploringly detaining. "Oh, Don, you wouldn't!
You couldn't. Tell me it isn't so. You say you care, and yet you would leave me to face an empty life here, alone, in this house?
To Blackie, watching from within the window embrasure, the sweeping gesture of hate that accompanied her final word was as revealing as a diary. It seemed to picture the luxurious home as a prison in which love and a woman's illusions had slowly stiffened and died. It seemed the signed confession of an unhappy and embittered wife. And also, in the resentful recklessness, the gesture explained the man she called Don, the man who now gently drew her into his arms and tilted her head till she faced him squarely. "It is true that I am leaving on the Manchuria," he said, "but it is not true that I'm leaving you. Because," as she stared up at him in breathless wonder, "Marianne, dear, you are going with me." A slowly rising flush colored her white cheeks, and for just a second her eyes answered the fire and tenderness of his. Then she laid trembling hands against his breast, and slowly pushed him away as she bowed her head. "It can't be, Don," she said, speaking so low the man stooped to hear her. "What you ask is impossible. I can never do that. Never." "And why not?" he answered. "It is because of what our friends will say? That for them and their gossip," snapping his fingers. "For a week idle tongues will buzz over teacups and cocktail glasses. Well, let them. You and I will not be here to hear. We will be together far out on the Pacific, under the warm sun and sky, with heartache forever dead and buried beyond horizon, and a lifetime of perfect happiness rising before us as you see the islands rise out of the sea. Hawaii is a beautiful land, dearest, a land that has no yesterdays. Are we to miss all that awaits us there, all that makes life worth living, because we fear chattering tongues 2,000 miles behind us? No, dear one, we must both sail on the Manchuria." He stopped, seeking a glimpse of her averted face. "Why must you go?" she asked, her head still bowed. "There is serious labor trouble on the sugar plantation. Michael's cabled me this afternoon. It is absolutely imperative for me to return at once, and the Manchuria tomorrow morning is the only steamer this month. I have taken passage, and I won't leave you behind. Will you go, Marianne?" Slowly she shook her head. "This, then, is the end, Don," she said. "You know I can't go, and you know, too," her voice was now bitterly resentful, "that life will be a hideously empty thing to me after the Manchu sails in the morning. But I can't go. I'm tied here with bonds that can't be broken by me. Do you mean that, Marianne?" She hesitated and brushed a hand quickly across her eyes, then nodded silently. "If you do," he continued, betraying the bitterness of his disappointment, "it proves one of two things. Either you are a coward afraid to risk a momentary sacrifice to buy a lifetime of happiness, or deep in your heart you still love your husband. Which is it? Do you care for Wilmerding? Has my love been no more than a toy to amuse you in the idle hours?" "How can you ask that, Don?" she asked quickly. "You know it hasn't. And as for my husband—" She stopped and stood staring down into the fire, her face altering with each of the many swiftly changing emotions. At last she looked up and into the eyes of the man beside her. "I did love Martin Wilmerding once," she said. "Sometimes I have thought that if the past 2 years could be blotted out, forgotten, I might love him again even yet. But now, today, tonight, I do not love him. That is my answer, Don Lavelle. Tonight I do not love him." "How long has it been since you thought you might care for him again?" Lavelle demanded jealously. "Since you came into my life and taught me to care for you." He stooped over her eagerly.
"You tell me that and expect me to leave you here?" he whispered. "Never. In saying you love me, you have decided. Come, Marion, come."
For a second their eyes met. His were eager, ardent, passionately tender. To a woman grown reckless through neglect, they pleaded his cause better than words. She crouched by the vanishing fire, weighing her problem. Behind her, Lavelle, intuitively avoiding speech, awaited her verdict. From his hiding place, Boston Blackie watched, forgetful for a moment of why he was there. Minutes passed, minutes in which Marion Wilberding, choosing her future at diverging crossroads, relived her life. The years behind her flitted one by one through her mind. Years she saw as a nightmare of steadily growing disillusionment. She had loved big, handsome, debonair Martin Wilberding when they were married. As a suitor, he had stood out alone among many men who had asked for her hand. They had been very happy at first, were still happy when their boy was born. When and how had the present gulf between them grown? Memory told her. It had begun when she found the romance-haloed suitor she had married slowly altering into a husband who regarded her love as an irrevocably given possession requiring neither attention nor the refreshing nourishment of tender response. Time widened the breach. She had been morose, petulant. He had not understood and had withdrawn more and more into a cycle of interests in which she had no share. She, hiding her wound, retaliated by plunging into the feverish gaiety of ultra-smart society. For many months they had lived as strangers, never meeting except occasionally at dinner. And now she was facing the inevitable result, listening to the pleas of a man for whom she had confessed her love, urging her to leave home and husband. What was the answer? Her throat tightened in an aching pain as her eye fell on the thin gold band that encircled a slender finger. Martin Wilberding had stooped to kiss that hand and ring on the day it was first placed there. "Dear little wife," he had said, "that ring is the symbol of a bond that will never be broken by me. Throughout all the years before us, whenever I see it, this hour will return, bringing back all the love and devotion that is in my heart now." Recollection of the long-forgotten words swept her with a sudden revulsion of feeling, and she sprang to her feet. In that instant she realized for the first time why she had come to love Don Lavelle. It was because in his fresh, ardent, impulsive devotion he was so much like Martin Wilberding, who had kissed her hand and ring with a vow of lifetime fealty that had left her clinging to him in tearful ecstasy. "Don," she said, "if you really love me, go, now. Lavelle's arms, eagerly outstretched toward her, dropped to his side. It was not the answer he had awaited so confidently. A vague resentment against her tinged his disappointment with new bitterness. "That is final, is it, Marion?" he asked. "Yes, yes. Don't make it harder for me," she cried, almost hysterically. He slipped into his overcoat. "Perhaps you will tell me why," he suggested with increasing asperity. "Because of the boy and this," the woman said brokenly, laying a finger on her wedding ring. "Nonsense!" he cried angrily. "What tie does that ring represent that Martin Wilberding has not violated 100 times? You have been faithful to it, we know, even though you admit you care for me. But has he? I have not had the pleasure of your husband's acquaintance, but no man ever neglected a wife like you as outrageously as he has done, without a reason." "Go, please, quickly," she pleaded, shivering.
I will, he said, instinctively avoiding the blunder of combating her decision with argument. He caught her in his arms and stooped quickly, kissing her on the lips. She reeled away from him, sobbing. Our first and last kiss. Goodbye, Marion, he said gently, and left the room. She followed, clutching at the walls for support as she watched him from the doorway. He adjusted his muffler and caught up his hat without a backward glance, and she pressed her two hands to her lips to choke back a cry. Then, as he opened the outer door, the crushing misery of her loneliness swept over her, overpowering self-restraint and resolution. Don! Oh, Don! She pleaded, stumbling toward him with outstretched arms. In a second, he was at her side, and she was crying against his breast. I can't let you go, she sobbed. I tried, but I can't. Take me, Don. I will do as you wish. From his hiding place, Blackie saw them re-enter the room. The woman stopped by the fireplace, drew off the wedding ring, and after holding it a second between shaking fingers, dropped it into the ashes. Dead and gone, she said. Dead as the love of the man who put it on my finger. My ring will replace it, with triumph in his eyes. Wilberding will want a divorce. He shall have it. And then you'll wear the wedding ring of the man who loves you and whom you love. The only ring in the world that shouldn't be broken. Don, promise me that you will never leave me alone, she pleaded falteringly. I don't ever want a chance to think, to reflect, to regret. I only want to be with you and forget everything else in the world. Promise me. Love like mine knows no such word as separation, he answered. From this hour we will never be apart. Don't fear regrets, Marion. There will be none. My boy, she suggested. He will go with us? Poor little Martin. I wouldn't leave him behind fatherless and motherless. Of course not, he agreed. And now you must get a few necessities together quickly. Just the things you will require on the steamer. You can get all you need when we reach Honolulu. But there is no time for anything now, for under the circumstances it is best that we go aboard the steamer before morning. Can you be ready in an hour? In an hour? She cried in surprise. Yes, I can, but how do we get aboard the steamer tonight? We can't, Don. Your passage is booked, but not mine. My passage is booked for Don Lavelle and wife, he informed her, smiling. She turned away her head to hide the flush that colored her face. You were so sure as that? She murmured with a strangely new sense of disappointment. Yes, Lavelle answered, for I knew love like that could not fail to win yours. Will you pack a single trunk while I run back to my hotel and get my own things together? I can be back in an hour or less. Will you be ready? Yes, I will be ready, she promised wearily. I will only take a few things. I want nothing that my husband ever gave me. I shall only take a few of my own things, and the jewels in the safe that were in my mother's collection. They are my own, and they're very valuable. It will not be safe to risk packing them in my baggage. I'll get them now, and give them to you to keep, until we can leave them in the purser's safe tomorrow. Be very careful with them, Don. They couldn't be replaced for a fortune. Boston Blackie saw her hurry to the wall, saw the sliding door roll back. With a quickly indrawn breath, he watched the woman fumble nervously with the combination dial. The safe door swung open, and she rapidly sorted out a half a dozen jewel cases from the safe. Here they are, Don, she said, handing the gems to Lavelle. I have taken only those that came from my own people. And now you must leave me. I must pack, and I can't call the servants under these circumstances. I must get the boy up and ready. And also, she hesitated a second, and then added, I must write a note to Mr. Wilberding, telling him what I have done and why. Don't mail it until we are at the dock, warned the man. Where is he? At his club or out of town? He's at the Del Monte Hotel near Monterey. Or was, she answered. The letter won't reach him until tomorrow night. And tomorrow night we will be far out of sight of land, Lavelle cried. That is as it should be. I am glad I never met him, for now I need never do so. He stuffed the jewel cases into his overcoat. I'll be back in my car in an hour, he warned. Hurry, Marian, my love. Every minute until I am with you again will be a day. He caught up his hat and ran down the steps to the street, where his car stood at the curbstone. As the door closed behind him, Marian Wilmerdink sank into a chair and clutched her throat to stifle choking sobs. Intuitively, womanly fear of what she was to do paralyzed her. For many minutes she lay shaking convulsively as she tried to overcome the dread that chilled her heart. Then the dismal atmosphere of the masterless home began to oppress her with a sense of wretched loneliness. She rose, and with hard, reckless eyes shining hotly from beneath wet lashes, she ran upstairs to pack as she had promised. As Donald Lavelle threw open the door of his empty car, a man who had slipped behind him around the corner of the Wilmerdink residence stepped to his side. I'm sorry to have to trouble you for your wife's jewels, Lavelle, he said. The triumphant smile on Lavelle's face faded, and he shrank back in speechless consternation. Your wife's jewels, he ejaculated, trying to recover from the shock of the utterly unexpected interruption. You are? Yes, I am Martin Wilmerding, and the happy chance that brought me home tonight also gave me the pleasure of listening from the window seat of the living room to your interesting tête-à-tête with my wife. A gun flashed into Boston Blackie's hand and was jabbed sharply into Lavelle's ribs. Give me Marian's jewels, the pseudo-husband cried. Hand them over before I blow your heart out. That's what I ought to do, and I may anyway. Lavelle handed over the cases that contained the Wilmerding collection of gems. Now, continued his captor, I want a word with you. A gun was thrust so savagely into Lavelle's face that it left a long red bruise. I have heard all you said tonight. I know all your plans for stealing away my wife, the inexorable voice continued. You are dealing with a man, not a woman from now on, and if you phone, write, telegraph, or ever again communicate in any way with Marian, I'll blow your worthless brains out if I have to follow you around the world to do it. Do you get that, Mr. Don Lavelle? I understand you, said Lavelle helplessly. Again the gun muzzle bruised the flesh of his cheek. And as a last kindly warning, Lavelle, Blackie continued, I suggest that you take extreme precautions to see that you do not miss the Manchuria when she sails in the morning, because if you are not on board, you won't live to see another sunset if I have to kill you in your own club. Will you sail or die? I'll sail. Very well. That's all that requires words between us, I believe. Go, and remember your life is in your own hands. One word of any kind to Marian, and you forfeit it. I don't know why I don't kill you now. I would if it were not for the scandal all this would cause when it came out before the jury that would acquit me. Now go. Lavelle pressed the button that started the motor as Boston Blackie stepped back from his side. I've just one word I want to say to you, Wilmerding, Lavelle began, his foot on the clutch. It's this. You have only yourself to blame. Don't accuse Marion. You forced her into a situation you discovered this evening, but your neglect of the finest little woman I ever met was forced into it by a love I admit frankly. Don't blame Marion for what you yourself have caused. I won't ever see or communicate with her again. You have my word for that." "That's the most decent speech I have heard from your lips tonight," said the man beside the car, dropping his gun back into an outside pocket. "I don't blame her. I've learned many important facts tonight, one of which is that the right place for a man is in his own home with his own wife. I'm going to remember that, and the wedding ring that was dropped into the ashes tonight is going back on the finger it fits. Good night." Lavelle, without a word, threw out the clutch, and his car sped away, and was enveloped and hidden by the fog. Halfway down the block, Boston Blackie came to another car standing at the curb, with a well-muffled chauffeur sitting behind the wheel. As he climbed in, the driver uttered a low, thankful cry. "Where have you been so terribly long?" she said, reaching out to clasp his hand. "I was getting frightfully nervous about you, Blackie, particularly since those people went in. What happened? Did you get the jewels? Did you have any trouble?" "No trouble. I have the jewels here. Feel the packages. And a whole lot happened," answered Blackie with deep satisfaction. "I've a new story to tell you when we get home, Mary. It's the story of a big burglar named Blackie, and a little boy named Martin Wilmerding, and a still littler woolly dog named Rex, and a woman who guessed wrong. I think it will interest you. Let's go. I have several things to do before we go home." When they reached the downtown district, Blackie had Mary drive him to the Palace Hotel. There he sought out the night stenographer. "Will you take a telegram for me, please?" he said. Then he dictated. "To Martin Wilmerding, Del Monte Hotel, Monterey. The boy needs you. I do too. Please come. Marion." Though there was a telegraph office in the hotel, it summoned a messenger boy from the saloon and sent the message. Then he went to another hotel and found a second stenographer, to whom he dictated a second message. "Miss Marion Wilmerding, 3420 Broadway, San Francisco. The packages you gave me were what I really wanted. Thank you, and goodbye. D.L." Summoning another boy, he sent the second message from a different telegraph office. Those telegrams and how they came to be sent will be a mystery in the Wilmerding home to the end of time, he thought, deeply contented. "Let's go home, Mary," he said then, returning to his car and climbing in. "I think I've finished my night's work, and I don't believe I've done such a bad job either." He was silent for a moment. "I've given a wife to a husband," he said, half to himself. "I've given a father to a child. I've given a mother the right to look her son in the face without shame. I've played square with the gamest little pal I ever want to know, Martin Wilmerding, Jr., and his dog Rex. And for my pay, I've taken the Wilmerding jewel collection. I wonder who's the debtor." The end of Boston Blackie's Little Pal by Jack Boyle. Captain Webb, the Robber Chief. From Ancient Legends, Mystic Charms, and Superstitions of Ireland by Lady Wilde. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Captain Webb,
The Robber Chief by Lady Wilde. About 100 years ago, a most notorious robber called Captain Webb used to make County Mayo his headquarters, and dreadful tales are still current among the people of his deeds of violence and cruelty. Many beautiful young girls he carried off by force or fraud, and when he grew tired of them, it was his practice to strip the unhappy victims naked and plunge them down a deep hole near Loch Corrib, which is still known throughout the county as Captain Webb's Hole. One day, however, fate worked out a revenge on the audacious highwayman by the hands of a woman. He had committed a daring robbery on the high road, plundered a carriage, shot the horses, and carried off a noble and lovely girl who was returning home with her mother from an entertainment which had been given by a great lord in the vicinity. Consequently, as the robber knew, the ladies were dressed magnificently and wore the most costly jewels. After stripping the mother of all her ornaments, he left her half dead upon the highway, but wrapping a cloak round the young lady, Captain Webb flung her on the horse before him and galloped off to one of the many hiding places he had through the county. For some time he gave up all his other favorites for the sake of the beautiful girl, and carried her about with him on all his wild expeditions, so great was the madness of his love for her. But at length he grew tired even of her beauty, and resolved to get rid of her in the same way as he had got rid of the others, by a cruel and sudden death. So, one day when she was out riding beside him, as he always forced her to do, he brought her to the fatal hole where so many of his victims had perished, intending to cast her down headlong as he had done to so many others. But first he told her to dismount and to take off all her rich garments of silk and gold, and her jewels, for she would need them no longer. "For pity's sake, then," she said, "do not look on me while I undress, for it is not seemly or right to look on a woman undressing. But turn your back, and I shall unclasp my robe and fling it off." So the captain turned his back as she desired him, for he could not refuse her last request, but still he kept close to the edge of the hole, ready to throw her in, when suddenly she sprang upon him and placed both hands on his shoulders, pushing him over the edge down into the fathomless gulf from which no mortal ever rose alive, and in this manner the county was freed for evermore from the terrible robber fiend by the courage of a brave and beautiful girl. The end of Captain Webb the Robber Chief by Lady Wilde.
Critics by Khalil Gibran. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by vahnikah. Critics. One nightfall, a man traveling on horseback toward the sea reached an inn by the roadside. He dismounted, and confident in man and night like all riders toward the sea, he tied his horse to a tree beside the door and entered into the inn. At midnight, when all were asleep, a thief came and stole the traveler's horse. In the morning the man awoke and discovered that his horse was stolen, and he grieved for his horse, and that a man had found it in his heart to steal. Then his fellow lodgers came and stood around him and began to talk. And the first man said, How foolish of you to tie your horse outside the stable. And the second man said, Still more foolish, without even hobbling the horse. And the third man said, It is stupid at best to travel to the sea on horseback. And the fourth man said, Only the indolent and the slow of foot own horses. Then the traveler was much astonished. At last he cried, My friends, because my horse is stolen, you have hastened one and all to tell me my faults and my shortcomings. But strange, not one word of reproach have you uttered about the man who stole my horse. End of Critics.
Exiles of the Sky by Samuel Spivak. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Exiles of the Sky by Samuel Spivak. The man who writes this vivid tale of a pilot in the commercial air service of Europe today knows the scenes of which he writes and the spirit of the people who inhabit them, for, since the war, he has been one of the most active of all the American correspondents in Germany and Russia. He walked unseeing into the Tier garden. It was winter, the sunless winter of Berlin, when trees sway like despairing skeletons, praying to the wind for snow to cover their bones. The man pressed the collar of his sheepskin coat closer to his throat, shivering not with cold, but with an aching sense of the world's injustice to man, to himself. He was dazed with constant rehearsing of the scene that had taken place in the director's office only half an hour ago. The scene itself had taken but a few minutes. Directors of passenger airplane services have very little time to waste, their secretaries will tell you. It hadn't hurt so much until the director, big-jowled and thin-lipped, had taken up the red pencil and drawn a brutal line through the name Vladimir Uspensky. "We have no use for pilots who crush," the director had shouted, but those words had not hurt. That ruthless scrape of the red pencil through his name had hurt. If it had been a blade tearing through his flesh, the pain could not have been more intense. Why hadn't the director put him up against the wall and shot him? That's what they did to soldiers who faltered. But shooting was an act of mercy compared to that red line. True, he had crashed, but he had never crashed before. Why couldn't the director give him a second chance? Bookkeepers, captains of industry, doctors, editors and statesmen err and are forgiven. And other pilots have crashed. Why, that Westphalian pilot had had 2 crashes and had not been dismissed. If only that little cowardly merchant had not complained. But who would have thought that he would? Instead of commending him for his skill and quick wit in preventing their all being crushed to dust, that damn little merchant had testified unsolicited that the pilot had had 2 glasses of vodka in quick succession in the flying field waiting room at Reval. The wretched man began mumbling to himself as he plunged deeper into the park. Yes, he had had 2 drinks, but a man could not get drunk on 2 drinks of vodka, particularly a Russian. He had crashed because the cooler had sprung a leak, the motor had stopped, but he had glided to earth. Was this not proof enough that he was sober? And the plane was not even damaged, not even a scratch on her wings, and he had never had a crash before. He'd asked the director that, but the director had been too busy finding the red pencil to answer. Well, had he? No, never, never. Nobody could say that Vladimir Uspensky had ever had a crash before. Consumed by his misery, the man looked neither to right nor left. Yes, he had had 2 drinks. And after 4 years of service with us, are you still unacquainted with our regulations? The director had asked sarcastically. And damn beast that I am, I couldn't even answer him, Vladimir remembered bitterly. Yes, he had taken 2 drinks. He'd taken them too because he was coming back to Berlin when he longed with all his being for Moscow. Vladimir Uspensky hated Berlin. It was such an ugly city, with a soul as cold and sterile as the Prussian soil upon which it squats. It was a city where men shouted and women whined, where the purple apoplexy of the struggle against defeat had displaced the grace of living. Uspensky knew all the capitals. For him, New York had movement, Paris beauty, London age. But there was only one city that he loved, and that was Moscow. Lover-like, he credited to that blood-stained snow mound the movement of New York, the beauty of Paris, the age and dignity of London. It had been a sudden pang of homesickness, and had come upon him unawares. Vladimir had never before let homesickness interfere with the business of flying, but this time it had caught him like the springtime desire of a young girl to be loved. A park bench by a still, dirt-screened pond greeted the unhappy man icily. He had no sooner fallen onto it when overhead a metal bird hummed in flight. He looked up. A Fokker monoplane, blue and brown. He knew it. He knew the pilot. He had often saluted him in the air when their paths crossed between Amsterdam and Berlin. The thundering thing came nearer, taunting the discredited pilot on the bench. "You there," it roared. "You can never fly again." Vladimir rose unsteadily to his feet. No, he could never fly again. Suddenly he buried his head in his coat and cried. An old derelict, shuffling up, looked at him anxiously. "Are you sick?" the stranger quavered at Vladimir. Vladimir looked back quickly. "No, no," he coughed, clearing his throat. "I'm not sick, not sick." The derelict hurried on. The metal bird had faded into the grey sky. One could hear only a thin, persistent thrumming. Vladimir put his hands to his ears. He walked out of the park, through the rectangular streets that seemed to squeeze him like a giant maw. He paused at a dim Weinstube, hesitated, and then entered. The plump barmaid brought him a vodka. He looked at it and then at her. She edged away. His eyes frightened her. Vladimir brushed the glass from the table. The crash startled the proprietor, who came panting from the kitchen. "Another crush," shouted Vladimir. "Do you see it? I am that glass. I crushed too." "Crazy Russian," growled the proprietor. "Pay and get out." "You think I am crazy? Perhaps you think I am drunk too. It is your city that crushed me. Your damn city without a sun, without a soul. I hate it. I hate you, all of you. You robbed me of my plane. You robbed me of my life. If you don't get out this minute, I'll call the police." The proprietor moved to the door. Vladimir surrendered. He threw a 2-mark note upon the bar. He lumbered up the avenue of commercialized gaiety, Kurfürstendamm, where even in the mottled afternoon, painted women sat together in the huge cafes waiting. Orchestras played with Teutonic discipline 1-year-old jazz, born of a primitive people and now, robbed of its abandonment, employed to stimulate these human automatons. Vladimir did not see, not hear. He walked on. Toward evening he found himself at Tempelhof, the flying field. What was he doing here? This patch of green in the wilderness of factory lands, where the flight of men began and ended, was his no longer. What matter if he knew it from the sky, as other men know a beloved face? He was now an exile from the sky and from this field, which brought men to the sky. This field to him had become home when revolution had exiled him from his home, and now he had lost this too. Even the night watchman, silly doddering old fool, had his place here. But Vladimir Uspensky, proudest of pilots, had none. Probably the night watchman knew of his disgrace and would pity him. What irony! But wait, perhaps he did not know. They would not tell him until the next day. Then the plan was born. He slept in a drafty little hotel near the field. He rose at 4. It was still dark. He dressed slowly, paid his bill, and found his way to the hangars. The night watchman greeted him with customary obsequiousness. He did not know. "I came out early to tune up the machine myself," explained Vladimir. "I don't trust these mechanics anymore." With the aid of the night watchman, he rolled the machine out of the hangar and started the engine. Vladimir listened carefully to the jangled symphony of the motor, noting beat and pitch with musicianly intensity. He was satisfied. The motor sang gloriously. And the sole purpose of his flight was to convince the sneering director that Vladimir Uspensky was not through, that Vladimir Uspensky had been grossly libeled, that Vladimir Uspensky was not a drunkard but a careful, competent pilot. He stepped into his flying suit, adjusted his helmet and his goggles, saw that the rolling map was fixed in its proper place. He looked at his wristwatch. In another hour, flying officials would begin to descend upon the field. He must be off. He clambered up the metal rests of the wings and strapped himself into the pilot's seat. His eyes sparkled exultingly as he bent low. The plane rattled over the field, faster and faster. He turned. The motor subsided and then leaped into hammering life again. He began to rise over the hangars, higher and higher. A thin morning sun melted the surrounding haze and the mist on his windshield and goggles. Below, factory chimneys yawned, and the trains in the railroad yards turned and twisted like black snakes. It was good to be in the air again. How he would laugh at them when he returned, show them he had been to Danzig and back again in scheduled time without a scratch. Could a drunkard do that? East he flew, over the pines of Brandenburg, over the marshes beside the hard-won little fields and the precise farmhouses. He knew this land. He slipped lower in his seat and gave himself up to the blended roar of wind, motor and propellers, and the gentle heave of the metal bird. Thus for 2 hours. He craned his neck over the windshield. He did not like the sky, nor the clouds, nor the fog spreading over the earth. But fortune was with him today. Fortune must be with him today. He would show them that even a storm was but a slight obstacle to Vladimir Uspensky. On, on. The speedometer quivered at 110. The plane shook as if in fever. He sat bolt upright. The wind charged him from the side, and it took all his strength to right the plane. Now the fog choked him in grey darkness, and he had only instinct and a pathetically inadequate compass as his guide. A strange fear gripped him in this mist-woven wilderness of sky. Suddenly the image of the director, drawing the red pencil through his name, reappeared. But the fat-jowled, thin-lipped face had no eyes, just sockets. To the fear-crazed pilot, this was the writing in the sky. The red pencil was death, and the eyeless face was fate. "A man can fight death, but not fate," shouted Vladimir, but no one heard, and no one saw when, slumping to his knees, he clutched the control lever as if in prayer. The plane with its unconscious burden crazily sank. He opened his eyes in a snug attic with a roof so low that he could touch it with his hand, if he felt like trying. But Vladimir didn't feel like trying, didn't feel like moving at all. Underneath the warm feather bed, his body lay stiffly tired, but his eyes moved fearfully from wooden ceiling to whitewashed walls and unpainted door. No thought disturbed the vacancy of his gaze. Suddenly his ears caught the steady clop-clop of someone ascending stairs, and then the door opened, and an old peasant with a long pipe entered. He took a deep puff and nodded several times. "How do you feel?" he asked. Vladimir recognized it with difficulty as the German spoken in bleak Pomerania. "Feeling better?" the old fellow repeated, louder and with a hint of irritation. Vladimir nodded. The old man regarded him for a moment, then puffed and spoke again. "You're the second one that's stopped outside our door within the past 2 years," he announced. "That girl who found you was the first. She didn't fly to us. My wife found her exactly where that girl found you." The old peasant looked at the pilot, sucked his pipe a moment, and turned to the door. "That girl covered your bird with straw," he said, and left. "Covered his bird with straw? Why? The plane was probably smashed to bits." "Excuse me for bringing my dirty shoes and your milk in at one time." In amazement, Vladimir looked at the barefooted peasant girl who had entered, for she spoke Russian, and a Russian with the accent of a Grand Dame of Petrograd. In one hand she held a pair of wooden shoes, and in the other a glass of milk. She smiled at him with her lips, but not with her eyes. "I daren't leave my shoes outside, or the dog will run off with them. He's very strong." She smiled as she set the sabots on the floor and closed the door behind her. "You are Russian?" Vladimir asked unsteadily. "Yes, I'm Russian," the girl answered as she approached his bed. "I knew you were because when I found you, you cried out in Russian. And now, no more questions. Drink your milk." The girl lifted the pilot's head and supported it with a strong right hand, while with the left she held the glass against his mouth. The sick man drank obediently, but his questioning eyes never left her face. It was a lovely face, with dark eyes that brought back to Vladimir the sound of silver laughter, of troika bells, and the sight of gilt domes, the blue sky, and snow-covered streets of Moscow. "Most of us went to Paris, but I chose Pomerania," the girl explained easily. "And now sleep. Tomorrow we'll talk." But the next day the girl didn't stop to talk, despite her promise. She placed Vladimir's foot on a stool near his bed and left, smiling her lip smile, as she slipped her feet into the wooden shoes at the door. When he finished his food, he felt so much stronger that he arose and dressed. He found his clothes neatly folded on a shelf. Cautiously he stretched arms and legs and twisted his neck about. Miracle of miracles, he was all sound and unhurt. A deep, grateful sigh burst forth unbidden from his heart, but died on his lips as that lost look which had shrouded his eyes in the fog crept back. "What is going to happen to me?" he cried out in agony. "I'm afraid, again. Why couldn't I die when I crashed?" His eyes suddenly caught the glint of a razor blade on the floor. Why, it was his own razor blade, evidently dropped from his pocket when he had dressed. His teeth bit into his indrawn lips as he reached for it. He would show them if he was afraid. There was a sudden knock at the door, and the peasant girl entered. "What?" she cried. "Up and dressed? Then you can have supper with us below. You'd better go down now. Food's on the table." The razor slid from Vladimir's fingers and buried itself in the bed. The man felt curiously ashamed of himself. Had she seen the razor? He looked up anxiously at the girl, but her back was turned to him as she adjusted the little curtain to the tiny window. She had evidently not seen. He felt relieved. "Thank you," he said. "Better hurry," the girl advised without turning around. "You'll find soap and towel near the pump outside." When he had gone, the girl reached for the razor in the bed and hid it under a loose plank in the floor, for she had seen. A moment later, Vladimir, facing the old Pomeranian peasant and his equally ancient wife, heard the light pat-pat of the Russian girl's bare feet. The meal of black bread and thick potato soup was eaten in silence. At its close, the old peasant offered Vladimir a puff of his pipe, but Vladimir refused, remarking that he preferred a cigarette. The old peasant woman disappeared, and the girl in the far corner of the kitchen washed the dishes, putting them on the stove ledge to dry. Having finished his smoke, the old man rose. "There's still enough light for you to look around," he suggested. My pigs are the best in all Pomerania. You must see them." As Vladimir followed his host out, the girl called out in Russian, "A few feet away from the barn is your plane." When Vladimir did not return with the old peasant a half-hour later, the girl threw a shawl over her shoulders and ran out into the field. It was now completely dark. With difficulty she made out his figure, dim and uncertain in the distance. She continued to run until she was a few feet away from him, and then she slowed down into a leisurely walk. "Your plane all right?" she asked, but there was no answer. The girl's hands felt for the man's face. "Why do you cry?" she demanded, as her hands fell to her sides. "Because I can never fly again." The man's answer was low and bitter. "And why not?" "You felt the answer with your hands. Can a man fly who bursts into tears like a baby?" "You are afraid of something," the girl said. "I'm afraid of myself," Vladimir cried. That confession, wrested from him by the impersonal sympathy of the girl's voice, now made him long to pour forth words of explanation, of supposition, of self-justification, but he found he could not, for his cracked and trembling voice hinted at a renewed outburst of self-pity. "Did you ever crash before?" The girl's voice was still gently impersonal. The man winced. "Yes," he replied, "but only once before." And in a voice as shrill as a girl's, he told her of the little merchant, the director, the dismissal, everything. "I stole the plane to prove to them that I could fly her at her record speed and bring her back safely," Vladimir concluded bitterly. "And what did I do? I crashed again. I am a wreck, a ruin. I have no right to live." There was no murmur of pity, no cry of scorn from the girl beside him. She stood there silent, almost lost in the darkness. "You see, you turn away from me," Vladimir was moved to cry out. There was a long silence, then the girl spoke. "You have suffered," she said. "You say you are wrecked, you are ruined. Do you think you know what it is to be wrecked, to be ruined? You say you can no longer fly again. The sky is barred to cowards. Do you know that I, too, once flew? Not in a plane, but in dreams. I flew so high I never touched earth until the revolution came. My father died. My mother followed him. My brother was killed. And I ran away. I should have never run away. Hunger, death, what does it matter? A Russian should never desert Russia. I ran away. I told you before that instead of fleeing to Paris, I made my way here. That was a lie. I wanted to get to Paris, but my money gave out when I reached Berlin. You've walked in the Tiergarten on a muggy November day. So have I. Not just one day. One night I slept on a bench there. The next morning, when a man spoke to me on Friedrichstrasse, I went with him. He fed me, he maintained me for a month, and then he brought me to a friend of his, the proprietor of a nightclub on Kurfürstendamm. The first evening I took my place at the table assigned me was also a birthday for me, my 19th. That is how I celebrated. Vladimir wanted to cry out for the girl to stop, but his voice stuck in his throat. The colorless voice suddenly broke. "Don't cry," the man begged. "I'm not crying," the girl replied. "I think all my tears dried up inside of me when I sat at the table in that red plush seat. 3 months after my horrible birthday celebration, I woke up in my room with the noon sun on my face. I'd forgotten to draw the curtains the night before. I reached for my hand mirror and looked at myself, and then I got down on my knees and prayed. In the afternoon, I sold my 3 evening dresses, the cheap perfume, and the imitation jewelry. I bought a pair of heavy shoes, the dress I have on now, and a warm jacket, all second-hand. I walked to the railroad station and looked on the board for the list of departing trains. A train for Pomerania was leaving within 10 minutes. I showed the ticket agent the money I had left and asked how far that would take me. He sold me a ticket to this village. With all my money gone, I could not turn back, you see. These peasants took me in. They are not our people. I cannot talk with them, but I have enough to eat and I am warm. Suddenly Vladimir found a limp square of paper slipped into his hand as the girl whispered, "For remembrance from one who can never fly again, to you who tomorrow return to the sky." And she was gone. Vladimir tried to follow, but his feet were unused to the stubble of the field. By the time he reached the peasant's house, there was no sign of the girl. By the light of the lamp, Vladimir looked hard and almost grimly at the faded snapshot of a laughing girl in white. What the girl must have been at 14, when she had flown. Reverently, Vladimir, to whom the wrecked woman had given back his manhood, reverently he brought the snapshot to his lips. He rose with the dawn the next morning and hurried down. The girl was already in the kitchen. To his greeting, she replied in a murmur and avoided his eyes. She handed him his coffee in silence. When he had finished, he held out his hand. "Goodbye," he said. She extended hers timidly. Her hand trembled. "You are flying back?" she asked. "Yes, back to Berlin," he said, taking her hand in his. "They may arrest you for stealing the plane." The girl's soft dark eyes searched Vladimir's face anxiously. "I've considered that," the man nodded gravely. "I shall probably go to prison." His grip on her hand tightened until it hurt her. "But if I knew you were waiting for me, Tatiana, would you trust yourself to fly with me?" Their eyes met. "Yes," the girl answered. "It may mean death if I crash." "But you will not crash," the girl made answer. 20 minutes later, the aged peasant heard what seemed to him to be the bellow of a released wild beast. He saw the machine skim across the field and soar into the sky until it melted into a grey speck and was lost to sight. That was 2 years ago. Today, should you fly between Moscow and Odessa, you may have for your pilot Vladimir Uspensky, and you could wish for no better. Should you land in Moscow, you may even meet the sky bride, Tatiana. End of Exiles of the Sky.
Laura by Saki. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Peter Yearsley. Laura. "You're not really dying, are you?" asked Amanda. "I have the doctor's permission to live till Tuesday," said Laura. "But today is Saturday. This is serious," gasped Amanda. "I don't know about it being serious. It is certainly Saturday," said Laura. "Death is always serious," said Amanda. "I never said I was going to die. I am presumably going to leave off being Laura, but I shall go on being something. An animal of some kind, I suppose. You see, when one hasn't been very good in the life one has just lived, one reincarnates in some lower organism. And I haven't been very good when one comes to think of it. I've been petty and mean and vindictive and all that sort of thing when circumstances have seemed to warrant it." "Circumstances never warrant that sort of thing," said Amanda hastily. "If you don't mind my saying so," observed Laura, "Egbert is a circumstance that would warrant any amount of that sort of thing. You're married to him, that's different. You've sworn to love, honour, and endure him. I haven't." "I don't see what's wrong with Egbert," protested Amanda. "Oh, I dare say the wrongness has been on my part," admitted Laura dispassionately. "He has merely been the extenuating circumstance. He made a thin, peevish kind of fuss, for instance, when I took the collie puppies from the farm out for a run the other day. They chased his young broods of speckled Sussex and drove 2 sitting hens off their nests, besides running all over the flower beds. You know how devoted he is to his poultry and garden. Anyhow, he needn't have gone on about it for the entire evening, and then have said, 'Let's say no more about it,' just when I was beginning to enjoy the discussion. That's where one of my petty vindictive revenges came in," added Laura with an unrepentant chuckle. "I turned the entire family of speckled Sussex into his seedling shed the day after the puppy episode." "How could you?" exclaimed Amanda. "It came quite easy," said Laura. "Two of the hens pretended to be laying at the time, but I was firm. And we thought it was an accident." "You see," resumed Laura, "I really have some grounds for supposing that my next incarnation will be in a lower organism. I shall be an animal of some kind. On the other hand, I haven't been a bad sort in my way, so I think I may count on being a nice animal, something elegant and lively, with a love of fun. An otter, perhaps." "I can't imagine you as an otter," said Amanda. "Well, I don't suppose you can imagine me as an angel, if it comes to that," said Laura. Amanda was silent. She couldn't. "Personally, I think an otter life would be rather enjoyable," continued Laura. "Salmon to eat all the year round, and the satisfaction of being able to fetch the trout in their own homes, without having to wait for hours till they condescend to rise to the fly you've been dangling before them, and an elegant svelte figure." "Think of the otter hounds," interposed Amanda. "How dreadful to be hunted and harried and finally worried to death. Rather fun, with half the neighbourhood looking on, and anyhow not worse than this Saturday to Tuesday business of dying by inches, and then I should go on into something else. If I had been a moderately good otter, I suppose I should get back into human shape of some sort. Probably something rather primitive, a little brown, unclothed Nubian boy, I should think." "I wish you would be serious," sighed Amanda. "You really ought to be, if you're only going to live till Tuesday." As a matter of fact, Laura died on Monday. "So dreadfully upsetting," Amanda complained to her uncle-in-law, Sir Lulworth Quayne. "I've asked quite a lot of people down for golf and fishing, and the rhododendrons are just looking their best." "Laura always was inconsiderate," said Sir Lulworth. "She was born during Goodwood week, with an ambassador staying in the house who hated babies." "She had the maddest kind of ideas," said Amanda. "Do you know if there was any insanity in her family?" "Insanity? No, I never heard of any. Her father lives in West Kensington, but I believe he's sane on all other subjects." "She had an idea that she was going to be reincarnated as an otter," said Amanda. "One meets with those ideas of reincarnation so frequently, even in the West," said Sir Lulworth, "that one can hardly set them down as being mad. And Laura was such an unaccountable person in this life that I should not like to lay down definite rules as to what she might be doing in an after state." "You think she really might have passed into some animal form?" asked Amanda. She was one of those who shape their opinions rather readily from the standpoint of those around them. Just then Egbert entered the breakfast-room, wearing an air of bereavement that Laura's demise would have been insufficient in itself to account for. "4 of my speckled Sussex have been killed," he exclaimed. "The very 4 that were to go to the show on Friday. One of them was dragged away and eaten, right in the middle of that new carnation bed that I've been to such trouble and expense over. My best flower bed and my best fowls singled out for destruction. It almost seems as if the brute that did the deed had special knowledge how to be as devastating as possible in a short space of time." "Was it a fox, do you think?" asked Amanda. "Sounds more like a polecat," said Sir Lulworth. "No," said Egbert. "There were marks of webbed feet all over the place, and we followed the tracks down to the stream at the bottom of the garden. Evidently an otter." Amanda looked quickly and furtively across at Sir Lulworth. Egbert was too agitated to eat any breakfast, and went out to superintend the strengthening of the poultry-yard defences. "I think she might at least have waited till the funeral was over," said Amanda in a scandalised voice. "It's her own funeral, you know," said Sir Lulworth. "It's a nice point in etiquette how far one ought to show respect to one's own mortal remains." Disregard for mortuary convention was carried to further lengths next day. During the absence of the family at the funeral ceremony, the remaining survivors of the speckled Sussex were massacred. The marauders' line of retreat seemed to have embraced most of the flower beds on the lawn, but the strawberry beds in the lower garden had also suffered. "I shall get the otter-hounds to come here at the earliest possible moment," said Egbert savagely. "On no account. You can't dream of such a thing," exclaimed Amanda. "I mean, it wouldn't do, so soon after a funeral in the house." "It's a case of necessity," said Egbert. "Once an otter takes to that sort of thing, it won't stop." "Perhaps it will go elsewhere, now there are no more fowls left," suggested Amanda. "One would think you wanted to shield the beast," said Egbert. "There's been so little water in the stream lately," objected Amanda. "It seems hardly sporting to hunt an animal when it has so little chance of taking refuge anywhere." "Good gracious," fumed Egbert. "I'm not thinking about sport. I want to have the animal killed as soon as possible." Even Amanda's opposition weakened when, during church time on the following Sunday, the otter made its way into the house, raided half a salmon from the larder, and worried it into scaly fragments on the Persian rug in Egbert's studio. "We shall have it hiding under our beds and biting pieces out of our feet before long," said Egbert, and from what Amanda knew of this particular otter, she felt that the possibility was not a remote one. On the evening preceding the day fixed for the hunt, Amanda spent a solitary hour walking by the banks of the stream, making what she imagined to be hound noises. It was charitably supposed by those who overheard her performance that she was practising for farmyard imitations at the forthcoming village entertainment. It was her friend and neighbour, Aurora Burrett, who brought her news of the day's sport. "Pity you weren't out. We had quite a good day. We found at once, in the pool just below your garden." "Did you kill?" asked Amanda. "Rather. A fine she-otter. Your husband got rather badly bitten in trying to tail it. Poor beast, I felt quite sorry for it. It had such a human look in its eyes when it was killed. You'll call me silly, but do you know who the look reminded me of? My dear woman, what is the matter?" When Amanda had recovered, to a certain extent, from her attack of nervous prostration, Egbert took her to the Nile Valley to recuperate. Change of scene speedily brought about the desired recovery of health and mental balance. The escapades of an adventurous otter in search of a variation of diet were viewed in their proper light. Amanda's normally placid temperament reasserted itself. Even a hurricane of shouted curses coming from her husband's dressing-room, in her husband's voice, but hardly in his usual vocabulary, failed to disturb her serenity as she made a leisurely toilet one evening in a Cairo hotel. "What is the matter? What has happened?" she asked, in amused curiosity. "That little beast has thrown all my clean shirts into the bath. Wait till I catch you, you little—" "What little beast?" asked Amanda, suppressing a desire to laugh. Egbert's language was so hopelessly inadequate to express his outraged feelings. "A little beast of a naked brown Nubian boy," spluttered Egbert. And now Amanda is seriously ill. End of Laura.
The Ghost Patrol by Sinclair Lewis. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Ghost Patrol by Sinclair Lewis. Donald Patrick Dorgan had served 44 years on the police force of Northernopolis, and during all but 5 years of that time he had patrolled the Forest Park section. He had seen Forest Park grow from a selvage of outskirts into a mass of streets, and he had contributed to whatever was sound and generous in that growth. And he had seen the beginnings of Little Hell, where the toughs who were not enterprising enough to stand the struggle in the downtown slums huddle in a degenerate colony of shacks and goats and baskets of stolen coal. Gradually, what had been his beat became a dozen beats, and he was narrowed down to a station in Little Hell. Don Dorgan might have been a sergeant, or even a captain, but it had early been seen at headquarters that he was a crank about Forest Park. For hither he had brought his bonny lass of a wife, and here he had built their shack, tar-papered it himself, and clapboarded it. Here his wife had died, and here she was buried. It was believed that he was slightly cracked about the section, but there was nothing cracked in his method of tackling a yegg, and it was so great a relief in the whirl of department politics to have a man who was contented with his job, that the big fellows were glad of Dorgan, and kept him there where he wanted to be, year after year, patrolling Forest Park. For Don Pat Dorgan had the immense gift of loving people, all people. In a day before anyone in Northernopolis had heard of scientific penology, Dorgan believed that the duty of a policeman with clean gloves and a clean heart was not to club men and bring them into the station, to secure a conviction from the magistrate or a cigar from a cub assistant district attorney, but rather to keep people from needing to be arrested. He argued with drunken men and persuaded them to hide out in an alley and sleep off the drunk. When he did arrest them, it was because they were sedately staggering home, intent on beating up the wives of their bosoms. Any homeless man could get a nickel from Dorgan, and a road map of the doss houses. To big bruisers he spoke slowly, and he beat them with his nightstick where it would hurt the most but injure the least. Yet to little girls crying over spilled parental beer, he was a gentle guardian, and the babe would go trotting off with funds for a new growler, and sometimes for a new doll. Along his beat, small boys might play baseball, provided they did not break windows or get themselves in front of motor cars. The pocket in his coat tail was a mine. Here were secreted not only his midnight sandwiches, his revolver and handcuffs, and a comic supplement for his private diversion and spare hours, but also a bag of striped candy for his youthful clients, and a red rubber ball. Children and wife of his own he had none at all, save in Forest Cemetery, whither he went every Sunday after Mass. But to a whole community he was a benign father. When the widow McClester's son took to the booze, it was Don Dorgan who made him enlist in the Navy. Such things were Don's work, his art. Joy of his art he had when Kitty Silva, who had gone wrong, repented and became clean living. When Mickey Connors, whom Dorgan had known ever since Mickey was a squawking orphan, became a doctor, with a large glass sign lettered J.J. Connors, M.D.D.S., and a nurse, by golly, to let a poor man in to see the great Dr. Connors. Dorgan never played favorites among his children, but he did have for one boy and girl a sneaking fondness that transcended the kindliness he felt toward the others. They were not weak, this boy and girl. Their bones were not cooked macaroni, like the spines of most of the crawlers in Little Hell. They were Polo Magenta, son of the Italian-English-Danish jockey who had died of the coke, and Effie Kugler, daughter of that Jewish delicatessen man who knew more of the Talmud than any man in the ghetto. Effie, the pretty and plump, black-haired and quick-eyed, a perfect armful for anyone. Polo Magenta had the stuff of a man in him, though he had started badly when his widowed father had lost his nerve and his rating, and had taken to the white stuff and to beating Polo. The boy worshipped motors as his father had worshipped horses. At 14, when his father died, he was washer at McManus's garage. At 18, he was one of the smoothest taxi drivers in the city. At 19, dropping into Kugler's delicatessen for sausages and crackers for his midnight lunch, he was waited upon by Effie, and desired her greatly. Thereafter he hung about the little shop nightly, till old Kugler noticed and frowned upon them, upon Polo, the gallantest lad in Little Hell, supple in his chauffeur's uniform, straight-backed as the English sergeant who had been his grandfather, pale-haired like a Dane, altogether a soldierly figure, whispering across the counter to blushing and hot-blooded Effie. Now, old Kugler knew of Polo, as did everyone in Little Hell. Polo was a goy, and Kugler had sworn that he would shoot Effie before he would let her marry a goy. Also, Polo was a driver of an abomination of speed, such as threatened Kugler every time he crossed Menace Place to call upon Rash Pushkin, the cobbler and scholar. And Polo was the son of a drug fiend. Kugler would growl that he was a poor man, but he did not want the money from Polo's purchases, and would Polo please go away and never come back to the shop. Then for an hour he would roar at Effie, and say what he would do to her if she ever again spoke to Polo. He wouldn't have done anything of the sort, but he believed that by violence he was saving her, the child of sparse living and honest scholarship, from marrying a cosmopolitan degenerate and becoming one of the thin-blooded wasted wives of Little Hell who furtively sneaked into family entrances to forget their husbands. Effie wept, promised not to see Polo again, and went to a room behind the shop to devise ways of seeing him again, which she did. Kugler discovered their meetings. He lurked at the door and prevented Polo from driving past and picking her up. So Effie became pale with longing to see her boy. Polo took to straight Bourbon, which is not good for a taxi driver racing to catch trains. He had an accident once. He merely smashed the fenders of another car. But one more of the like and the taxi company would let him out. He grew sullen and began to remember his father's mumblings about all the world being against them. Already Polo was ripe for real citizenship in Little Hill, the land of failures. Then Patrolman Don Dorgan, who had watched all this, or gathered it from boot-black gossip, sat in on the game. He decided that Polo Magenta should marry Effie, and in his simple-hearted way he started to bring this marriage about, without consultation either of priest or rabbi. He told Polo that he would bear a message from him to the girl, and while he was meticulously selecting a cut of sausage for sandwich, he whispered to her that Polo was waiting, with his car, in the alley off Menace Place. Aloud he bawled, "Come walk the block with me, Effie, you little divil, if your father will let you. Mr. Kugler, it isn't often that Don Dorgan invites the ladies to go a-walking with him, but it's spring, and you know how it is with us wicked cops. The girl looks as if she needed a breath of fresh air." "That's right," said Kugler. "You go walk a block with Mr. Dorgan, Effie, and mind you come right back." Effie trotted beside him, a pretty picture of a naive lassie going out with Uncle Don Dorgan, while her heart was flame and roses with the thought that she was to see Polo. Dorgan stood like a lion at the mouth of the alley where, beside his taxi, Polo Magenta was waiting. Dorgan couldn't help overhearing. He was no eavesdropper, but as he caught the cry with which Effie came to her lover, he remembered the evenings long gone when he and his own sweetheart had met in the maple lane that was now the scrofulous Menace Place. "Hello, kid," he heard Polo say after a time with the harshness of shy love. "This is a dead swell meeting place, huh? This is me new garage. Let me introduce you to old Miss Garbage Can, me new partner." "Oh, Polo, I'd meet you anywhere. The days have been like dead things, never seeing you nowhere." "Gee, we're getting to be poets. On the level, kid, I know how you mean. I got to thinking you're like a sunset. One of these 8-cylinder humdinger sunsets, all fire and blood and glory. It hurts, kid, to get up in the morning and have everything empty, knowing I won't see you any time. I could run the machine off the boulevard and end everything. My heart's so cold without you." "Oh, is it, Polo? Is it really?" "Say, look, we only got a couple minutes. I've got to look in on a partnership in a repair shop in Thornwood Addition. If I can swing it, we can beat it and get hitched, and when your old man sees I'm prospering—" While Dorgan heard Polo's voice grow crisp with practical hopes, he bristled and felt sick. For Kugler was coming along Menace Place, peering ahead, hunched with suspicion. Dorgan tried to widen out his shoulders to block the alley. He dared not turn to warn the lovers or even shout, for already Kugler was hurrying toward him. Dorgan smiled. "Evening again," he said. "That was a fine walk I had with Effie. Has she got back yet?" He had moved out into the street and was standing between Kugler and the alley mouth, his arms akimbo. Kugler ducked under his arm and saw Effie cuddled beside her lover, the two of them sitting on the running board of Polo's machine, their cheeks together, their hands firm clasped. "Effie, you will come home now," said the old man. There was terrible wrath in the quietness of his graybeard voice. The lovers looked shamed and frightened. Dorgan swaggered up toward the group. "Look here, Mr. Kugler. Polo's a fine upstanding lad. He ain't got no habits to speak of. He's promised me he'll lay off the booze. He'll make a fine man for Effie." "Mr. Dorgan, yes, I've respected you. But, Effie, you'll come home now," said Kugler. "Oh, what will I do, Mr. Dorgan?" wailed Effie. "Should I do like Papa wants I should, or should I go off with Polo?" For once in his life, of decisions and matters that concerned life and death and imminent disaster, Dorgan was feebly indecisive. He respected the divine rights of love, but also he had an old-fashioned respect for the rights of parents with their offspring. "I guess maybe you better go with your papa, Effie. I'll talk to him." "Yes, you'll talk, and everybody'll talk, and I'll be dead, thank God, and not have to listen to your gassing," cried young Polo. "Get out of my way, all of you." Already he was in the driver's seat and backing his machine out, and went rocking around the corner. Next morning, Dorgan heard that Polo had been discharged by the taxi company for speeding through traffic and smashing the taillights of another machine. Then that he had got a position as private chauffeur in the suburbs, been discharged for impudence, got another position, and had been arrested for joyriding with a bunch of young toughs from Little Hill. He was to be tried on the charge of stealing his employer's machine. Dorgan brushed his citizen's clothes. got an expensive haircut and shampoo, and went to call on the employer, a righteous whiskered man who refused to listen to maundering defenses of the boy, declaring he would press the charge. Dorgan called on Polo in his cell. "It's all right," Polo said. "I'm glad I was pinched. Of course I hope they won't give me a long stretch, but I needed something to stop me hard. I was going nutty, and if somebody hadn't slammed on the emergency, I don't know what I would have done. Seems like I was in a snowstorm running a car I couldn't control. Now I've sat here reading and thinking, and I'm right again. I always gotta do things hard. Booze or be good. And now I'm gonna think hard, and I ain't sorry to have the chance to be quiet." Indeed, Polo looked like a young zealot, with his widened eyes and uplifted face, and as Dorgan left him, the officer murmured an awkward prayer of thankfulness. Dorgan brought away a small note, in which, with much misspelling and tenderness, Polo sent to Effie his oath of deathless love. To the delivery of this note, Dorgan devoted as much skill and loyalty as he had ever shown in the legal performance of his duty, though it involved one bribery to get a youth to toll Kugler away, and one shocking burglarous entrance to reach the room where Effie was locked up, a prisoner of bitter paternal love. Dorgan appeared as a character witness at the trial, but Polo was sentenced to 3 years in prison on a charge of grand larceny. That evening Dorgan climbed, panting, to the cathedral, and for an hour he knelt with his lips moving, his spine cold, as he pictured young Polo shamed and crushed in prison, and as he discovered himself hating the law that he served. 1 month later Dorgan reached the age limit, and was automatically retired from the force on pension. He protested. He declared that he was as sound as ever, and clearer-headed than any ambitious young probationer, but the retirement rule was inviolable. In a moment of reform sentiment to keep political favorites from being provided with soft berths, the city council had voted that retired policemen should not be employed even in station house and prison posts. Dorgan had no purpose in existing once his work was done, nothing to do but hoard his pension and savings and rot away into honorless death. He went to petition the commissioner himself. It was the first time in 5 years, except on occasions of the annual police parades, that he had gone near headquarters, and he was given a triumphal reception. Inspectors and captains, reporters and aldermen, and the commissioner himself shook his hand, congratulated him on his 45 years of clean service, but to his plea they did not listen. It was impossible to find a place for him. They heartily told him to rest, because he had earned it. Dorgan nagged them. He came to headquarters again and again, till he became a bore, and the commissioner refused to see him. Dorgan was not a fool. He realized from the change in the doorman's tone that they all wanted to get rid of him. He went shamefacedly back to his shack, and there he remained. For 2 years he huddled by the fire, and slowly became melancholy mad, gray-faced, gray-haired, a gray ghost of himself. At first, Dorgan attempted to coach his successor on the beat, but the successor was a capable patrolman, and neither needed nor desired Dorgan's tips about the desirability of watching Bootjack Sarola and of helping the widow Flynn. He could see for himself, he resentfully told Dorgan, and what he could not see he could learn from his partner on the beat. From time to time during his 2 years of hermitage, Dorgan came out to visit his old neighbors. They welcomed him, gave him drinks and news, but they did not ask his advice. They had appreciated him, but there is magic in that symbol of authority, a uniform, and they were not big enough to see that Don Dorgan was bigger than his uniform. So he had become a living ghost before the 2 years had gone by, and he talked to himself aloud. Northernopolis was developing from a big scattered village to a compact metropolis, as all American cities develop, and during these 2 years the police force was metropolitanized. There was a smart new commissioner, and smart new inspectors, and a smart new uniform, a blue military uniform with flat cap and canvas puttees and shaped coats, to replace the comfortable, sloppy gray coat, baggy trousers, and high gray helmet of Dorgan's day. When Dorgan saw the boys in their new trimness, with backs straighter and voices more precise, he jeered. But secretly he felt that he was altogether behind the times. After his first view of that uniform, at the police parade, he went home and took down from behind the sheet iron stove a photograph of 10 years before. The force of that day proudly posed on the granite steps of the city hall. They'd seemed efficient and impressive then, but, his honest soul confessed it, they were like rural constables beside the crack corps of today. Presently he took out from the redwood chest his own uniform, but he could not get himself to put on its shapeless gray coat and trousers, its gray helmet, and spotless white gloves. yet its presence comforted him, proved to him that, improbable though it seemed, the secluded old man had once been an active member of the force. With big, clumsy, tender hands, he darned a frayed spot at the bottom of the trousers and carefully folded the uniform away. He took out his nightstick and revolver, and the sapphire-studded star the department had given him for saving 2 lives in the collapse of the Anthony building. He fingered them and longed to be permitted to carry them. All night, in dream and half-dream and tossing wakefulness, he pictured himself patrolling again, the father of his people. Next morning he again took his uniform, his nightstick and gun and shield out of the redwood chest, and he hung them in the wardrobe, where they had hung when he was off duty in his days of active service. He whistled cheerfully and muttered, "I'll be saying to them 10th Street devils, the rotten gang of them." Rumors began to come into the newspaper offices of a ghost scare out in the Forest Park section. An old man declared that he had looked out of his window at midnight and seen a dead man in the uniform of years before, standing on nothing at all. A stranger to the city told a curious story of having come home to his apartment hotel, the Forest Arms, some 10 blocks above Little Hell, at about 2 a.m, and of having stopped to talk with a strange-looking patrolman, whose face he described as a drift of fog about burning, unearthly eyes. The patrolman had courteously told him of the building up of Forest Park, and at parting had saluted, an erect, grave, somehow touching figure. Later the stranger was surprised to learn that the regulation uniform was blue, not gray. A saloon keeper of Little Hell came to the 9th Precinct station, crossing himself and wailing that he had been doing a favor to a bunch of kids, letting them have a can of beer for a party, when a ghost in a shabby old police uniform had peered through the window at the back of the back room, mournfully shaken his head and pointing a thin finger at the pail, till the saloon keeper had fearfully driven the boys away without their beer. He had called the bartender and ventured out into the yard, but no one was there, and so he knew that one risen from the dead had made himself known. After this there were dozens who saw the Ghost Patrol, as the Chronicle dubbed the apparition. Some spoke to him, and importantly reported him to be fat, thin, tall, short, old, young, and composed of mist, of shadows, of optical illusions, and of ordinary human flesh. Also he was proven by the most reputable citizens, names and addresses given by the Chronicle, to the vast increase in circulations for one day at neighborhood newsstands, to be a myth, a hoax, a mystery, a particularly fine, genuine ghost. Sometimes the patrol was a whole squad of spooks, and once he was recognized as a police chief who had died 20 years before. Then a society, elopement, and a foreign war broke, and ghost patrol stories were forgotten. One evening of early summer, the agitated voice of a woman telephoned to headquarters from the best residence section of Forest Park that she had seen a burglar entering the window of the house next door, which was closed for the season. The chief himself took 6 huskies in his machine and all hung with guns and glory. They roared out to Forest Park and surrounded the house. The owner of the agitated voice, a female in curl papers and a consciousness of being a highly dramatic figure, stalked out to inform the chief that just after she had telephoned, she had seen another figure crawling into the window after the burglar. She had thought the second figure had a revolver and a policeman's club. So the chief and lieutenant crawled nonchalantly through an unquestionably open window, giving on the pantry at the side of the house. Their electric torches showed the dining room to be a wreck. Glass scattered and broken, drawers of the buffet on the floor, curtains torn down. They remarked, "Some scrap," and shouted, "Come out here, whoever's in this house! We got it surrounded! Kendall, are you there? Have you pinched the guy?" There was an unearthly silence, as of someone breathing in terror, a silence more thick and anxious than any mere absence of sound. They tiptoed into the drawing room, where tied to a davenport was that celebrated character, Butt Benny. "My God, Chief," he wailed, "get me out of this! The place is haunted. A bleeding ghost comes and grabs me and ties me up. Gee honest, Chief, he was a dead man, and he was dressed like a has-been cop, and he didn't say nothing at all. I tried to wrestle him, and he got me with a full Nelson and got me down. And oh, Chief, he beat me cruel, he did, and he was dead as me great-granddad, and there was coughing slime on his cheeks, and you could see the light through him. Let's get out of this. I'll confess anything. Frame me up, and I'll sign the confession. Me for a nice, safe cell for keeps." The man was sweating and hysterical. His eyes bulged. He was tied firmly to the davenport. "Some amateur cop done this to keep his hand in. Ghost me eye," said the chief. But in sight of the burglar's panting terror, his own flesh felt icy, and he couldn't help looking about for the unknown, for the dead that walked. "Well, let's get out of this, Chief," said Lieutenant Saxon, the bravest man in the strong-arm squad, and with Butt Benny between them, they fled through the front door, leaving the pantry window still wide open. Neither of them would for anything have gone back to close it. They didn't handcuff Benny. They couldn't have lost him. He tucked his hand into the chief's arm and leaped into the car, and at headquarters he held a royal court with his tale of the Ghost Patrol, till he was requested to be so good as to step into one of the nice new cement cells that they could guarantee to be unhaunted. Next morning, when a captain came to look over the damages in the burglarized house, he found the dining room crudely straightened up, and the pantry window locked. The chief assigned young Jack Barnes of the Detective Bureau to trail the Ghost Patrol. Jack Barnes did not find the ghost, but when the baby daughter of Simmons, the plumber of Little Hell, was lost, and the neighbors in their shiftless way tried to find her, two men distinctly saw a gray-faced figure in a battered old-time police helmet leading the lost girl through unfrequented back alleys. They tried to follow, but the mysterious figure knew the egresses better than they did, and they went to report at the station house. Meantime, there was a ring at the Simmons door, and Simmons found his child on the doormat, crying but safe, dirty with days of crouching in cellars and wagons, but with her hair awkwardly tidied. In her hand, tight clutched, was the white cotton glove of a policeman. Simmons gratefully took the glove to the precinct station. Thence it was sent to the chief. The chief was a stodgy, beef-gorging, beer-valiant man, but as he held the glove he shook his head with a profound and sentimental sadness. It was a regulation service glove, issued only by the department. At first sight it seemed immaculate, but it had been darned with white cotton thread till the original fabric was almost overlaid with short, inexpert stitches. It had been whitened with pipe clay, and from one slight brown spot it must have been pressed out with a hot iron. It was as touching as the gown of a poor, proud, pretty girl. Inside it was stamped, in now faded rubber stamping, Dorgan, Patrol, 9th Precinct. So at last the chief understood the identity of the Ghost Patrol. He took the glove to the commissioner, and between these two harsh, abrupt men there was a pitying silence, surcharged with respect. "We'll have to take care of the old man," said the chief at last. Again was a detective assigned to the trail of the Ghost Patrol, but an older, more understanding man than young Jack Barnes. The detective saw Don Dorgan come out of his shack at 3 a.m, stand stretching out his long arms, sniff the late-night dampness, smile as a man will when he starts in on the routine of work that he loves. He was erect, his old uniform was clean-brushed, his linen collar spotless. In his hand he carried one lone glove. For all the momentary glow of his smile, his eyes were absent of expression. He looked to right and left, slipped into an alley, prowled through the darkness, so fleet and soft-stepping that the shadow almost lost him. He stopped at a shutter left open, and prodded it shut with his old-time long nightstick. Then he stole back to his shack and went in. The next day, the chief, the commissioner, and a self-appointed committee of inspectors and captains came calling on Don Dorgan at his shack. The old man was a slovenly figure, in open-necked flannel shirt and broken-backed slippers. It seemed impossible that this civilian recluse could have been the trim figure that the detective had described seeing the night before. His cot bed was disheveled, his dishes sat in circles of grease on the table, his old uniform was nowhere in sight. Yet Dorgan straightened up when they came, and faced them like an old soldier called to duty. The dignitaries sat about awkwardly on bed and woodbox and pails, as ill at ease as schoolboys calling on their teacher, while the commissioner, being a man of politics, tried to explain that the big fellows had heard Dorgan was lonely here, and that the department fund was unofficially going to send him to Dr. Bristow's private asylum for the aged and mentally infirm, which he described as a pleasant and sociable resort, and euphemistically called Doc Bristow's home. "No," said Dorgan, "that's a private booby hatch. I don't want to go there. Maybe they got swell rooms, but I don't want to be stowed away with a bunch of nuts." They had to tell him at last that he was frightening the neighborhood with his ghostly patrol, and warned him that if he did not give it up, they would have to put him away someplace. "But I got to patrol. My boys and girls here, they need me to look after them. Why, it's pretty near half a century I've been pounding the pave. When it comes time to turn out, I gotta go, like a guy's got to eat when he's hungry. Maybe the old man's just fooling himself into thinking the kids need him. But I sit here and I hear voices. Voices, I tell you, and they order me out on the beat. Rats, send me up. Stick me in the bug house. I guess maybe it's better, 'cause if you don't, I'll hear old Pooch McGrory, It's dead these 12 years saying to me, Don, why aren't you out on your beat? And then I'll have to go. If I can't patrol, then... Say, tell Doc Bristow not to try any shenanigans with me, but let me in alone, or I'll hand him something. I got a wallop like a probationer yet. I have so, Chief. There was a frightened sorrow in his eyes. The embarrassed committee left Captain Lucetti with him to close up the old man's shack and take him to the asylum in a taxi. The captain suggested that the old uniform be left behind. When Don Dorgan arrived at the asylum shelf on which they were laying him, he was tight-wadded in a respectable old Sunday suit with a high linen collar cutting his stringy throat, his face redly uncomfortable from shaving and scrubbing. The police pension fund, with a bland violation of all rules for the distribution of the same, was paying for Dorgan's board at the asylum and letting his own pension pile up under the supervision of Dorgan's unofficial trustee, the chief himself, a man who had never been called Honest Hank or otherwise labeled as putatively dishonest. So was Don Dorgan retired from the vocation of living and working. Dr. Davis Bristow was a conscientious but crotchety man who needed mental easement more than did any of his patients. The chief had put the fear of God into him, and he treated Dorgan with respect. At first, gave him a comfortable bedroom with carpet all over it and 2 pictures and more receptacles for things than Dorgan even knew the use of. The chief had kind-heartedly arranged that Dorgan was to have a rest, that he should be given no work about the farm, such as wholesomely busied most of the patients, and all day long Dorgan had nothing to do but pretend to read chatty, helpful little machine-made books and worry about his children. 2 men had been assigned to the beat in succession since his time, and the second man, though he was a good officer, came from among the respectable and did not understand the surly wistfulness of Little Hell. Dorgan was sure that the man wasn't watching to lure Mattie Carlson from her periodical desire to run away from her decent, patient husband. So one night, distraught, panting with inchoate fears, his eyes rolling with temporary madness, Dorgan lowered himself from his window, dropped 10 feet, and through the sweet summer night he ran, skulking, stumbling, muttering, across the outskirts and around to Little Hell. He did not have his old instinct for concealing his secret patrolling. A policeman saw him, in citizen's clothes, holding a broken branch as though it were a locust, swaying down his old beat, trying doors, humming to himself. And when they put him in the ambulance and drove him back to the asylum, he wept and begged to be allowed to return to duty. Dr. Bristow was nervously vexed by Dorgan's silly escapade. He telephoned to the chief of police demanding permission to put Dorgan to work, and set him at gardening. This was very well indeed, for through the rest of that summer, in the widespread gardens, and half the winter, in the greenhouses, Dorgan dug and sweated and learned the names of flowers. To the people of Little Hell, flowers are altogether strangers, except upon the occasions of funerals. But early in January he began to worry once more. He told the super that he had figured out that, with good behavior, Polo Magenta would be out of the pen now and need looking after. Yes. Well, I'm busy. Sometime you tell me all about it, Dr. Briscoe jabbered. But just this minute I'm very busy. One day in mid-January, Dorgan awoke at dawn to a stinging uneasiness. A snowstorm was blowing up, but he knew that there was something else out beyond the storm. His 6th sense of a good policeman was aroused. All day long he prowled uneasily, the more uneasy as a blizzard blew up and the world was shut off by a curtain of weaving snow. He went up to his room early in the evening. A nurse had been watching him and came to take away his shoes and overcoat and cheerily bid him go to bed. But once he was alone, in silence, he was maddened with anxiety. He had to go to his beat. He looked about the room. He deliberately tore a cotton blanket to strips and wound the strips about his thin slippers. He wadded newspapers in a sheet between his vest and his shirt. He found his thickest gardening cap. He quietly raised the window. Instantly into the room the blizzard volleyed. He knocked out the light wooden bars with his big fist. He put his feet over the windowsill and dropped into the storm. It caught him, deafened him. He felt about, put his back against the wall, got his direction straight, and set out across the lawn. To his thin raiment, the storm would have been intolerable normally, but he was controlled by the sense of duty which 45 years of service had matured. With his gaunt form huddled, his hands rammed into his coat pockets, his large feet moving slowly, certainly, in their moccasin-like covering of cloth and thin slippers, he plowed through to the street, down it, and toward Little Hell. Don Dorgan had patrolled in blizzards before, and with a certain heroism in his make-up there was mingled a great deal of common sense. He knew that the blizzard would keep him from being traced by the asylum authorities for a day or two, but he also knew that he could be overpowered by it. He turned into a series of alleys and found a stable with a snowbound delivery wagon beside it. He brought hay from the stable, covered himself with it in the wagon, and promptly went to sleep. When he awoke the next morning, the blizzard had ceased and he went on. He came to the outskirts of Little Hell. Sneaking through alleys, he entered the back of McManus's red light district garage. McManus, the boss, was getting his machines out into the last gasps of the storm, for the streetcar service was still tied up and motors were at a premium. He saw Dorgan and yelled, "Hello there, Don! Where'd you blow in from? Ain't seen you these 6 months. Thought you was living soft at some old folks' home or other." "No," said Dorgan with a gravity which forbade trifling. I'm kind of a watchman. Say, what's this I hear? Young Magenta is out of the pen." "Yes, the young whelp. I always said he was no good when he used to work here, and what's become of him? He had the nerve to come here when he got out looking for a job. Suppose he wanted the chance to smash up a few of my machines, too. I hear he's got a job wiping at the KN roundhouse. Say, Don, things is slow since you went. What with these dirty agitators campaigning for prohibition?" "Well," said Dorgan, "I must be moseying along, John." 3 several men of hurried manner and rough natures threw Dorgan out of 3 various entrances to the roundhouse, as one who was but a beau seeking a warm place to doss, but he sneaked in on the tender of a locomotive and saw Polo Magenta at work, wiping brass, or a wraith of Polo Magenta. The greasy overalls and grease smeared upon his face did not conceal his wretchedness. He was thin, his eyes large and passionate. He took one look at Dorgan, who was stumbling over the tracks, snowy, blue-fisted, his feet grotesque with wrapped and ice-clotted rags, and leaped to meet him. "Gosh, Dad! Thunder! You know how good it is for sore eyes to see you, you old son of a gun." "Sure. Well, boy, how's it coming?" "Rotten." "Well?" "Oh, the old stuff, keeping the wandering boy to night wandering. The warden gives me good advice, and I thinks I've paid for being a fool kid, and I packs back to Little Hell with $2 and a lot of good intentions, and they seen me coming. The crooks was the only ones that welcomed me. McManus offered me a job, plain and fancy, driving for guns. I turned it down and looks for decent work, which it didn't look for me none. There's a new cop on your old beat. Just been there a month. You don't know him. Helping Hand Henry, he is. Nobody ever heard him spreading no scandal about himself. He gets me up and tells me the surprising news that I'm a desperate young jailbird, and he's on to me, see? And if I chokes any old women or beats up any babes in arms or spits the ladies' tenement house inspector in the eye, he'll be there with the nippers, see? So I better quit my career of murder. And he warns everybody in the dump against me. I gets a job over in Milldale, driving a motor truck for the New Monolithic Company, and he tips them off I'm a forger and an arson and I don't know what all, and they let me out, with some more good advice, which this cop sees and raises it a couple. Same with other jobs. Effie? Ain't seen her yet, but say, Dad, I got a letter from her that's the real pure stuff. Says she'll stick by me till her dad croaks and then come to me if it's through fire. I got it here, keeps me from going nutty, and a picture postcard of her. Say, the poor kid looks as thin as me. You see, I planned to nip in and see her before her old man knew I was out of the hoosegow, but this cop I was telling you about wises up cooler, and he sits on the doorstep with a preparedness button on and the revolutionary musket loaded with horseshoes and cobblestones, and so, get me? But I got a letter through to her about one of the boys. Well, what are you going to do? Search me. There ain't nobody to put us guys next since you got off the beat, Dad. I ain't off it. Will you do what I will tell you to? Sure. Then listen. You could go away where you wasn't known, but that would keep you from a chance at Effie. So you got to start in right here at Northernopolis, like you're doing, and build up again. 'Tis a hard job, but figure it this way, boy. They didn't sentence you to 3 years, but to 6. 3 of 'em here, getting folks to trust you again. It ain't fair, but it is. You're judged here till you make good, and you got to get through it somehow, like you got through your stretch. See, you lasted there because the bars kept you in. Are you man enough to make your own bars and to not have 'em wished on to you? Maybe. You are. You know how it is in the pen. You can't pick and choose your cell or your work. That's how it is now. You got to start in with what they hand you. I'll love you, though, and Effie will, and we'll watch you. Oh, boy, do you know what a big thing the love of a lonely old man like me without no kids of his own is? If you fail, it'll kill me. You won't kill me. No. Then listen, I'm middling well off for a bull. Savings and pension. We'll go partners in a fine little garage and buck John McManus, the louse hound that he is. I was just down to his place. He's a crook, and we'll run him out of business. But you got to be prepared to wait, and that's the hardest thing a man can do. Will you? Yes. When you get through here, meet me in that hallway behind Mullen's Casino. So long, boy. So long, Dad. When Polo came to him, in the not-too-warm hallway behind Mullen's Casino, Dorgan demanded, I've been thinking, have you seen old Kugler? Ain't dared to lay an eye on him, Dad. Trouble enough without stirring up more, getting diplomatic. I've been thinking, sometimes the most diplomatic thing a guy can do is to can all this mayor's office diplomatic stuff and go right to the point and surprise him. Come on. Polo could not know with what agony, lest he be apprehended before his work was done, Dorgan came out into the light, the comparative flickering light of Menace Place, and openly proceeded to Kugler's delicatessen shop. They came into Kugler's shop without parley or trembling, and Dorgan's face, more wind-red now than gray or spectral, was impassive, as befits a patrolman, as he thrust open the door and bellowed, Evenin'! At the dumb-stricken pair behind the counter, the horrified old Jewish scholar, and the yearning maid fired at the sight of her lover. Round these four trivial and obviously unromantic people was the trivial and unromantic peacefulness of small cream cheeses and absurd long solemn mottled sausages, of beans and pots and Saratoga chips in pasteboard boxes. Yet there was a shock of human electricity as that bully of souls, Don Dorgan, straightened up, laid his hands on the counter, and spoke. Kugler, said he, you're going to listen to me, because if you don't, I'll wreck the works. You've spoiled 4 lives. You've made this boy a criminal, forbidding him a good fine love, and now you're planning to keep him one. You've killed Effie the same way. Look at the longing in the poor little pigeon's face. You've made me an unhappy old man. But you've been thorough. You included yourself. You made yourself. That's meaning to be good and decent as the Archbishop himself, unhappy by a row with your own flesh and blood. Some said I've been off me nut, Kugler, but I know I've been out beyond where they understand everything and forgive everything, except maybe the stubbornness of old men that try to claw at young lives from the grave. And I learnt it's harder to be bad than to be good, that you've been working harder to make us all unhappy than you could have to make us all happy. It is very doubtful if, as a moment of fact, Kugler understood a single one of Dorgan's postulates. What he did understand was the emotion of it, the charging, swooping earnestness. Don Dorgan was a professional, trained to force weaklings to do the will of the law, and now in his ridiculous wrappings with no uniform, no shield, no club, he was more superbly the man-mastering official than ever in his life before. His gaunt, shabby bigness seemed to swell and fill the shop. His moving shadow was gigantic as a gaslight casted upon the shelves of bottles and cans. His voice boomed and his eyes glowed with a will unassailable. The tyrant Kugler was wordless, and he listened with respect as Dorgan went on more gently. You're a godly man among the sinners, but that's made you think you must always be right. Are you willing to kill us all just to prove you can't never be wrong? Man, that's a fiendish thing to do, and oh, how much easier it would be to give way once and let this poor cold boy creep home to the warmness that he do belonging. So for, with the blizzard bitter around him, and every man's hand again him, look at them poor good children. Kugler looked, and he beheld Polo and Effie, still separated by the chill marble counter, with their hands clasped across it, their eyes met in utter frankness. Well, said Kugler wistfully. Effie was around the counter in Polo's arms, moaning, My poor boy that was hurt so. I'll make it right. So, said Patrolman Dorgan. Well, I must be back on me beat at the asylum. I guess that will be me regular beat now. Into the Ghost Patrol by Sinclair Lewis.
The Miser in the Bush by Jacob Grimm and Wilhelm Grimm. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Will Anthony. The Miser in the Bush. A farmer had a faithful and diligent servant who had worked hard for him 3 years without having been paid any wages. At last it came to the man's head that he would not go on thus without pay any longer. So he went to his master and said, I have worked hard for you a long time. I will trust to you to give me what I deserve to have for my trouble. The farmer was a sad miser and knew that his man was very simple-hearted. So he took out 3p and gave him for every year's service a penny. The poor fellow thought it was a great deal of money to have and said to himself, Why should I work hard and live here on bad fare any longer? I can now travel into the wide world and make myself merry. With that, he put his money into his purse and set out, roaming over hill and valley. As he jogged along over the fields, singing and dancing, a little dwarf met him and asked him what made him so merry. Why, what should make me downhearted? Said he. I am sound in health and rich in purse. What should I care for? I have saved up my 3 years' earnings and have it all safe in my pocket. How much may it come to? Said the little man. Full 3p, replied the countryman. I wish you would give them to me, said the other. I am very poor. Then the man pitied him and gave him all he had. And the little dwarf said in return, As you have such a kind, honest heart, I will grant you 3 wishes, 1 for every penny, so choose whatever you like. Then the countryman rejoiced at his good luck and said, I like many things better than money. First, I will have a bow that will bring down everything I shoot at. Secondly, a fiddle that will set everyone dancing that hears me play upon it. And thirdly, I should like that everyone should grant what I ask. The dwarf said he should have his 3 wishes. So he gave him the bow and fiddle and went his way. Our honest friend journeyed on his way too, and if he was merry before, he was now 10 times more so. He had not gone far before he met an old miser. Close by them stood a tree, and on the topmost twig sat a thrush, singing away most joyfully. Oh, what a pretty bird, said the miser. I would give a great deal of money to have such a one. If that's all, said the countryman, I will soon bring it down. Then he took up his bow, and down fell the thrush into the bushes at the foot of the tree. The miser crept into the bush to find it, but directly he had got into the middle, his companion took up his fiddle and played away, and the miser began to dance and spring about, capering higher and higher into the air. The thrones soon began to tear his clothes, till they all hung in rags about him, and he himself was all scratched and wounded, so that the blood ran down. Oh, for heaven's sake, cried the miser, Master, master, pray let the fiddle alone. What have I done to deserve this? Thou hast shaved many a poor soul close enough, said the other. Thou art only meeting thy reward. So we played up another tune. Then the miser began to beg and promise and offered money for his liberty. But he did not come up to the musician's price for some time. And he danced him along brisker and brisker, and the miser bid higher and higher, till at last he offered a full 100 of florins that he had in his purse, and had just gained by cheating some poor fellow. When the countryman saw so much money, he said, I will agree to your proposal. So he took the purse, put up his fiddle, and travelled on, very pleased with his bargain. Meanwhile the miser crept out of the bush half naked and in a piteous plight, and began to ponder how he should take his revenge, and serve his late companion some trick. At last he went to the judge, and complained that the rascal had robbed him of his money, and beaten him into the bargain, and that the fellow who did carried a bow at his back and a fiddle hung round his neck. Then the judge sent out his officers to bring up the accused wherever they should find him, and he was soon caught and brought up to be tried. The miser began to tell his tale, and said he had been robbed of his money. No, you gave it to me for playing a tune for you, said the countryman. But the judge told him that was not likely, and cut the money short by ordering him off to the gallows. So away he was taken. But as he stood on the steps, he said, My lord judge, grant me one last request. Anything but thy life, replied the other. No, said he. I do not ask my life, only to let me play upon my fiddle for the last time. The miser cried out, Oh, no, no, for heaven's sake, don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. But the judge said, It is only this once, he will soon have done. The fact was, he could not refuse the request, on account of the dwarf's third gift. Then the miser said, bind me fast, for pity's sake. But the countryman seized his fiddle and struck up a tune. And at the first note, judge, clerks, and jailer were in motion. All began capering, and no one could hold the miser. At the second note, the hangman let his prisoner go, and danced also, and by the time he had played the first bar of the tune, all were dancing together. Judge, court, and miser, and all the people who had followed to look on. At first, the thing was merry and pleasant enough. But when it had gone on a while, and there seemed to be no end of playing or dancing, they began to cry out, and beg him to leave off. but he stopped not a whit the more for their entreaties, till the judge not only gave him his life, but promised to return him the 100 florins. Then he called to the miser, and said, Tell us now, ye vagabond, where you got that gold, or I shall play on for your amusement only. I stole it, said the miser, in the presence of all the people. I acknowledge that I stole it, and that you earned it fairly. Then the countryman stopped his fiddle, and left the miser to take his place at the gallows. End of Miser in the Bush.
The Horse You Don't See Now, by Rolf Boulderwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Algy. Many years ago, I was summoned to attend the couch of a dear relative believed to be in extremis. The messenger arrived at my club with a buggy, drawn by a dark bay horse. The distance to be driven to Toorak was under 4 miles. The road good. I have a dislike to being driven. Those who have handled the reins much in their time will understand the feeling. Taking them mechanically from the man, I drew the whip across the bay horse. The light touch sent him down Collins Street East, over Prince's Bridge, and through the toll-bar gate at an exceptionally rapid pace. This I did not remark at the time, being absorbed in sorrowful anticipation. During the anxious week which followed, I drove about the turnout, a hired one, daily. Now for this or that doctor, anon for nurse or attendant. Then the beloved sufferer commenced to amend, to recover, so that, without impropriety, my thoughts became imperceptibly disengaged from her, to concentrate themselves upon the dark bay horse. For that he was no ordinary livery-stable hack was evident to a judge. Imprimis, very fast. Had I not passed everything on the road, except a professional trotter, that had not, indeed, so much the best of it? Quiet, too. He would stand unwatched, though naturally impatient. He never tripped, never seemed to give on the hard blue metal, was staunch uphill and steady down, needed no whip, yet took it kindly, neither switching his tail angrily, nor making as if ready to smash all and sundry, like ill-mannered horses. Utterly faultless did he seem. But experience in matters equine leads to distrust. Hired out per day from a livery stable keeper, I could hardly believe that to be the case. All the same, I felt strongly moved to buy him on the chance of his belonging to the select tribe of exceptional performers, not to be passed over by so dear a lover of horseflesh as myself. Moreover, I possessed, curious to relate, a dead match for him, another bay horse of equally lavish action, high courage, and recent accidental introduction. The temptation was great. I will buy him, said I to myself, if he is for sale, and also if... Here I pulled up, got down in the road, and carefully looked him over from head to tail. He stepped quietly. I can see him now, moving his impatient head gently back and forward like a horse weaving, a trick he had under all circumstances. Years afterwards he performed similarly to the astonishment of a bushranger in Riverina, whose revolver was pointed at the writer's head the while, less anxious indeed for his personal safety than that old steamer, such was his appropriate name, should march on, and, having a nervous running mate, smash the buggy. To return, however, this was the result of my inspection. Item, 1 broken knee. Item, 7 years old. Within mark, decidedly. Legs sound and clean, but just beginning to knuckle above the pasterns. There was a conflict of opinions. Says Prudence, "What? Buy a screw? Brilliant, of course, but sure to crack soon. Been had that way before. I'm ashamed of you." Said Hope, "I don't know so much about that. Knee probably an accident. Dark night, heap of stones, anything. Goes like a bird. Grand shoulder. Can't fall. Legs come right with rest. Barely 7, quite a babe. Cheap at anything under 50. Chance him. I'll buy him, dashed if I don't. I got in again, and drove thoughtfully to the stables of Mr. Washington, a large-sized gentleman of colour, hailing from the States. "He's the favouriteest animal in my stable, boss," he made answer to me as I guardedly introduced the subject of purchase. "All the young women's dead set on him. Don't know as I could do without him, noways." Every word of this was true, as it turned out. But how was I to know? The world of currycombs and dandy brushes is full of insincerities. Caveat emptor. I continued airily, "You won't charge extra for this broken knee? What's the figure?" Here I touched the too yielding ankle joint with my boot. That may have decided him. Much hung in the balance. Many a year of splendid service, a child's life saved, a grand night exploit in a flooded river, with distressed damsels nearly overborne by a raging torrent. All these lay in the future. "You'll give me £30, boss," he gulped out. "You'll never be sorry for it." "Lend me a saddle," quoth I. "I'll write the cheque now. Take him out. I can ride him away." I did so. Never did I, never did another man, make a better bargain. I had partly purchased and wholly christened him to match another bay celebrity named Railway, of whom I had become possessed after this fashion. Wanting a harness horse at short notice a few months before, I betook myself to the coach depot of Cobb & Co., situated in Lonsdale Street. Mr. Beck was then the manager, and to him I addressed myself. He ordered out several likely animals, from his point of view, for my inspection, but I was not satisfied with any of them. At length, "Bring out the railway horse," said the man in authority, and out came, as I thought, rather a peacocky bay, with head and tail up. A great shoulder certainly, but rather light-waisted, possessed of 4 capital legs. Very fine in the skin. Yes. Still I mistrusted him as a Sunday horse. Never was there a greater mistake. "Like to see him go?" I nodded assent. In a minute and a half we were spinning up Lonsdale Street in an Abbott buggy, across William and down Collins Street, then pretty crowded, at the rate of 14 miles an hour. Mr. Beck holding a broad red rein in either hand, and threading the ranks of vehicles with graceful ease. "He can go," I observed. "He's a tarnation fine traveller, I tell you," was the answer, a statement which I found, by after experience, to be strictly in accordance with fact. The price required was £40, the which, promptly paying, this was in 1860, I drove my new purchase out to Heidelberg that night. One of those horses that required of one nothing but to sit still and hold him. Fast, game, wiring, and enduring. When I became possessed of steamer, I had such a pair as few people were privileged to sit behind. For 4 years I enjoyed as much happiness as can be absorbed by mortal horse owner in connection with an unsurpassable pair of harness horses. They were simply perfect, as to style, speed, and action. I never was passed, never even challenged, on the road by any other pair. Railway, the slower horse of the two, had done, by measurement, 8 miles in half an hour. So, at their best, both horses at speed, it may be guessed how they made a buggy spin behind them. Then they were a true match, one a little darker than the other, but so much alike in form, colour, and courage, the strangers never knew them apart. They became attached readily, and would leave other horses and feed about together when turned into a paddock or the bush. A check, however, was given to exaltation during the first days of my proprietorship. Both horses, when bought, were low in flesh. In hard condition, certainly, but showing a good deal of bone. A month's stabling and gentle exercise caused them to look very different. The new buggy came home, the new harness. They were put together for the first time. Full of joyful anticipation, I mounted the driving seat, and told the groom to let go their heads. Horror of horrors! "The divil a stir," as he remarked, could be got out of them. Collar-proud from ease and good living, they declined to tighten the traces. An indiscreet touch or two with the whip caused one horse to plunge, the other to hold back. In half and half condition, I had seen both draw like working bullocks. Now, "they wouldn't pull the hat off your head," my Australian Mickey Free affirmed. By patience and persuasion, I prevailed upon them at length to move off. Then it was a luxury of a very high order to sit behind them. How they caused the strong but light-running trap to whirl and spin! An express train with the steam omitted. Mile after mile might one sit when the roads were good, careful only to keep the pace at 12 miles an hour, by no means to alter the pull on the reins, lest they should translate it into an order for full speed. With heads held high at the same angle, with legs rising from the ground at the same second of time, alike their extravagant action, their eager courage. As mile after mile was cast behind, the exclamation of "Perfection! Absolute perfection!" rose involuntarily to one's lips. In this whale, where deceitful dealers and plausible horses abound, how rare to experience so full-flavoured a satisfaction! None of us, however, are perfect all round. Flawless might be their action, but both Steamer and his friend Railway had a little temper, the differing expressions of which took me years to circumvent. Curiously, neither exhibited the least forwardness in single harness. Railway was, by temperament, dignified, undemonstrative, proud. If touched sharply with the whip, he turned his head and gazed at you. He did not offer to kick or stop. Such vulgar tricks were beneath him. But he calmly gave you to understand that he would not accelerate his movements or start when unwilling, if you flogged him to death. No whip did he need, I trow. The most constant horse in the world, he kept going through the longest day with the tireless regularity of an engine. They never became quite free from certain peculiarities at starting, after a spell, or when in high condition. Years passed in experiments before I wrote myself conqueror. I tried the whip more than once. I record it contritely, with signal ill success. It was truly wonderful why they declined to start on the first day of a journey. Once off, they would pull staunchly wherever horses could stand. Never was the day too long, the pace too fast, the road too deep. What, then, was the hidden cause, the premier pas, which cost so much trouble to achieve? Nervous excitability seemed to be the drawback. The fact of being attached to a trap in double harness appeared to overexcite their sensitive, highly strung organisations. Was it not worth while, then, to take thought and care for a pair which could travel 50 or 60 miles a day, in front of a family vehicle filled with children and luggage, for a week together, that didn't cost a shilling a year for whipcord, and that had never been passed by a pair on the road since I had possessed them? Were they not worth a little extra trouble? Many trials and experiments demonstrated that there was but one solution. Success meant patience, with a dash of forethought. A little saddle exercise for a day or two before the start. Then to begin early on the morning of the eventful day, to have everything packed, passengers and all, in the buggy, coach fashion, before any hint of putting to. Both horses to be fed and watered at least an hour before. Then at the last moment to bring them out of the stable, heedfully and respectfully, avoiding rude speech or jesting rough. Railway especially resented being lugged awkwardly by the rain. If all things were done decently and in order, this would be the usual programme. Steamer, more excitable but more amiable, could be entrusted to a groom. Silently and quickly they would be poled up, the reins buckled, and Railway's traces attached. All concerned had been drilled, down to the youngest child, to be discreetly silent. It was forbidden, on pain of death, to offer suggestion, much less to chick. The reins were taken in one hand by paterfamilias, who with the other drew back Steamer's traces, oppressed with an awful sense of responsibility, as of one igniting a fuse or connecting a torpedo wire, and as the outer trace was attached, stepped lightly onto the front seat. The groom and helper stole backward like shadows. Steamer made a plunging snatch at his collar. Railway followed up with a steady rush, and we were off for good and all, for 100, 200, 500 miles. Distance made no difference to them. The last stage was even as the first. They only wanted holding. Not that they pulled disagreeably, or unreasonably either. I lost my whip once, and drove without one for 6 months. It was only on the first day of a journey that the theatrical performance was produced. But this chronicle would be incomplete without reference to the sad alternative when the start did not come off at first intention. On these inauspicious occasions, possibly from an east wind or oats below sample, everything went wrong. Steamer sidled and pulled prematurely before the traces were hitched, while Railway's reserved expression deepened, a sure sign that he wasn't going to pull at all. The other varied his vexatious plungings by backing onto the whipple tree, or bending outwards by way of testing the elasticity of the pole. Nothing could now be done. Persuasion, intimidation, deception had all been tried previously in vain. The recipe of paterfamilias, as to horse management, was to sit perfectly still, with the reins firmly held but moveless, buttoning his gloves with an elaborate pretence of never minding. All known expedients have come to naught long ago. Pushing the wheels, even downhill, is regarded with contempt. Leading, except by a lady, scornfully refused. The whip is out of the question. Patience is a virtue, indeed the virtue, the only one which will serve our turn. Meanwhile, when people are fairly on the warpath, this dead refusal to budge an inch is a little, just a little, exasperating. Paterfamilias computes, however, that 10 minutes' delay can be made up with such steppers. He smiles benignantly as he pulls out a newspaper and asks his wife if she has brought her book. 2 minutes? 4? 5? Or is it half an hour? The time seems long. 300,000 diables! The natural man feels inclined to ejaculate. He knows that he is sinking fast in the estimation of newly arrived station hands and chance spectators. 8 minutes. Railway makes no sign. Years might roll on before he would start with an unwilling mate. 9 minutes. Steamer, whose impatient soul abhors inaction, begins to pour. The student is absorbed in his leading article. 10 minutes. Steamer opens his mouth and carries the whole equipage off with one rush. Railway is up and away. Half a second later, the proprietor folds up his journal and takes them firmly in hand. The children begin to laugh and chatter, the lady to converse, and the journey, long or short, wet or dry, may be considered, as far as horseflesh is concerned, to be un fait accompli. At the end of 4 years of unclouded happiness, as novelists write of wedded life, this state of literal conjugal bliss was doomed to end. An epidemic of lung disease, such as at intervals sweeps over the land, occurred in Victoria. Railway fell a victim, being found dead in his paddock. Up to this time he had never been sick or sorry, lame, tired, or unfit to go. His iron legs, with feet to match, showed no sign of work. In single harness he was miraculous, going mile after mile with the regularity of a steam engine, apparently incapable of fatigue. I was lucky to have a fast, clever grandson of Cornborough to put in his place. He lasted 10 years. A half-brother, 3 years more. The old horse was using up his 4th running mate, and entering upon his 20th year in my service, when King Death put on the brake. Not the least noticeable among Steamer's many good qualities was his kindly, generous temper. His was the Arab's docile gentleness with children. The large mild eye, on which you could hang your hat, as the stable idiom goes, was a true indication of character. I was a bachelor when I first became his master. As time passed on, Mrs. Boulderwood and the elder girls used to drive him to the country town in New South Wales near which we afterwards dwelt. The boys rode him as soon as they could straddle a horse. They hung by his tail, walked between his legs, and did all kinds of confidential circus performances for the benefit of their young friends. He was never known to bite, kick, or in any way offer harm, and, speedy to the last, with age he never lost pace or courage. All spirit and no vice was a compendium of his character. By flood and field, in summer's heat or winter's cold, he failed us never. Was credited, besides, with having saved the lives of 2 of the children by his docility and intelligence. He was twice loose with the buggy at his heels at night, once without winkers, which he had rubbed off. On the last occasion, after walking down to the gate of the paddock and finding it shut, nearly a mile, he turned round without locking the wheels and came galloping up to the door of the house. It was a ball night, and he had got tired of waiting. When I ran out, pale with apprehension, I discovered the headstall hanging below his chest. His extreme docility with children I attribute to his being, for many years, strictly a family horse, exclusively fed, harnessed, and driven by ourselves. It is needless to say he was petted a good deal. Indeed, he thought nothing of walking through the kitchen, a brick-floored edifice, when he thought corn should be forthcoming. Horses are generally peaceable with children, but not invariably, as I have known of limbs broken, and more than one lamentable death occasioned by kicks, when the poor things went too near unwittingly. But the old horse couldn't kick. I reckon he didn't know how. And when he died, gloom and grief fell upon the whole family, who mourned as for the death of a dear friend. End of The Horse You Don't See Now.
Mrs. Dalloway in Bond Street by Virginia Woolf. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Mrs. Dalloway said she would buy the gloves herself. Big Ben was striking as she stepped out into the street. It was 11 o'clock, and the unused hour was fresh as if issued to children on a beach. But there was something solemn in the deliberate swing of the repeated strokes, something stirring in the murmur of wheels and the shuffle of footsteps. No doubt they were not all bound on errands of happiness. There is much more to be said about us than that we walk the streets of Westminster. Big Ben, too, is nothing but steel rods consumed by rust were it not for the care of H.M.'s Office of Works. Only for Mrs. Dalloway the moment was complete. For Mrs. Dalloway June was fresh, a happy childhood, and it was not to his daughters only that Justin Perry had seemed a fine fellow, weak, of course, on the bench. Flowers at evening, smoke rising, the caw of rooks falling from ever so high, down, down through the October air. There is nothing to take the place of childhood. A leaf of mint brings it back, or a cup with a blue ring. Poor little wretches, she sighed, and pressed forward. Oh, right under the horses' noses, you little demon! And there she was left on the curb stretching her hand out, while Jimmy Dawes grinned on the farther side. A charming woman, poised, eager, strangely white-haired for her pink cheeks. So Scope Purvis, C.B., saw her as he hurried to his office. She stiffened a little, waiting for Dirtnall's van to pass. Big Ben struck the 10th, struck the 11th stroke. The leaden circles dissolved in the air. Pride held her erect, inheriting, handing on, acquainted with discipline and with suffering. How people suffered, how they suffered, she thought, thinking of Mrs. Foxcroft at the embassy last night decked with jewels, eating her heart out because that nice boy was dead, and now the old manor house, Dirtnall's van passed, must go to a cousin. "Good morning to you," said Hugh Whitbread, raising his hat rather extravagantly by the china shop, for they had known each other as children. "Where are you off to?" "I love walking in London," said Miss Dalloway. "Really, it's better than walking in the country." "We've just come up," said Hugh Whitbread, "unfortunately to see doctors." "Milly?" said Mrs. Dalloway, instantly compassionate. "Out of sorts," said Hugh Whitbread. "That sort of thing. Dick all right?" "First rate," said Clarissa. Of course, she thought, walking on. Milly is about my age, 50, 52, so it is probably that. Hugh's manner had said so, said it perfectly. Dear old Hugh, thought Mrs. Dalloway, remembering with amusement, with gratitude, with emotion, how shy, like a brother. One would rather die than speak to one's brother, Hugh had always been. When he was at Oxford and came over, and perhaps one of them, drat that thing, couldn't ride. How then could women sit in Parliament? How could they do things with men? For there's this extraordinarily deep instinct, something inside one. You can't get over it. It's no use trying. And men like Hugh respect it without our saying it. Which is what one loves, thought Clarissa, in dear old Hugh. She had passed through the Admiralty Arch, and saw at the end of the empty road with its thin trees Victoria's white mound. Victoria's billowing motherliness, amplitude and homeliness, always ridiculous, yet how sublime, thought Mrs. Dalloway, remembering Kensington Gardens and the old lady in horn spectacles, and being told by Nanny to stop dead still and bow to the Queen. The flag flew above the palace. The King and Queen were back then. Dick had met her at lunch the other day, a thoroughly nice woman. It matters so much to the poor, thought Clarissa, and to the soldiers. A man in bronze stood heroically on a pedestal with a gun on her left-hand side. The South African War. It matters, thought Mrs. Dalloway, walking towards Buckingham Palace. There it stood foursquare, in the broad sunshine, uncompromising, plain. But it was character, she thought, something inborn in the race, what Indians respected. The Queen went to hospitals, opened bazaars. The Queen of England, thought Clarissa, looking at the palace. Already at this hour a motor car passed out at the gates. Soldiers saluted, the gates were shut, and Clarissa, crossing the road, entered the park holding herself upright. June had drawn out every leaf on the trees. The mothers of Westminster with mottled breasts gave suck to their young. Quite respectable girls lay stretched on the grass. An elderly man, stooping very stiffly, picked up a crumpled paper, spread it out flat, and flung it away. How horrible! Last night at the embassy Sir Dighton had said, "If I want a fellow to hold my horse, I have only to put up my hand." But the religious question is far more serious than the economic. Sir Dighton had said, which she thought extraordinarily interesting, from a man like Sir Dighton. "Oh, the country will never know what it has lost," he had said, talking of his own accord about dear Jack Stewart. She mounted the little hill lightly. The air stirred with energy. Messages were passing from the Fleet to the Admiralty. Piccadilly and Arlington Street and the Mall seemed to chafe the very air in the park and lift its leaves hotly, brilliantly upon the waves of that divine vitality which Clarissa loved. To ride, to dance, she had adored all that. Or going long walks in the country, talking about books, what to do with one's life, for young people were amazingly priggish. Oh, the things one had said. But one had conviction. Middle age is the devil. People like Jack'll never know that, she thought, for he never once thought of death. Never, never, they said, knew he was dying. And now can never mourn. How did it go? A head grown grey, from the contagion of the world's slow stain, have drunk their cup a round or two before? From the contagion of the world's slow stain? She held herself upright. But how Jack would have shouted! Quoting Shelley in Piccadilly. "You want a pin?" he would have said. He hated frumps. My God, Clarissa! My God, Clarissa! She could hear him now at the Devonshire house party, about poor Sylvia Hunt and her amber necklace and that dowdy old silk. Clarissa held herself upright, for she had spoken aloud, and now she was in Piccadilly, passing the house with the slender green columns and the balconies, passing club windows full of newspapers, old Lady Burdick Coutts' house where she glazed white parrots used to hang, and Devonshire House, without its gilt leopards, and Claridge's, where she must remember Dick wanted her to leave a card on Mrs. Jepson's, or she would be gone. Rich Americans can be very charming. There was St. James's Place, like a child's game with bricks, and now she had passed Bond Street. She was by Hatchard's bookshop. The stream was endless, endless, endless. Lord's, Ascot, Hurlingham. What was it? What, a duck? She thought, looking at the frontispiece of some book of memoirs spread wide in the bow window. Sir Joshua, perhaps, or Romney, Arkwright, Demure. The sort of girl, like her own Elizabeth, the only real sort of girl. And there was that absurd book, Soapy Sponge, which Jim used to quote by the yard, and Shakespeare's sonnets. She knew them by heart. Phil and she had argued all day about the dark lady, and Dick had said straight out at dinner that night that he had never heard of her. Really, she had married him for that? He had never read Shakespeare. There must be some little cheap book she could buy for Milly. Cranford, of course. Was there ever anything so enchanting as the Cow in Petticoats? If only people had that sort of humor, that sort of self-respect now, thought Clarissa, for she remembered the broad pages, the sentences ending, the characters, how one talked about them as if they were real. For all the great things, one must go to the past, she thought, from the contagion of the world's slow stain, fear no more the heat of the sun, and now can never mourn, she repeated, her eyes straying over the window, for it ran in her head, the test of great poetry. The moderns had never written anything one wanted to read about death, she thought, and turned. Omnibuses joined motor cars, vans, taxicabs, motor cars. Here was an open motor car with a girl, alone. Up till 4, her feet tingling, I know, thought Clarissa, for the girl looked washed out, half asleep in the corner of the car after the dance. And another car came, and another. No, 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 Clarissa smiled good-naturedly. The fat lady had taken every sort of trouble, but diamonds, orchids, at this hour in the morning? No, no, no. The excellent policeman would, when the time came, hold up his hand. Another motor car passed. How utterly unattractive! Why should a girl of that age paint black round her eyes? And a young man with a girl at this hour? When the country, the admirable policeman raised his hand, and Clarissa, acknowledging his sway, taking her time, crossed, walked towards Bond Street, saw the narrow, crooked street, the yellow banners, the thick, notched telegraph wires stretched across the sky. 100 years ago, her great-great-grandfather, Seymour Perry, who ran away with Conway's daughter, had walked down Bond Street. Down Bond Street the Perrys had walked for hundreds of years, and might have met the Dalloways, Lays on the mother's side, going up. Her father got his clothes from Hill's. There was a roll of cloth in the window, and here just one jar on a black table, incredibly expensive, like the thick pink salmon on the ice block at the fishmonger's. The jewels were exquisite, pink and orange stars, paste, Spanish, she thought, and chains of old gold, starry buckles, little brooches which had been worn on sea-green satin by ladies with high head dresses. But no good looking. One must economize. She must go on past the picture dealers, where one of the odd French pictures hung, as if people had thrown confetti, pink and blue, for a joke. If you had lived with pictures, and it's the same with books and music, thought Clarissa, passing the Aeolian Hall, you can't be taken in by a joke. The river of Bond Street was clogged. There, like a queen at a tournament raised, regal, was Lady Bexborough. She sat in her carriage, upright, alone, looking through her glasses. The white glove was loose at her wrist. She was in black, quite shabby, yet, thought Clarissa, how extraordinary it tells, breeding self-respect, never saying a word too much or letting people gossip. An astonishing friend. No one can pick a hole in her after all these years, and now there she is, thought Clarissa, passing the Countess, who waited powdered, perfectly still, and Clarissa would have given anything to be like that, the mistress of Clarefield, talking politics like a man. But she never goes anywhere, thought Clarissa, and it's quite useless to ask her, and the carriage went on, and Lady Bexborough was borne past like a queen at a tournament, though she had nothing to live for, and the old man is failing, and they say she's sick of it all, thought Clarissa, and the tears actually rose to her eyes as she entered the shop. Good morning, said Clarissa in her charming voice. Gloves, she said, with her exquisite friendliness, and putting her bag on the counter, began very slowly to undo the buttons. White gloves, she said, above the elbow, and she looked straight into the shopwoman's face. But this was not the girl she remembered. She looked quite old. These really don't fit, said Clarissa. The shopgirl looked at them. Madame wears bracelets? Clarissa spread out her fingers. Perhaps it's my rings. And the girl took the gray gloves with her to the end of the counter. Yes, thought Clarissa. If it's the girl I remember, she's 20 years older. There is only one other customer, sitting sideways at the counter, her elbow poised, her bare hand drooping, vacant, like a figure on a Japanese fan, thought Clarissa. Too vacant, perhaps. Yet some men would adore her. The lady shook her head sadly. Again the gloves were too large. She turned round the glass. Above the wrist she approached the gray-headed woman, who looked and agreed. They waited. A clock ticked. Bond Street hummed, dulled, distant. The woman went away holding gloves. Above the wrist, said the lady, mournfully raising her voice. And she would have to order chairs, ices, flowers, and cloakroom tickets, thought Clarissa. The people she didn't want would come. The others wouldn't. She would stand by the door. They sold stockings, silk stockings. A lady is known by her gloves and her shoes, old Uncle William used to say. And through the hanging silk stockings, quivering silver, she looked at the lady, sloping shouldered, her hand drooping, her bag slipping, her eyes vacantly on the floor. It would be intolerable if dowdy women came to her party. Would one have liked Kietz if he had worn red socks? Oh, at last, she drew into the counter, and it flashed into her mind. Do you remember before the war you had gloves with pearl buttons? French gloves, madame? Yes, they were French, said Clarissa. The other lady rose very sadly and took her bag, and looked at the gloves on the counter. But they were all too large, always too large at the wrist. With pearl buttons, said the shop girl, who looked ever so much older. She split the lengths of tissue paper apart on the counter. With pearl buttons, thought Clarissa, perfectly simple. How French! Madame's hands are so slender, said the shop girl, drawing the glove firmly, smoothly down over her rings, and Clarissa looked at her arm in the looking-glass. The glove hardly came to the elbow. Were there others half an inch longer? Still, it seemed tiresome to bother her. Perhaps the one day in the month, thought Clarissa, when it's agony to stand. Oh, don't bother, she said, but the gloves were broad. Don't you get fearfully tired, she said in her charming voice, standing? When do you get your holiday? In September, madame, when we're not so busy. When we're in the country, thought Clarissa, or shooting. She has a fortnight at Brighton, in some stuffy lodging. The landlady takes the sugar. Nothing would be easier than to send her to Mrs. Lumley's right in the country, and it was on the tip of her tongue. But then she remembered how on their honeymoon Dick had shown her the folly of giving impulsively. It was much more important, he said, to get trade with China. Of course he was right, and she could feel the girl wouldn't like to be given things. There she was in her place. So was Dick. Selling gloves was her job. She had her own sorrows quite separate, and now can never mourn, can never mourn. The words ran in her head. From the contagion in the world's slow stain, thought Clarissa, holding her arm stiff, for there are moments when it seems utterly futile. The glove was drawn off, leaving her arm flecked with powder. Simply one doesn't believe, thought Clarissa, any more in God. The traffic suddenly roared. The silk stockings brightened. A customer came in. White gloves, she said, with some ring in her voice that Clarissa remembered. It used, thought Clarissa, to be so simple. Down, down through the air came the caw of the rooks. When Sylvia died hundreds of years ago, the yew hedges looked so lovely with the diamond webs in the mist before early church. But if Dick were to die tomorrow, as for believing in God, no, she would let the children choose. But for herself, like the Lady Bexborough, who opened a bazaar, they say, with a telegram in her hand, Rodin, her favorite, killed. She would go on. But why, if one doesn't believe? For the sake of others, she thought, taking the glove in her hand. This girl would be much more unhappy if she didn't believe. 30 shillings, said the shopwoman. No, pardon me, madame, 35. The French gloves are more. For one doesn't live for oneself, thought Clarissa. And then the other customer took a glove, tugged it, and it split. There, she exclaimed. A fault of the skin, said the gray-headed woman hurriedly. Sometimes a drop of acid in tanning. Try this pair, madame. But it's an awful swindle to ask £2.10. Clarissa looked at the lady. The lady looked at Clarissa. Gloves have never been quite so reliable since the war, said the shop girl, apologizing to Clarissa. But where she had seen the other lady, elderly with a frill under her chin, wearing a black ribbon for gold eyeglasses, sensual, clever like a sergeant drawing. How one can tell from a voice when people are in the habit, thought Clarissa, of making other people. It's a shade too tight, she said. Obey. The shopwoman went off again. Clarissa was left waiting. Fear no more, she repeated, playing her finger on the counter. Fear no more the heat of the sun. Fear no more, she repeated. There were little brown spots on her arm, and the girl crawled like a snail. Though thy worldly task hast done, thousands of young men had died that things might go on. At last, half an inch above the elbow, pearl buttons, 5 1/4. My dear slow coach, thought Clarissa, do you think I can sit here the whole morning? Now you'll take 25 minutes to bring me my change. There was a violent explosion in the street outside. The shopwomen cowered behind the counters, but Clarissa, sitting very upright, smiled at the other lady. "Miss Anstrusa!" she exclaimed. End of Mrs. Dalloway in Bond Street by Virginia Woolf.
My Brother Henry by J. M. Barrie. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Tom Merritt. My Brother Henry. At first sight, it may not, perhaps, seem quite the thing that I should be hilarious because I have at last had the courage to kill my brother Henry. For some time, however, Henry had been annoying me. Strictly speaking, I never had a brother Henry. It is just 15 months since I began to acknowledge that there was such a person. It came about in this way. I have a friend of the name of Fenton, who, like myself, lives in London. His house is so conveniently situated that I can go there and back in one day. About 1.5 years ago, I was at Fenton's, and he remarked that he had met a man the day before who knew my brother Henry. Not having a brother Henry, I felt there must be a mistake somewhere, so I suggested that Fenton's friend had gone wrong in the name. My only brother, I pointed out, with the suavity of manner that makes me a general favorite, was called Alexander. "Yes," said Fenton, "but he spoke of Alexander also." Even this did not convince me that I had a brother Henry, and I asked Fenton the name of his friend. Scudamore was the name, and the gentleman had met my brothers Alexander and Henry 6 years previously in Paris. When I heard this, I probably frowned, for then I knew who my brother Henry was. Strange though it may seem, I was my own brother Henry. I distinctly remembered meeting this man Scudamore at Paris during the time that Alexander and I were there for a week's pleasure, and quarreled every day. I explained this to Fenton, and there, for the time being, the matter rested. I had, however, by no means heard the last of Henry. Several times afterwards I heard from various persons that Scudamore wanted to meet me because he knew my brother Henry. At last we did meet, at a Bohemian supper party in Furnival's Inn, and almost as soon as he saw me, Scudamore asked where Henry was now. This was precisely what I feared. I am a man who always looks like a boy. There are few persons of my age in London who retain their boyish appearance as long as I have done. Indeed, this is the curse of my life. Though I am approaching the age of 30, I pass for 20, and I have observed old gentlemen frown at my precocity when I said a good thing or helped myself to a second glass of wine. There was therefore nothing surprising in Scudamore's remark that, when he had the pleasure of meeting Henry, Henry must have been about the age that I had now reached. All would have been well had I explained the real state of affairs to this annoying man, but, unfortunately for myself, I loathe entering upon explanations to anybody about anything. When I ring for my boots and my servants think I want a glass of water, I drink the water and remain indoors. Much then did I dread the discussion with Scudamore, his surprise when he heard that I was Henry, my Christian name is Thomas, and his comments on my youthful appearance. Besides, I was at that moment carving a tough fowl, and as I learned to carve from a handbook, I can make no progress unless I keep muttering to myself, cut from A to B, taking care to pass along the lines CD, and sever the wing K from the body, at the point F. There was no likelihood of my meeting Scudamore again, so the easiest way to get rid of him seemed to be to humor him. I therefore told him that Henry was in India, married and doing well. "Remember me to Henry when you write to him," was Scudamore's last remark to me that evening. A few weeks later, someone tapped me on the shoulder in Oxford Street. It was Scudamore. "Heard from Henry?" he asked. I said I had heard by the last mail. "Anything particular in the letter?" I felt it would not do to say there was nothing particular in a letter which had come all the way from India, so I hinted that Henry had had trouble with his wife. By this I meant that her health was bad. But he took it up in another way, and I did not set him right. Ah, he said, shaking his head sagaciously. "I'm sorry to hear that. Poor Henry. Poor old boy," was all I could think of replying. "How about his children?" Scudamore asked. "How about his children?" Scudamore asked. "Oh, the children," I said, with what I thought presence of mind, "are coming to England." "To stay with Alexander?" he asked, for Alexander is a married man. My answer was that Alexander was expecting them by the middle of next month, and eventually Scudamore went away muttering, "Poor Henry." In a month or so we met again. "No word of Henry's getting leave of absence?" asked Scudamore. I replied shortly that Henry had gone to live in Bombay and would not be home for years. He saw that I was brusque, so what does he do but draw me aside for a quiet explanation. "I suppose," he said, "you are annoyed because I told Fenton that Henry's wife had run away from him. The fact is, I did it for your good. You see, I happened to make a remark to Fenton about your brother Henry, and he said that there was no such person. Of course, I laughed at that and pointed out not only that I had the pleasure of Henry's acquaintance, but that you and I had a talk about the old fellow every time we met. "Well," Fenton said, "this is a most remarkable thing, for Tom," meaning you, "said to me in this very room, sitting in that very chair, that Alexander was his only brother. I saw that Fenton resented your concealing the existence of your brother Henry from him. So I thought the most friendly thing I could do was to tell him that your reticence was doubtless due to the fact that Henry's private affairs were troubling you. Naturally, in the circumstances, you did not want to talk about Henry." I shook Scudamore by the hand, telling him that he had acted judiciously. But if I could have stabbed him quietly at that moment, I dare say I should have done it. I did not see Scudamore again for a long time, for I took care to keep out of his way, but I heard first from him and then of him. One day he wrote to me saying that his nephew was going to Bombay, and would I be so good as to give the youth an introduction to my brother Henry. He also asked me to dine with him and his nephew. I declined the dinner, but I sent the nephew the required note of introduction to Henry. The next I heard of Scudamore was from Fenton. "By the way," said Fenton, "Scudamore is in Edinburgh at present." I trembled, for Edinburgh is where Alexander lives. "What has taken him there?" I asked, with assumed carelessness. Fenton believed it was business. "But," he added, "Scudamore asked me to tell you that he meant to call on Alexander, as he was anxious to see Henry's children." A few days afterwards I had a telegram from Alexander, who generally uses this means of communication when he corresponds with me. "Do you know a man Scudamore? Reply," was what Alexander said. I thought of answering that we had met a man of that name when we were in Paris, but on the whole replied boldly, know no one of the name of Scudamore. About 2 months ago, I passed Scudamore in Regent Street, and he did not recognize me. This I could have borne if there had been no more of Henry. But I knew that Scudamore was now telling everybody about Henry's wife. By and by, I got a letter from an old friend of Alexander's, asking me if there was any truth in a report that Alexander was going to Bombay. Soon afterwards, Alexander wrote to me to say that he had been told by several persons that I was going to Bombay. In short, I saw that the time had come for killing Henry. So I told Fenton that Henry had died of fever, deeply regretted, and asked him to be sure to tell Scudamore, who had always been interested in the deceased's welfare. The other day, Fenton told me that he had communicated the sad intelligence to Scudamore. "How did he take it?" I asked. "Well," Fenton said reluctantly, "he told me that when he was up in Edinburgh, he did not get on well with Alexander, but he expressed great curiosity as to Henry's children." "Ah," I said, "the children were both drowned in the Forth. A sad affair. We can't bear to talk of it. I am not likely to see much of Scudamore again, nor is Alexander. Scudamore now goes about saying that Henry was the only one of us he really liked." End of My Brother Henry by J.M. Barrie.
Nightwings by Jack Snow. From Weird Tales, September 1927. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Nightwings by Jack Snow. Nerl stood for a moment in the window, looking far down at the moonlit garden, with its nodding, moist blossoms and lichenous, aged trunks. A moth flitted past his shoulder in search of flame. A rush of cool air swept around him, fluttering the window draperies. He was wrapped deep in thought, his mind far away, like an adventurer in strange lands. He stood on the very edge of the open window. Suddenly he felt himself falling. Down, down. He closed his eyes to shut out the sight of the earth rushing toward him. A host of lights sped like comet tails across his eyelids. He awaited for the impact. He was still falling, gently now, like an autumn leaf on a full, swelling breeze. Slowly he opened his eyes. The earth was only a few feet below him. He was floating toward it, as gracefully as a feather loosened from the plumage of a bird. Now the tips of his toes touched the glistening, dew-beaded grass blades, and became moist and coolly damp with the crystal drops. And then, just as his toes touched the grass, he felt himself soaring high into the air again, rebounding, as if he were the lightest of airy bubbles. Far above the tops of the tallest trees he rose and floated, on and on. Now, how cool the breeze! How gently it caressed his tired body, as if it would soothe him into rest. The earth lay far below him. He flew gracefully on through the silver darkness. At times he rolled on his back and watched the blue, peaceful heavens flow past him. The twinkling stars nodded as if all were understood between them, and there were no mysteries at all. Again he lay with his face toward the dark, sleeping earth. How sad it looked, and forsaken. the quiet, shell-like houses, the dim, deserted lanes and alleys, the feeble street lamps flickering, the melancholy trees sighing as the flowing wind plied their branches to and fro in a mournful reverie that seemed to whistle a sorrowful accompaniment to its own melody as it swept around corners and rolled up hills and sank into vales. All this Nerl saw as he flew on and on. The flying was no effort, for he was a bit of the merest flotsam on the great soft sea. Once he passed over a town and swept low into the streets. 2 men saw him and pointed and opened their mouths as if to shout in wonder, although Nerl heard no sound whatever. Again he circled around the belfry of the old church. The dust of the village lay thick on its stones, and as he swept past, 3 large bats fell from their perches and began swooping in ever-increasing circles as their ribbed wings clicked through the wind like ghastly castanets. He followed the liquid path of a stream whose waters were bathed in moonlight, and leapt over massive stones to leave them dripping in the streams of purest silver. He watched it further on as it hurtled madly over a fall and dashed headlong into the rocks below. He flew low enough to catch the cool spray in his face, and listen to the roar of the water, and glimpse a silver fin leap for an instant from its depths. Further on, the stream widened into a lake, a placid, moonlit, shimmering lake, whose still surface rippled calmly in the breeze, hurried by no rushing currents. Its edges were stagnant and fringed with round lily pads and tall, slim rushes with forms like young girls, and water moss, and peopled with water insects that scurried like bits of broken light over its deep, grassy surface. From marshes came the voices of the stream animals, the nocturnal birds, the loons sorrowing, and the chants of the devout frogs. And all the while the breezes were fondling him, flowing over his naked body, tracing his shape, fluttering his hair, and touching his eyelids with cool fingertips. And then the sense of motion seemed to lull and become gradually slighter and slighter, until Nerl seemed almost to be at rest. The heavens grew dim, and the stars receded and glimmered like the minutest pinpoints, far, far away, in a remote background of nothingness. The earth became blackness, and at times all was swallowed up by the blackness, earth, sky, heavens, Nerl, and stars. Nerl lay like a dead, motionless planet midway between the stars and the earth for some minutes. Then, slowly, he opened his eyes. He lay flat on his back in his narrow bed, gazing up at the ceiling. So he had dreamed again. Yes, it was a dream, like those he had had many times before. Oh, the times he had flown! The times he had swung high above the earth in triumphant flight. And still more numerous times his power was limited to short hops, when he must return to the earth, as if for momentum, and fly only at broken intervals. He supposed everyone had dreams of this sort. He had found many accounts of them. King and beggar alike flew at night from the downy softness of velvet couches and the unyielding hardness of beds of stone. And each time Nerl had flown, and he had begun in his childhood, he had thought that surely this time he would remember after he woke how he had done it. but always the mists and fogs of reality arose to obscure the revelation. There remained with him, however, the conviction that flight was as natural, as instinctive, as walking. Tonight he had dreamed more perfectly, more vividly than ever before, and he had awakened while the dream was yet fresh and real. He was wide awake, and he remembered. There was no doubting it. He remembered clearly, perfectly. He was not disturbed nor excited. He was entirely cool and calm. Well, why not? What else had he been expecting, waiting, hoping for? It dawned upon him that the only reason it had ever seemed difficult to fly was that he had not guessed its simplicity. Now he would surprise his friends with his power. He lay staring solemnly and unblinkingly up at the ceiling. For some time he lay motionless, his mind quivering with thought, and then he arose and crept from his bed. It was not yet morning, and he could safely prove his power without fear of interference or detection. He slipped his nightclothes from his body and stepped quietly to the window. He threw wide open the doors of the window and gazed out. It was just such a night as he had left. There was the slumbering garden. There the tall, murmuring trees. There the starry heavens, and the moon, like a silver lady, stepping among the twinkling flowers of her garden. Already the breeze was wrapping itself around his body, filling him with intolerable delight. He stepped from the window. He fell horribly at first, as he had in his dream. He closed his eyes, and a myriad tiny balls burst into flaming light. His bare toe touched the grass for an instant. Then he soared aloft, high into the heavens. He opened his eyes. Ah, the bliss, the rapture of that flight! The floating in nothing, the contact with nothing, the complete airy lightness, the relaxation of strained muscles, and then the breeze, caressing, soothing, stroking, cool. The faintest rosy glow was in the east, and toward it he was flying. Early in the morning, just after dawn had broken, the old gardener, who had some new rose trees to set out under Nerl's window, found the white, naked body of the sleepwalker lying on the ground beneath the window. It was moist and covered with the dews of the morning, which glistened like a magical cloak threaded with diamonds, and possessed of miraculous power. The end of Night Wings by Jack Snow.
The Overture to Tannhäuser by E.F. Benson. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The Overture to Tannhäuser. Lady Hayes was looking extremely bored, but that was her normal condition, and had not necessarily anything to do with the fact that I was having tea with her. She was delivering herself of her opinions on the futility of existence. "Nobody really seems to care about anything," she was saying, "and I'm sure I don't. No one in London is ever enthusiastic, and there really seems no reason why they should be. How stupid it all is. Tonight, for instance, what a programme. I go out to dinner, and everyone will ask me if I enjoyed Ascot very much, and whether I have read the latest inane 3-volume novel. And I shall say that I detest Ascot, and I don't know what the last 3-volume novel is. Then I go to a ball, and everyone will say how lovely the flowers are, and how hot it will be in about an hour, and will I have an ice?" "Where are you dancing?" I asked. "At the Waldenex." "Well, I will promise to show you someone who is enthusiastic if you want," I said. "Who is it?" "Reggie Davenport. I'm sure you've never seen him, and I'm sure you'll agree that he is enthusiastic. He has just come back from India." "Oh dear, I suppose he is enthusiastic about tigers and punka and high temperatures. I don't care about that sort of thing at all." I rose to go. "Well, we shall see. I won't promise anything for fear you should be disappointed, but he is enthusiastic." Reggie Davenport was my first cousin, and I knew him very well. For having lost both my father and mother when I was quite little, I had been brought up by my uncle. He was only just 22, and was quite the most charming and infinitely the most susceptible young man I have ever seen. He fell in love, on an average, about once a fortnight. The intervals varied a little, but were very seldom longer than this. It was an inconvenient habit, because the charming young women with whom he fell in love — he never fell in love with anyone who was not charming — often fell in love with him, and then there was trouble. But just at present we were leading a peaceful life, for he was engaged to one of his periodic raptures, and was to be married in 6 months. The girl was in love with him, and he was in love with the girl. She lived in the country. Reggie and I went to the dance that evening, and later on Lady Hayes appeared. She danced once with the prince, and when he led her away at the end, she passed close to where I was standing. "Well, where is your enthusiast?" she asked. "He is here somewhere. Shall we go and find him?" She turned to Prince Waldeneck. "He has promised to show me an enthusiast," she said. "Do you think I shall enjoy it?" "I have only met one enthusiast in all my life," said he, "and that one was a missionary. He was also quite mad. Do you like missionaries? But there is no missionary here, as far as I know." "Oh, Reggie isn't a missionary," I said. "He has just come back from India," said Lady Hayes. "I am beginning to be suspicious. However, come and find him." Lady Hayes took my arm, and we went to look for Reggie. She had a habit of looking over people's heads and not noticing anyone. But Reggie was 6'4", and their eyes met. Reggie stared until Lady Hayes began to laugh, and after a moment she turned to me and asked who that pretty boy was. Reggie also turned away and asked who the most beautiful woman in the world was. Then I said, "Reggie, let me introduce you to Lady Hayes." And so the great loom clattered and shifted, and 2 more threads were laid side by side and woven into the garment of God. If you prefer the phrase, you may call it a chance meeting, but it depends on what you mean by chance. I left Reggie still at the dance when I came away at about 2 o'clock in the morning, and Lady Hayes was still there too. Reggie came down to breakfast at 10:30 and plunged violently into a confession that was more exultant than penitent. "And I'm going to lunch with her," he finished up. "She's one of the nicest people I ever saw, and the most beautiful. I'm quite old friends with her already, and I told her all about Gertrude, and she wants to know her." Lady Hayes had been very nice to Reggie. She regarded him as a profitable investment, which was likely to yield a large percentage of amusement. His confession of his young love and the prospect of marriage seemed to her the most delightfully fresh and ingenuous thing she had ever heard. If the fiancé was as handsome as he, they would be a perfect couple. 2 nights after this, I received a note from Lady Hayes asking me to dine with her and go to the opera afterwards. "Your charming young cousin," she wrote, "who is the handsomest boy I ever saw, and with whom I have fallen entirely in love, is coming too. The opera is Tannhäuser. You were quite right about him. He is gloriously enthusiastic." Reggie was beaming with pleasure as we drove off from the house. He was very fond of music. The Overture to Tannhäuser is the most supreme expression of one of the greatest puzzles of life. In half an hour, you are presented with the purest ideal of human existence, and with all the subtlest seduction of pure sensuality. If that steadfast march of the pilgrims does not touch your heart, you are lower than the beasts that perish. If the horrible loveliness of the army of Venus does not stir the devil within you, you are more than man. In that mystic golden reign of harmony and discord, the wizard has shown us the bleeding, palpitating hearts of Galahad and Messalina. He has strung them together on his golden thread, and then the artist's work being over, he tosses them to us and says, "Choose." He has given us all the factors which make up choice. He has shown us the living essence of the two warring principles swiftly and unerringly. And as Tannhäuser chose of old, so chance has ordained that each of us shall choose, and chance ordained that Reggie should choose that night. We found Lady Hayes alone, looking like an incarnation of truth and beauty. She welcomed Reggie with evident pleasure, and I felt like a chaperone, though I was more nearly his age than hers. "I am superintending Mr. Davenport's education," she said, "as he has got no one to do it for him. No one in town, at least, and he doesn't know any Wagner. Tonight he shall eat the apple from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil." "Which Eve?" I began. "On the contrary, Augustus Harris offers it to him," she interrupted. "It is very cheap, even in the stalls, considering how valuable it is." She laughed charmingly. "Have you heard from the real Eve today?" she asked Reggie. "She lives in Herefordshire, doesn't she? There are very good apples in Herefordshire, but so there are in most places for that matter." I looked across at Reggie, and for the first time had a sudden feeling of uneasiness. He looked terribly in earnest. "I have been listening to Reggie's— you told me to call you Reggie, didn't you? To Reggie's confessions," she went on with an infernal consciousness of power. "He has told me that when he is going to be married, and I am coming to the wedding, and I am going to give the bride some hints on housekeeping, she has to have Reggie's slippers warm for him by 9:30, because he is always going to be in by 10, and Reggie, don't be angry with me. I talk nonsense only when I am happy, and I am very happy now. I look forward to a delightful evening." Dinner was announced, and she took Reggie's arm, leaving me to follow. There was no one else there. Lady Hayes kept up a sort of slow monologue, which, taken in conjunction with the expression of Reggie's face, was nothing short of diabolical. "You have never seen Tannhäuser, have you, Reggie? Well, it is a little difficult, and I will explain it to you. I shall give you the core now, and you will eat the apple afterwards. Tannhäuser goes to Venusberg, you know, and stays with Venus. Never go to Venusberg, Reggie, or if you do, take Mrs. Reggie with you. I don't suppose she will come, and if she won't, you had much better not go at all. It is said to be very unsettling. They observe none of the proprieties at Venusberg, and there is no such thing as etiquette. You may dance with anyone without being introduced, and all that sort of thing." Lady Hayes stopped a moment and glanced at Reggie's puzzled, half-protesting face. "I'm awfully stupid," he said with refreshing candour, "and I don't think I understand what you were talking about." "You will understand soon enough when you hear the overture," she said, "and it gets easier further on. Let me see, where was I? Oh, yes, Tannhäuser is staying at Venusberg. Well, all the time the pilgrims are marching about to slow music, and when they come near Venusberg, the contrast between the two styles is very striking. You are a pilgrim, Reggie. Domestic bliss is not incompatible with sandals." It was horrible. I suppose I uttered some angry exclamation, for she turned on me sharply. "What is the matter?" she asked. "You know you will say tomorrow that you have been to Tannhäuser and have enjoyed it immensely. You will be quite conscious of all I have been saying, so why shouldn't I say it? It is very moral, really. Of course the Venusberg is only an interlude, and we all have our interludes, or we should not be human. Tannhäuser goes away very soon and gets a pardon from the Pope, though the pardon does not come quite in time. Yet it is all right. He was certainly meant to feel that, and he dies in the odour of sanctity over the corpse of his young woman, who of course never goes to Venusberg at all." She paused again and looked at Reggie. "I always think it's just a little hard on Venus," she went on. "You see, Tannhäuser goes away just when she has got fond of him and transfers his affections to Elizabeth, who has really nothing in the world to recommend her except her voluble piety. She's always singing long recitatives to the Virgin, and her fine soprano voice. Considering that half London always goes to hear Tannhäuser whenever it's on, it is wonderful to me how little sympathy she ever gets. But it is quite right, really, not to be sorry for her, for she's not a nice person, and one shouldn't consider her at all. Tannhäuser is usually performed on Saturday night, and Venus has to be put away altogether before 11 o'clock service on Sunday morning. You leave her at the church door. She wouldn't go at all well with the litany and the penitential psalms. In fact, one prays to be delivered from her, and poor dear, how they would bore her. And when you come out of church again, she is gone. She has not gone really, she has only gone elsewhere. She often turns up again. And now I'm going to talk sense, although I have been talking sense all the time, really. Aren't I a shocking old woman, Reggie? But I have been to Tannhäuser before." She laughed, as an angel might laugh from the Hallelujah meadow. "I don't know what you mean," he said rather piteously. "I am awfully stupid, you know." "It's very easy to be incomprehensible," I gave myself the satisfaction of exclaiming. "And very unnecessary, is it not?" she added with the most disarming friendliness. "Yes, we won't talk any more nonsense." Reggie brightened visibly, and confided to her that he had tried over the score of parts of the opera that afternoon, and could make nothing of it. "There is a simple arrangement which you can get at most music shops," she said. "Simple arrangements are much the best on the whole. It is very easy to be incomprehensible." She rose from her chair and went towards the door. "Adam has 5 minutes to smoke a cigarette before the the brougham, comes round to take him to the apple," she said. "A ring for the coffee. I must go to get a shawl." We arrived at the opera house in good time, and had just taken our places when the overture began. The Pilgrim's March is given out first slowly, solemnly, the march of men walking steadfastly in perilous places, weary yet undismayed. Then follows that strange chromatic passage of transition, without which even Wagner dared not show the other side of the problem. And then the great conflict between the warring forces begins. The great sensual animal began to stir. Its heart beat with the throbs of returning life, and it rose up. The violins shivered and rippled and laughed as Venusberg came into sight. They rose and fell, gathering strength and rising higher with each fall, careless, heedless, infinitely beautiful. But below them, not less steadfast than before, moved the pilgrims. The riot was at its highest. The triumph of Venus and her train seemed complete, when Reggie suddenly got up, and standing at his full height, turned towards Lady Hayes. His face was very white, and he tried to speak. At last the words came. You are a wicked woman," he said, and the moment afterwards the door of the box had closed behind him. Lady Hayes sat perfectly still for a long moment. Then, with a sudden, passionate gesture, she sprang up and took one step towards the door of the box. Then she stopped and turned round, facing the rapidly filling house. The blaze of electric light shone on the great diamond star in her hair, on her tall white figure, on her incomparable beauty. "He is quite right," she said. "Ah, God, he is quite right." So Tannhäuser was performed twice that night. End of the Overture to Tannhäuser. The Burton's Burglar by Neath Boyce. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The Burton's Burglar. Mrs. Burton pushed open the door and at the same time pressed the knob beside it that lit all the electric lights in the room. She was holding her revolver pointed straight before her, and the man who whirled round, blinking, found it levelled at his breast. His hand dropped towards his coat pocket. Mrs. Burton said sharply, "Put your hands up or I'll shoot." Her voice was strong, her eye steady, and the revolver well aimed. The man stood blinking and staring at her. "Hands up or I'll shoot," she repeated, and advanced a step. The man held up his hands. Behind him on the floor was a writhing figure in pink pyjamas. Mrs. Burton knew it was her husband, but she did not dare take her eye off the intruders. "Theodore, are you hurt?" "Oh, for heaven's sake, get up if you can," she cried. Mr. Burton struggled to his feet, and with his arm, his hands were tied together, managed to free himself from the half-fastened gag. "By Jove!" he cried. "Edith, hold him a minute longer if you can, till I get my hands loose." "Of course I'll hold him," she replied calmly. "Put your hands up higher, please." This was addressed to the burglar, and he obeyed. His mouth was half open. He panted uneasily. "Theodore," said Mrs. Burton, "go to Miss Hayden's room and call her quietly and get her to untie your hands. Be careful not to wake Gwendolen." "Leave you alone with this fellow? I can't, Edith." "Yes, you can. He can't move, and you can't do any good with your hands tied, can you?" "Oh, hurry up, and tell Miss Hayden to ring up Michael and bring something to tie this man with. There's some rope in the trunk closet." When he had run down the hall, Mrs. Burton fancied she detected a wavering in the burglar's attitude. "Keep your hands up," she said. "I am keeping them up," replied the burglar sullenly. "Don't get nervous now, lady, and shoot me." "Nervous? I think you are much more nervous than I am," said Mrs. Burton, her knees trembling slightly. "Well, I've a right to be nervous," said the burglar. "How do I know that thing won't go off by accident?" His small, watery blue eyes watched her hand and her face with alarm. Short and wiry, with a red face, a beaked nose, and a small, thin-lipped mouth, he reminded Mrs. Burton of some sly rodent. She dared not take her eyes from his face, but she perceived the window behind him open on the balcony, where he had doubtless entered. She heard Mrs. Hayden's voice and smothered scream in the hall. Then Mr. Burton came running back with his hands free and a length of rope. "Now then," he cried, "how shall I tie him?" "Tie him to a chair. Put a chair behind him. Now you, please sit down, but don't lower your hands." The burglar sat down. "Now, Theodore, feel in his coat pocket, the right-hand one." "I thought so." Mr. Burton had extracted a revolver from the pocket, and now he held it gingerly. "Now, Theodore, put that down, over there on the table. Then tie his hands behind him to the back of the chair. Cross your hands behind you, please. And then you'd better put a length round his ankles and tie them too." When this process was completed to Mrs. Burton's satisfaction, she sat herself down and laid her weapon on her knee, keeping careful hold of it, however. "Well," she said. Her bright hazel eyes and Mr. Burton's large blue eyes stared at the burglar, who blinked in return with a crestfallen expression. "I could have shot you easy enough through my pocket," he said suddenly to Mrs. Burton, "before you got the drop on me." "Why didn't you then?" she asked. "Well, I ain't never shot anybody yet, to kill, and I didn't want to begin with a woman. I guess my nerve is gone all right," he ended hopelessly, his head drooping. "Gone? Not a bit of it," said Mr. Burton. "You've got as fine an article of nerve as I ever saw." Meantime, the house seemed to be waking up. Mrs. Hayden, the English governess, spoke agitatedly from a window. Michael, the coachman, pounded on the door below. There were shrieks from the top floor where the cook and waitress slept. "Theodore," said Mrs. Burton, "Michael can't get in, and they're all afraid to go downstairs. You'll have to let him in. Turn on the lights as you go down, and take that pistol with you. Look first and see if it's loaded. Mercy, don't look into the end of the barrel. I don't believe there's anyone else in the house, but be careful." Mr. Burton went downstairs and let in the coachman. Then they both came upstairs and looked at the burglar. Miss Hayden peeped at him from the hall, her high-coloured face expressing horror. "Now, I think you ought to search the house," said Mrs. Burton. "Make sure that there's nobody in hiding." "You needn't take the trouble," said the burglar with an air of bravado. "There's nobody but me. I always work alone." "You do you? And do you think we'll take your word for it?" inquired Michael truculently. "Come now, how did you get in? Climbed the porch, eh?" "That's none of your business, my man," said the burglar nonchalantly. "What's Miss Hayden doing?" said Mrs. Burton sharply. "Here, she's at the telephone. Stop her, Theodore." Miss Hayden was stopped and explained. "I was just calling up the Elmwood police station." "Well, when we get ready to call the police, Mr. Burton will attend to it," said the mistress of the house calmly. "Now, Theodore, you and Michael just look through the house to make sure. I think, though, that this man is telling the truth, for no one could get in downstairs without setting off the alarm." The search was made. Then Michael was told to wait in the hall, and Mr. Burton came into his room and shut the door. He and his wife contemplated the burglar, and then looked at each other. "Well, the question is now, what shall we do with him?" said Mr. Burton. "I suppose you'll send for the police and hand me over," said the burglar with an air of indifference. "That would be the obvious thing to do," said Mr. Burton. "What would happen to you then?" "Oh, I'd go back to Sing Sing." "Back? You've been there before, then?" "Sure, twice. I'll get a good long bit this time." "How long were you in before?" 2 years the first time, and 4 years the second. About. "How old are you?" 27. Mr. Burton's mild face plainly expressed consternation. The burglar was evidently interested in this look and in the questions. Mrs. Burton's appearance was more enigmatic. Mr. Burton looked around and found a cigarette, lit it, and sat down near his wife. "Put on your dressing gown and slippers, Theodore," she said, "and you'd better shut that window." He obeyed. "You see," said Mrs. Burton finally, "we don't believe in sending people to prison. We are anarchists." "Gee, is that so?" said the burglar. "You don't look it." His watery eyes fixed themselves on Mrs. Burton with a look, keen, incredulous, and hopeful. "Don't look what?" inquired Mrs. Burton. "How can you possibly tell what political opinions a person holds by his or her looks?" "I've seen anarchists before in jail," said the burglar. "They didn't look anything like you." "Ah, they were poor people," said Mrs. Burton, "and were imprisoned not because of their opinions, but because of their poverty. We are well-to-do, you see, and no one would think of putting us in jail, no matter what our ideas are." "Hell, that's true enough," said the burglar. "But those people were jugged because they ran around in the street with red flags and wanted the president killed. You don't do that, I suppose?" He seemed really interested. He looked now less like a rodent, and more like a human being. There was intelligence in his eyes. "We don't exactly do that," said Mrs. Burton absently, "but we express our opinions. We don't believe in government." She frowned as the revolver lying on her knee caught her eye, and she looked at the bound hands and feet of the burglar. He was shoeless, and his hosiery was by no means above reproach. Otherwise, he was fairly well dressed. "Don't you?" he said sceptically. "No," said Mr. Burton, taking a hand in the conversation. "We agree with your friends in jail that government ought to be abolished. We think that society is all wrong. We don't believe in capitalism or private property." The burglar glanced round the room, which was comfortable and even luxurious. Then his eye rested on Mr. Burton's countenance, which had lost its embarrassed look and was beginning to glow. "We don't," proceeded Mr. Burton, "blame you, for instance, for trying to acquire by force a share of what should rightfully belong to you. We bear you no grudge for breaking into our house and trying to take our watches and plate, for we realize that we are no more actually entitled to those things than you are." The burglar stared critically. "Of course," Mr. Burton went on, "no man likes to be waked out of a sound sleep and choked. One naturally resists that sort of thing." "I didn't want to wake you, nor choke you neither," said the burglar with some return of his former sullen and defensive manner. "No, I know you didn't, if you could get what you wanted without doing so. But I suppose you would have shot me, if necessary, in the course of business. Understand, I'm not blaming you. I consider you a poor victim of society." "No, I don't think I'd have shot you. My nerve's not what it was when I was younger," said the burglar rather mournfully. "Doing time, and then the hospital. They take it out of a fella. I'm afraid I'm a dead one." His head sunk again. "Only 2 months out," he murmured, "and then to fall like this, a woman, and a gun that probably ain't even loaded." "Oh, it's loaded," Mrs. Burton assured him, "and I think I would have shot you too if you had attacked us again, or even if you had tried to get away. Yet that is irrational, for we have no intention of giving you up to the police." "You won't?" The burglar stared again. "What will you do then?" "Well, that's just it. I don't see what we can do with you." The burglar looked down at his bound feet and twitched in his chair. "Well, why am I tied up like this then, if you don't want to give me up?" he muttered. "That was done on the spur of the moment. We never had a burglar in our house before. It is instinct, I suppose, to protect one's life and property and secure the intruder. Atavistic instinct, no doubt. In a proper state of society, of course, you would not be breaking into our house after plate, for you would have enough of your own." "Maybe," said the burglar. "Ah, of course, you don't believe that a proper state of society is possible," said Mr. Burton. "I don't blame you. But it's sure to come." "You mean that the people that have got the goods will divvy up with them that haven't got any?" said the burglar. "Oh, go on." "They will. Many of them are willing and even anxious to do it now, and the others will be obliged to sooner or later." The burglar smiled wearily at this. "Don't you believe it," he said. "You're talking through your hat, or you might be a little bughouse on that question. Say, do you think you could untie this rope? It hurts my wrists. I won't try to get away or anything, honest." Mr. Burton looked at his wife. "Yes," she said. "Untie his arms, Theodore." Mr. Burton did so, and then, after a slight hesitation, offered the burglar a cigarette and a match, which were accepted with thanks. "That is, if you don't object, ma'am," said the burglar politely. "Not in the least," Mrs. Burton replied. "By Jove, some whisky would taste good. I'm afraid I've caught cold," said Mr. Burton suddenly. "Yes, do get some, Theodore," his wife anxiously advised. "You know you mustn't take a chill." Mr. Burton went downstairs and reappeared, after an impatient colloquy with Michael and Miss Hayden in the hall, with the decanter and 2 glasses. He got the water jug from his stand and handed 1 glass to the burglar. "Say when," he observed, pouring the whisky. The burglar took a stiff drink neat, and when he'd got it down, he sighed, sat up in his chair, and lifted his head almost jauntily. "That feels good. I'm obliged to you, he said. Now do you think you could untie my feet? They're going to sleep. And I won't get up. I'll stay here as long as you want me. That is, if you'll let me go before daylight. If you're going to let me go.
You think we are going to let you go, don't you? Said Mr. Burton.
Well, I don't see what else you can do. If you don't send for the cops, unless you want to take me to board, remarked the burglar. Well, I suppose you'll want me to sign some sort of pledge first, that I'll be good and never steal no more.
Hardly. I don't see what else you can do, said Mr. Burton. It isn't a question of reforming you, but of reforming society. Society at present would probably not permit you to stop stealing if you wanted to, except on the alternative of starving. Of course, you can always starve if you like.
Mr. Burton, having finished untying the burglar, had taken a comfortable chair, and with a glass of whisky and water in one hand and a cigarette in the other, he was thoroughly enjoying himself. He had a great many ideas and some oratorical ambition, but he had always been too nervous to speak from a platform. Now he felt that he was expressing himself with pith and point, and that he had made a decided impression on his audience, that is to say, on the burglar. Mrs. Burton also looked interested. Unobtrusively, she laid aside her revolver, and continued to observe the stranger. He looked decidedly human now, but his eye was wary as ever. It expressed suspicion, mitigated, but not lulled to sleep. He was alert, too, for the slightest noise in the house. He was on his guard. Still, the atmosphere had suddenly taken on a social tinge. A smile, though constrained and rather wry, illumined the burglar's face at Mr. Burton's last speech.
That's about what it comes to, he said, but I wouldn't expect you to know it. You think, I suppose, that intelligence is confined to people like you? Said Mr. Burton. That I, for instance, am a fool, don't you?
I don't know, said the burglar frankly. I never saw anything like you before.
Well, there are plenty like me. With my ideas, anyhow. Plenty of people who believe that there should be no prisons, no police, and that those who produce wealth, the working people, should share in it. You'll think that a few reformers who are well-to-do couldn't force the ruling class to divide, but don't you see that the mass of poor people, if led by the educated few, can force the rich minority? That is what is going to happen, my friend.
It's a fine pipe dream, anyhow, said the burglar patronizingly. I reckon it'll come along about the day of judgment. Why, look here now. You wouldn't whack up, would you? With me, for instance?
My friend, have you ever heard the story of Rothschild and the Socialists? Inquired Mr. Burton. They suggested to him that he should whack up, and he proved to them that if he did, the share of each person in his fortune would amount to 5 shillings. He then offered to give that amount to anyone who applied for it. Now, if I should divide equitably my modest property, your share, for instance, would by no means amount to $10. However, I shall take pleasure in presenting you with that sum.
Mr. Burton was as good as his word. He extracted a $10 bill from his vest and handed it to the burglar. "What's this for?" asked the latter sheepishly.
"Just as an evidence of good faith. I can't divide my property with you, because I consider that I do better to use it in propagating anarchism. But when the day of division comes, I shall be ready. May you be there to get your share."
"And in the meantime, what is he going to do?" inquired Mrs. Burton crisply.
"Why, he'll steal, I suppose," answered Mr. Burton. "I would offer to help him to get a so-called respectable job if I saw any use in it, or if he does. Do you?" he asked the burglar.
That person shook his head. "I never worked," he said cautiously.
"I don't blame you," said Mr. Burton. "You're quite right not to work in the present state of society. Only you don't seem to me to be much of a success at stealing. You spend too much time in prison."
The burglar, for the first time, looked Mr. Burton in the eye and spoke spontaneously. "You're right. I ain't a success," he said bitterly. "I made a good thing as a pickpocket for years. sometimes made $50 a week, but I got too ambitious. I tried the second-story business, and I ain't got the nerve to make a go of it. That's the truth." "Well, take my advice and go back to pocket-picking," said Mr. Burton philosophically. "At least," he added, "I'll have to get you to promise one thing, that you won't try burgling again in our suburb. You'll see," he explained, "it's a small place, and if I let you go tonight, the whole community's going to know about it. Then if any other house is robbed here, they'll blame it on me." "Sure, I'll promise," said the burglar with emphasis. "If you want me to swear on the Bible, I will." "No, I'll take your word. I suppose," said Mr. Burton, "that you think I'm illogical in simply barring you out of this suburb and leaving you free to burgle anywhere else?" The burglar had glanced at the window somewhat nervously, but Mr. Burton was very reluctant to lose his audience. He felt himself just getting into trim for a true burst of eloquence. He hurried on. "But I admit I'm illogical. With my ideas, it's inconsistent for me to put burglar alarms into my house and keep a loaded revolver. I know it, but I hope the day is coming when I shan't need those things. I honestly believe that with the last policeman will go the last thief. They go together." "I do sometimes," said the burglar, fidgeting in his chair. "And they're equally deplorable effects of our false social system, which has been going further and further wrong for thousands of years, building up a pyramid of tyranny, crushing the many to uplift the few, until now, sir, I say to you, the only thing left is to destroy it utterly, to sweep away rulers, judges, priests, the army, capital, and one vast—" "Theodore, I really think this man ought to be going," interrupted Mrs. Burton. "It must be near daylight." The burglar fairly burst from his chair. "Thank you, ma'am," he cried. "I think I do see light out there." "Light? Pish! It won't be light for an hour yet," said Mr. Burton peevishly. "But come along, I'll let you out the front door." "If it's all the same to you, I'd rather go this way, down the post," said the burglar. "I left my shoes and hat down there." "Well, go ahead," said Mr. Burton. He went over and raised the window. The burglar hesitated a moment, and just glanced at the table where his revolver lay. But, as he had said himself, he was lacking in nerve. He did not ask for it. He looked at Mrs. Burton and said again, "Thank you, ma'am." "Don't mention it," said the lady. "I hope you won't get into prison again. I went through a prison once." She shivered slightly. "Look here, are you hungry?" asked Mr. Burton suddenly. "If you are, I'll go down and get you some stuff before you—" No, I'm not hungry. I'll just go now. Good night, and—" The burglar had stepped across the window-sill, and he turned and paused for an instant, listening for sounds below, but all was silent. He looked back into the room and seemed to want to say something more, but thinking better of it, turned away, and with a single quick motion was over the edge of the veranda. They heard a thud as he landed, then a rustling in the shrubbery. He was gone. Mr. Burton closed and locked his window. A knock sounded on the door. The Burtons looked at each other. Then Mrs. Burton opened the door, and they faced outraged society in the persons of the middle-class Miss Hayden and the servants. End of The Burtons' Burglar.
The Centurion Story by David Burrell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by C. Rowley. The Centurion Story. I am an old man now. The burden of 80 years is resting upon me. But the events of a certain April day in the year 783 AUC, full half a century ago, are as fresh in my memory as if they had happened yesterday. At that time I was stationed with my 100 on garrison duty at the castle of Antonia in Jerusalem. I had been ordered to take charge of the execution of a malefactor who had just been sentenced to death. Accordingly, on the morning of the day mentioned, I selected 12 of my men, such as were hardened to bloody deeds, and with them I proceeded to the praetorium. All was hurry and excitement there. As it was the time of the Jewish Passover, the city was thronged with strangers. A multitude of people had assembled and were clamoring for the death of this man. On our arrival, he was brought forth. He proved to be that prophet of Nazareth, whose oracular wisdom and wonder-working power had been everywhere noised abroad. I had heard much about him. He claimed to be the Messiah, for whose advent the Jews had been looking from time immemorial, and his disciples believed it. They called him by such well-known messianic titles as Son of Man, Son of David, and Son of God. He spoke of himself as the only begotten Son of God, declaring that he had been in the bosom of the Father before the world was, and that he was now manifest in human form to expiate the world's sin. This was regarded by the religious leaders as rank blasphemy, and they clamored for his death. He was tried before the Roman court, which refused to consider the charge, inasmuch as it involved a religious question not lying within its jurisdiction. But the prisoner, being turned over to the Sanhedrin, was found worthy of death for making himself equal with God. I remember him well as he appeared that day. From what I had heard, I was prepared to see a hard-faced impostor or a fanatic with frenzy in his eyes. He was a man of middle stature, with a face of striking beauty and benignity, eyes of mingled light and warmth, and auburn hair falling over his shoulders. It was not strange that he looked pale and haggard, for he had passed through 3 judicial ordeals since the last sunset, besides being scourged with the flagellum horribile and exposed to the rude buffeting of the midnight guard. He had been clothed in the cast-off purple of the Roman procurator, and wore a derisive crown of thorns. But as he issued from the hall of judgment, such was his commanding presence that the multitude was hushed and separated to make way. The cross, constructed of transverse beams of sycamore, was brought and laid upon his shoulders. About his neck was suspended a titulum on which inscribed Jesus Nazaret Rex Judaeorum. I was told that the Jewish leaders had objected to his being called their king, but Pilate, by whose order the titulum was prepared, was for some reason insistent and answered them shortly, "What I have written, I have written." It was easy to see, however, that they bitterly resented it. At the accustomed signal, my quaternions fell into the line and the procession moved on. I rode before, clearing the way. The people thronged the narrow streets, crying more and more loudly as we proceeded, "Staurosate! Staurosate! Crucify him!" The Nazarene, weak from long vigils and suffering, bowed low under his burden. A woman in the company, by name Veronica, pressed near and wiped the dust and blood from his haggard face. It was reported that the napkin, when withdrawn, bore the impress of his face, marred, but divinely beautiful. Whether this be true or not, I cannot say. As the multitude surged onward toward the Jaffa gate, a cobbler named Ahasverosh, as if moved by a malignant spirit, thrust his foot before the prisoner, who stumbled thereat and fell. In punishment for that cruel deed, he is said to be still a wanderer upon the earth, with no rest for his weary feet. This, too, is a mere legend, but certainly I have found, even in the grim business of a soldier, that retribution, like a fury, pursues all pitiless men. We passed through the Jaffa gate and entered upon the steep road leading to the place of execution. The sun flamed down upon us. We were enveloped in a cloud of dust. The prisoner at length, overborne by his cross, fell beneath it. We seized upon an Ethiopian who chanced to be in the throng and placed the burden upon him. Strange to tell, he assumed it without a murmur, insomuch that by many he was suspected of being a secret follower of Jesus. As we surged on with din and uproar, a group of women standing by the wayside rent the air with shrill lamentations, on hearing which Jesus said, "Daughters of Jerusalem, weep not for me, but for yourselves and your children. For behold, the days come when they shall say to the mountains, Fall on us, and to the hills, cover us." It was a weird prophecy, and ere a generation passed, it was to the letter fulfilled. There were those in that company who lived to see the holy city compassed about by a forest of hostile spears. Its inhabitants were brought low by famine and pestilence, insomuch that the eyes of mothers rested hungrily on the white flesh of their own children. On the surrounding heights crosses were reared, on which hundreds of Jewish captives died the shameful death. Despair fell upon all, and in those days there were not a few who called to mind the ominous words of the Nazarene, "Weep not for me, but for yourselves and for your children after you." The road we journeyed has since been known as Via Dolorosa. It led to the round knoll called Golgotha, from its resemblance to a skull. As we drew nigh, we perceived 2 crosses, already reared, on which 2 thieves of Barabbas' band had been suspended in agony for some hours. Their twisted bodies stood out grimly against the sky. Our prisoner, as an added mark of obloquy, was to be crucified between them. Our spears and standards were lowered, and Jesus, being stripped of his outer garments, was laid prostrate upon his cross. A soldier approached with hammer and spikes, at sight of whom the frenzied multitude ceased their revilings for the moment and pressed near. The prisoner preserved his calm demeanor. A stupefying draught was offered him, but he refused it, apparently preferring to look death calmly in the face. He stretched out his hands. The hammer fell. At the sight of blood, the mob broke forth again, crying, "Starusate!" But not a word escaped the sufferer. As the nails tore through the quivering flesh, his eyes closed and his lips moved as if he were holding communion with some invisible one. Then, with a great wrench, the cross was lifted into the socket prepared for it. At this moment the first word escaped him. With a look of reproach and an appealing glance to heaven, he cried, "Father, forgive them. They know not what they do." It was as if he were covering our heads with a shield of prayer. In this he did but practice his own rule of charity and doctrine of forgiveness. Love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them that despitefully use you. His prayer, however, seemed but to rouse anew the fury of his enemies. They cried out in mockery, come down from thy cross, thou that boastest of destroying the temple and rebuilding it in 3 days, save thyself." The priests and rabbis standing by joined in the mockery, saying, "Aha, he saved others, himself he cannot save. Let him come down if he be the Messiah, the chosen of God." My soldiers meanwhile disputed as to the apportionment of his garments. I noted the rattling of dice in the brazen helmet, wherein they were casting lots for his seamless robe. The thieves on either hand joined for a time in the mockery, but presently a change came over the one upon the right, whose name was Thesmos. This man, like his fellow, had belonged to a notorious band of robbers who infested the road to Jericho. His life had been passed in bloody work, but the patient demeanor of Jesus touched his heart and convinced him that he was indeed the veritable Son of God. The other thief joined in the mockery, but Dismas remonstrated with him, saying, "Dost thou not even fear God? We indeed are condemned justly, receive the due reward of our deeds, but this man hath done nothing amiss." Then presently, turning his pain-racked eyes toward Jesus, he entreated, "Lord, remember me when thou comest in thy kingdom." The Nazarene straightway turned upon him a look of compassionate love, saying, "Today thou shalt be with me in paradise." An hour later, this robber's head sank upon his breast, but in death his face wore a look of indescribable peace. The time came when the word of pardon addressed to this man was a message of hope and comfort to other great sinners. He who saved Dismas in the article of death, plucking him from the edge of the abyss, was thenceforth believed by his followers to be able to save even unto the uttermost all who would come unto him. Not far from the cross stood a company of women wringing their hands in helpless grief. Among them was the mother of Jesus. When her infant son had been brought to the Jewish temple, an old priest took him from his mother's arms and prophesied, "This child is set for the fall and rise of many in Israel." Then looking upon the mother, he said, "A sword shall pass through thine own soul also." At this moment his word was fulfilled. The iron entered her soul. Her dying son beheld her, and with his eyes directing her to one who was known as his favorite disciple, he said, "Woman, behold thy son." And this disciple thereupon bore her fainting away. It was now noon, clear, scorching Syrian noon. But a singular mist was gathering before the sun. Shadows fell from the heights of Moab, and as they deepened more and more, the gleam on shield and helmet faded out. Night rose from the ravines, surging upward in dark billows, overwhelming all. A strange pallor rested on all faces. It was night, an Egyptian night at high noon. What meant it? Manifestly this was no eclipse, for the Paschal moon was then at its full. The Jews had ofttimes clamored for a sign whereby they might test the sufferer's messianic claim. Had the sign come? Was nature now sympathizing with her Lord? Were these shadows the trappings of a universal woe? Was God manifesting his wrath against sin? Or was this darkness a stupendous figure of the position in which the dying Nazarene stood with respect to the deliverance of the race from sin? Once, in a Jewish synagogue, I heard a rabbi read from the scroll of Isaiah, a prophecy concerning the Messiah, that he was to be wounded for our transgressions and bruised for our iniquities, that by his stripes we might be healed. It was predicted that when this Messiah came, he should, bearing the world's burden of sin, go into the outer darkness in expiatory pain. Was it at this awful moment that he carried that burden into the region of the lost? Did he just then descend into hell for us? Hark! A cry from his fever-parched lips, piercing the silence and the darkness. Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. My God, why hast thou forsaken me? Save for that terrific cry of anguish, the silence was unbroken for 3 mortal hours. I have known other victims of the cross to vent their rage in impotent wrath, to spit their hate like asps, to harangue the crowd with helpless protestations, or to beg for the death stroke. But this Jesus preserved a majestic silence. The people also seemed wrapped in a weird terror. Naught was heard but the rattling of armor as some soldier jostled his comrade, or the sobbing of women, or the dropping of blood. Thus, until the 9th hour of the day. It was now the time of the evening sacrifice, and the darkness began slowly to lift. Then the Nazarene uttered his only word of complaint, "I thirst." Whereupon a strange thing happened. One of my soldiers, trained in the arena and in gladiatorial contests, a man who had never been known to spare a foe, delighting in the sack of cities, looking on unmoved when children were dashed against the stones. This man dipped a sponge in the sour wine which was provided for the guard, and would have raised it to the sufferer's lips. But the Jews cried out, let be, let us see if Eli will come to help him." For a moment the soldier hesitated, even joined in the cry. Then, giving way to the more merciful promptings of his heart, lifted the sponge and assuaged the thirst of the dying man. It was the only deed of kindness I noted on Golgotha that day. In return for it, the Nazarene cast upon his benefactor such a look of gratitude that he was ever after a different man. His nature seemed to be transformed by it. Then Jesus cried with a loud voice, "Tetelestai!" It is finished. Did this signify that his pain was over? Well might he, after such anguish, utter a sigh of relief. Or was it that his mission was accomplished? So have I seen a laborer turn homeward from his day's work with pleasant anticipation of rest. So have I seen a wayfarer quicken his footsteps as, at eventide, he came in sight of the village lights. So have I seen a soldier, weary with the stress of conflict and wounded unto death, bear the standard aloft as he climbed the parapet, and with his last voice shouted for victory. And then the last word. It was spoken softly, as if from the threshold of the other world. "Father, into thy hands I commend my spirit." Then as he yielded up the ghost, a look of surpassing peace fell upon his upturned face, which lingered even after death had put its rigid seal upon it. Thus he fell on sleep. I have ofttimes since been reminded of that look when I have seen an infant lulled in its mother's arms, or when, walking through a Christian cemetery, I have noted upon the tombstones of martyrs the word, "Dormit," he sleeps. The supernatural darkness had now given way to a calm twilight. The sky was covered far toward the zenith with a golden splendor crossed with bars of crimson light. It looked as if heaven's gates were opened, and one gazing through could almost seem to see the flitting of superhuman shapes, and hear faraway voices calling, "Lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift them up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in." At that moment the earth rumbled under my feet. A shudder seemed to pass through nature. It was said that as the high priest was kindling the lamps in the holy place of the temple, in connection with the evening sacrifice, the great veil hanging before the Holy of Holies was rent from the top to the bottom, as if by an unseen hand. This happened at the instant when the Nazarene yielded up his spirit, and his followers are wont to say that when he passed from earth to resume his heavenly glory, a new and living way was opened up for penitent sinners into the holiest of all. The execution being over, the people slowly dispersed to their homes. Twilight settled down on Golgotha. A group of wailing women lingered for a while, then went their way. Against the sky stood forth the 3 crosses. On the uplifted face of Thesmos, the moonlight showed the look of ineffable peace that had settled upon it. The face of the other robber was fallen upon his breast. In the midst, Jesus looked upward, dead but triumphant. Long and steadfastly I gazed upon him. The events of the day crowded fast upon my mind, and my conviction deepened that this was no impostor, no fanatic, no common man. My conscience was sore smitten. My heart was inexpressibly touched by the memory of the things which I had seen, and, with scarcely an intention, I said aloud but softly, "Verily, this was a righteous man." Then I reined my horse and rode down the hill. The lights were kindling in Jerusalem. The beacon on the castle of Antonia was beginning to glow. At a little distance I drew rein and looked back at Golgotha. His cross was there outlined against the sky. I felt myself in the grip of a mighty passion of doubt and wonder. Who was he? Who was he? I would go back and see. I dismounted beneath his cross and gazed upward, unmindful of the strange looks which my soldiers cast upon me. Tears came to my eyes, old campaigner though I was, tears of grief, of penitence, of dawning faith. I knelt. I prostrated myself before the Christ who hung dead on that accursed tree. I rose again and saw him. Dead? Nay, living evermore in the glory which he had with the Father before the world was. The truth went surging irresistibly through my soul, until at length, able to restrain myself no longer, I cried, caring not though the world heard me, "Verily, this was the Son of God." I am old now, and the end draws near. For half a century I have loved and served him. I have known trials and sorrows not a few, but his presence has upheld me. The promise he gave his disciples the night before his death has been my mainstay. Lo, I am with you always. In the faith of that promise, I have seen men and women die, with the light of heaven on their faces, heroic amid the flames, triumphant before the lion's eyes. I have heard them once and again protesting with their last breath, "Christianus sum." I am a Christian. I, too, am a Christian, and humbly proud of it. The cross in my time has been transformed from an emblem of shame into a symbol of triumph. And the Christ who suffered upon it has been made unto me wisdom and righteousness, and sanctification and redemption. He is my first, my last, my midst, and in all. I have learned somewhat of the meaning of his life and death and glorious resurrection. Many wonderful hopes have I. But the best is this, that I, the soldier who had charge of his crucifixion, may yet behold his face in peace. That I, who bowed that night with broken heart beneath his cross, may some day look upon the King in his beauty and fall before him crying, "My Lord and my God." End of the Centurion's story.
The Lion's Daughter by Khalil Gibran. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by vahnikah. The Lion's Daughter. 4 slaves stood fanning an old queen who was asleep upon her throne, and she was snoring. And upon the queen's lap a cat lay purring and gazing lazily at the slaves. The first slave spoke and said, "How ugly this old woman is in her sleep. See her mouth droop, and she breathes as if the devil were choking her." Then the cat said, purring, "Not half so ugly in her sleep as you in your waking slavery." And the second slave said, "You would think sleep would smooth her wrinkles instead of deepening them. She must be dreaming of something evil." And the cat purred, "Would that you might sleep also and dream of your freedom." And the third slave said, "Perhaps she is seeing the procession of all those that she has slain." And the cat purred, "Aye, she sees the procession of your forefathers and your descendants." And the fourth slave said, "It is all very well to talk about her, but it does not make me less weary of standing and fanning." And the cat purred, "You shall be fanning to all eternity, for as it is on earth, so it is in heaven." At this moment the old queen nodded in her sleep, and her crown fell to the floor. And one of the slaves said, "This is a bad omen." And the cat purred, "The bad omen of one is the good omen of another." And the second slave said, "Would if she should wake and find her crown fallen, she would surely slay us." And the cat purred, "Daily from your birth she has slain you, and you know it not." And the third slave said, "Yes, she would slay us, and she would call it making a sacrifice to the god." And the cat purred, "Only the weak are sacrificed to the gods." And the fourth slave silenced the others, and softly he picked up the crown and replaced it, without waking her, on the old queen's head. And the cat purred, "Only a slave restores a crown that has fallen." And after a while the old queen woke, and she looked about her and yawned. Then she said, "Methought I dreamed, and I saw 4 caterpillars chased by a scorpion around the trunk of an ancient oak tree. I like not my dream." Then she closed her eyes and went to sleep again, and she snored. And the 4 slaves went on fanning her, and the cat purred, fan on, stupid. You fan but the fire that consumes you." End of The Lion's Daughter.
This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Ciel Hinton. The Ransom of Red Chief by O. Henry. It looked like a good thing, but wait till I tell you. We were down south in Alabama, Bill Driscoll and myself, when this kidnapping idea struck us. It was, as Bill afterward expressed it, during a moment of temporary mental apparition. But we didn't find that out till later. There was a town down there as flat as a flannel cake and called Summit, of course. It contained inhabitants of as undeleterious and self-satisfied a class of peasantry as ever clustered around a maypole. Bill and me had a joint capital of about $600, and we needed just $2,000 more to pull off a fraudulent town lot scheme in western Illinois with. We talked it over on the front steps of the hotel. Philoprogenitiveness, says we, is strong in semi-rural communities. Therefore, and for other reasons, a kidnapping project ought to do better there than in the radius of newspapers that send reporters out in plain clothes to stir up talk about such things. We knew that Summit couldn't get after us with anything stronger than constables and maybe some lackadaisical bloodhounds and a diatribe or two in the weekly farmer's budget. So it looked good. We selected for our victim the only child of a prominent citizen named Ebenezer Dorset. The father was respectable and tight, a mortgage fancier and a stern, upright collection plate passer and forecloser. The kid was a boy of 10 with bas-relief freckles and hair the color of the cover of the magazine you buy at the newsstand when you want to catch a train. Bill and me figured that Ebenezer would melt down for a ransom of $2,000 to a cent. But wait till I tell you. About 2 miles from Summit was a little mountain covered with a dense cedar brake. On the rear elevation of this mountain was a cave. There we stored provisions. One evening after sundown, we drove in a buggy past old Dorset's house. The kid was in the street, throwing rocks at a kitten on the opposite fence.
"Hey, little boy,"
says Bill,
"would you like to have a bag of candy and a nice ride?"
The boy catches Bill neatly in the eye with a piece of brick.
"That will cost the old man an extra $500,
says Bill, climbing over the wheel. That boy put up a fight like a welterweight cinnamon bear. But at last we got him down in the bottom of the buggy and drove away. We took him up to the cave, and I hitched the horse in the cedar brake. After dark, I drove the buggy to the little village 3 miles away where we had hired it, and walked back to the mountain. Bill was pasting court plaster over the scratches and bruises on his features. There was a fire burning behind the big rock at the entrance of the cave, and the boy was watching a pot of boiling coffee with 2 buzzard tail feathers stuck in his red hair. He points a stick at me when I come up and says,
"Ha! Curse paleface! Do you dare to enter the camp of Red Chief, the terror of the plains?"
"He's all right now,"
says Bill, rolling up his trousers and examining some bruises on his shins.
"We're playing Indian. We're making Buffalo Bill's show look like magic lantern views of Palestine in the town hall. I'm Old Hank, the trapper, Red Chief's captive, and I'm to be scalped at daybreak. By Geronimo, that kid can kick hard."
Yes, sir, that boy seemed to be having the time of his life. The fun of camping out in a cave had made him forget that he was a captive himself. He immediately christened me Snake Eye, the spy, and announced that when his braves returned from the warpath, I was to be broiled at the stake at the rising of the sun. Then we had supper, and he filled his mouth full of bacon and bread and gravy and began to talk. He made a during dinner speech something like this.
"Well, I like this fine. I never camped out before, but I had a pet possum once, and I was 9 last birthday. I hate to go to school. Rats ate up 16 of Jimmy Talbot's Aunt Speckled Hen's eggs. Are there any real Indians in these woods? I want some more gravy. Does the trees moving make the wind blow? We had 5 puppies. What makes your nose so red, Hank? My father has lots of money. Are the stars hot? I whipped Ed Walker twice Saturday. I don't like girls. You dasn't catch toads unless with a string. Do oxen make any noise? Why are oranges round? Have you got beds to sleep on in this cave? Amos Murray has got 6 toes. A parrot can talk, but a monkey or a fish can't. How many does it take to make 12?
Every few minutes he would remember that he was a pesky redskin and pick up his stick rifle and tiptoe to the mouth of the cave to rubber for the scouts of the hated paleface. Now and then he would let out a war whoop that made old Hank, the trapper, shiver. That boy had terrorized Bill from the start. "Red Chief," says I to the kid, "would you like to go home?"
"Oh, what for?"
says he.
"Well, I don't have any fun at home. I hate to go to school. I like to camp out. You won't take me back home again, Snake Eye, will you?"
"Not right away," says I. "We'll stay here in the cave a while."
"All right,"
says he.
"I never had such fun in all my life."
We went to bed around 11 o'clock. We spread down some wide blankets and quilts and put Red Chief between us. We weren't afraid he'd run away. He kept us awake for 3 hours, jumping up and reaching for his rifle and screeching,
"Hist, pard!"
in mine and Bill's ears, as the fancied crackle of a twig or the rustle of a leaf revealed to his young imagination the stealthy approach of the outlaw band. At last I fell into a troubled sleep, and dreamed that I had been kidnapped and chained to a tree by a ferocious pirate with red hair. Just at daybreak, I was awakened by a series of awful screams from Bill. They weren't yells or howls or shouts or whoops or yawps, such as you'd expect from a manly set of vocal organs. They were simply indecent, terrifying, humiliating screams, such as women emit when they see ghosts or caterpillars. It's an awful thing to hear a strong, desperate, fat man scream incontinently in a cave at daybreak. I jumped up to see what the matter was. Red Chief was sitting on Bill's chest, with one hand twined in Bill's hair. In the other, he had a sharp case knife we used for slicing bacon, and he was industriously and realistically trying to take Bill's scalp, according to the sentence that he had pronounced upon him the evening before. I got the knife away from the kid and made him lie down again. But from that moment, Bill's spirit was broken. He lay down on his side of the bed, but he never closed an eye again in sleep as long as that boy was with us. I dozed off for a while, but along towards sunup, I remembered that Red Chief had said that I was to be burned at the stake at the rising of the sun. I wasn't nervous or afraid, but I sat up and lit my pipe and leaned against a rock. "What are you getting up so soon for, Sam?" asked Bill. "Me?" says I. "Oh, I got a kind of pain in my shoulder. I thought sitting up would rest it." "You're a liar," says Bill. "You're afraid. You was to be burned at sunrise, and you was afraid he'd do it. And he would, too, if he could find a match. Ain't it awful, Sam? Do you think anybody will pay out money to get a little imp like that back home?" "Sure," said I. "A rowdy kid like that is just the kind that parents dote on. Now you and the chief get up and cook breakfast, while I go up on the top of this mountain and reconnoiter." I went up on the peak of the little mountain and ran my eye over the contiguous vicinity. Over toward summit, I expected to see the sturdy yeomanry of the village armed with scythes and pitchforks beating the countryside for the dastardly kidnappers. But what I saw was a peaceful landscape dotted with one man plowing with a dun mule. Nobody was dragging the creek. No couriers dashed hither and yon, bringing tidings of no news to the distracted parents. There was a sylvan attitude of somnolent sleepiness pervading that section of the external outward surface of Alabama that lay exposed to my view. Perhaps, says I to myself, it has not yet been discovered that the wolves have borne away the tender lambkin from the fold. Heaven help the wolves, says I, and I went down the mountain to breakfast. When I got to the cave, I found Bill backed up against the side of it, breathing hard, and the boy threatening to smash him with a rock half as big as a coconut. "He put a red-hot boiled potato down my back," explained Bill, "and then mashed it with his foot, and I boxed his ears. Have you got a gun about you, Sam?" I took the rock away from the boy and kinda patched up the argument.
"I'll fix you,"
says the kid to Bill.
No man ever yet struck the Red Chief but what he got paid for it. You better beware.
After breakfast, the kid takes a piece of leather with strings wrapped around it out of his pocket and goes outside the cave, unwinding it.
"What's he up to now?"
says Bill anxiously.
"You don't think he'll run away, do you, Sam?"
"No fear of it," says I. "He don't seem to be much of a homebody. But we gotta fix up some plan about the ransom. There don't seem to be much excitement around Summit on account of his disappearance, but maybe they haven't yet realized that he's gone. His folks may just think he's spending the night with his Aunt Jane or one of the neighbors. Anyhow, he'll be missed today. Tonight, we must get a message to his father demanding the $2,000 for his return." Just then, we heard a kind of war whoop such as David might have emitted when he knocked out the champion Goliath. It was a sling that Red Chief had pulled out of his pocket, and he was whirling it around his head. I dodged and heard a heavy thud and a kind of sigh from Bill, like a horse gives out when you take his saddle off. A nickerhead rock the size of an egg had caught Bill just behind his left ear. He loosened himself all over and fell in the fire across the frying pan of hot water for washing the dishes. I dragged him out and poured cold water on his head for half an hour. By and by, Bill sits up and feels behind his ear and says,
"Sam, do you know who my favorite biblical character is?"
"Take it easy," says I. "You'll come to your senses presently."
"King Herod,"
says he.
"You won't go away and leave me here alone, will you, Sam?"
I went out and caught that boy and shook him until his freckles rattled. "If you don't behave," says I, "I'll take you straight home. Now, are you going to be good or not?"
"I was only funning,"
says he sullenly.
"I didn't mean to hurt old Hank, but what did he hit me for? I'll behave, Snake Eye, if you won't send me home, and if you'll let me play the Black Scout today."
"I don't know the game," says I. "That's for you and Mr. Bill to decide. He's your playmate for the day. I'm going away for a while on business. Now, you come in and make friends with him and say you're sorry for hurting him, or home you go at once." I made him and Bill shake hands, and then I took Bill aside and told him I was going to Poplar Cove, a little village 3 miles from the cave, and find out what I could about how the kidnapping had been regarded in Summit. Also, I thought it best to send a peremptory letter to Old Man Dorset that day, demanding the ransom and dictating how it should be paid.
"You know, Sam,"
says Bill,
"I've stood by you without batting an eye in earthquakes, fire, and flood, in poker games, dynamite outrages, police raids, train robberies, and cyclones. I never lost my nerve yet, till we kidnapped that 2-legged skyrocket of a kid. He's got me going. You won't leave me long with him, will you, Sam?"
"I'll be back sometime this afternoon," says I. "You must keep the boy amused and quiet till I return. And now we'll write the letter to old Dorset." Bill and I got paper and pencil and worked on the letter while Red Chief, with a blanket wrapped around him, strutted up and down guarding the mouth of the cave. Bill begged me tearfully to make the ransom $1,500 instead of $2,000.
"I ain't attempting,"
says he,
"to decry the celebrated moral aspect of parental affection, but we're dealing with humans, and it ain't human for anybody to give up $2,000 for that 40-pound chunk of freckled wildcat. I'm willing to take a chance at $1,500. You can charge the difference up to me."
So, to relieve Bill, I acceded, and we collaborated a letter that ran this way. "Ebenezer Dorset, Esquire, we have your boy concealed in a place far from Summit. It is useless for you or the most skillful detectives to attempt to find him. Absolutely the only terms on which you can have him restored to you are these. We demand $1,500 in large bills for his return, the money to be left at midnight tonight at the same spot and in the same box as your reply, as hereinafter described. If you agree to these terms, send your answer in writing by a solitary messenger tonight at 8:30. After crossing Owl Creek on the road to Poplar Cove, there are 3 large trees about 100 yards apart, close to the fence of the wheat field on the right-hand side. At the bottom of the fence post, opposite the 3rd tree, will be found a small pasteboard box. The messenger will place the answer in this box and return immediately to Summit. If you attempt any treachery or fail to comply with our demand as stated, you will never see your boy again. If you pay the money as demanded, he will be returned to you safe and well within 3 hours. These terms are final, and if you do not accede to them, no further communication will be attempted. 2 desperate men. I addressed this letter to Dorset and put it in my pocket. As I was about to start, the kid comes up to me and says,
"Oh, Snake Eye, you said I could play the Black Scout while you was gone."
"Play it, of course," says I. "Mr. Bill will play with you. What kind of game is it?"
"I'm the Black Scout,"
says Red Chief.
"and I have to ride to the stockade to warn the settlers that the Indians are coming. I'm tired of playing Indian myself. I want to be the Black Scout."
"All right," says I. "It sounds harmless to me. I guess Mr. Bill will help you foil the pesky savages." "What am I to do?" asks Bill, looking at the kid suspiciously.
"You are the hoss,"
says Black Scout.
"Get down on your hands and knees. How can I ride to the stockade without a horse?"
"You better keep him interested," said I, "till we get the scheme going. Loosen up." Bill gets down on his all fours, and a look comes in his eye like a rabbit's when you catch it in a trap. "How far is it to the stockade, kid?" he asks in a husky manner of voice.
90 miles,
says the Black Scout.
"And you had to hump yourself to get there on time. Whoa now."
The Black Scout jumps on Bill's back and digs his heels in his side. "For heaven's sake," says Bill, "hurry back, Sam, as soon as you can. I wish we hadn't made the ransom more than 1,000. Say, you quit kicking me or I'll get up and warm you good." I walked over to Poplar Cove and sat around the post office and store, talking with the chawbacons that came in to trade. One whiskerand says that he hears Summit is all upset on account of Elder Ebenezer Dorset's boy having been lost or stolen. That was all I wanted to know. I bought some smoking tobacco, referred casually to the price of black-eyed peas, posted my letter surreptitiously, and came away. The postmaster said the mail carrier would come by in an hour to take my mail on to Summit. When I got back to the cave, Bill and the boy were not to be found. I explored the vicinity of the cave and risked a yodel or two, but there was no response. So I lighted my pipe and sat down on a mossy bank to await developments. In about half an hour, I heard the bushes rustle, and Bill wobbled out into the little glade in front of the cave. Behind him was the kid, stepping softly like a scout, with a broad grin on his face. Bill stopped, took off his hat, and wiped his face with a red handkerchief. The kid stopped about 8 feet behind him. "Sam," says Bill, "I suppose you'll think I'm a renegade, but I couldn't help it. I'm a grown person with masculine proclivities and habits of self-defense. But there is a time when all systems of egotism and predominance fail. The boy is gone. I have sent him home. All is off. There were martyrs in old times," goes on Bill, "that suffered death rather than give up the particular graft they enjoyed. None of 'em ever was subjugated to such supernatural tortures as I have been. I tried to be faithful to our articles of depredation, but there came a limit." "What's the trouble, Bill?" I asks him. "I was rode," says Bill, "the 90 miles to the stockade, not barring an inch. Then, when the settlers was rescued, I was given oats. Sand ain't a palatable substitute. And then, for an hour, I had to try to explain to him why there was nothing in holes, how a road can run both ways, and what makes grass green. I tell you, Sam, a human can only stand so much. I takes him by the neck of his clothes and I drags him down the mountain. On the way, he kicks my legs black and blue from the knees down, and I've got 2 or 3 bites on my thumb and hand cauterized. But he's gone," continues Bill. "Gone home. I showed him the road to Summit and kicked him about 8 feet nearer there at one kick. I'm sorry we lose the ransom,
but it was either that or Bill Driscoll to the madhouse. Bill is puffing and blowing, but there is a look of ineffable peace and growing content on his rose-pink features. Bill, says I, there isn't any heart disease in your family, is there? No, says Bill. Nothing chronic except malaria and accidents. Why? Then you might turn around, says I, and have a look behind you. Bill turns around and sees the boy, and loses his complexion, and sits down plump on the ground, and begins to pluck aimlessly at grass and little sticks. For an hour I was afraid for his mind, and then I told him that my scheme was to put the whole job through immediately, and that we could get the ransom and be off with it by midnight if old Dorset fell in with our proposition. So Bill braced up enough to give the kid a weak sort of smile, and a promise to play the Russian in a Japanese war with him as soon as he felt a little better. I had a scheme for collecting that ransom without danger of being caught by counterplots that ought to commend itself to professional kidnappers. The tree under which the answer was to be left, and the money later on, was close to the road fence with big bare fields on all sides. If a gang of constables should be watching for anyone to come for the note, they could see him a long way off crossing the fields or in the road. But no siree. At 8:30, I was up in that tree as well hidden as a tree toad, waiting for the messenger to arrive. Exactly on time, a half-grown boy rides up the road on a bicycle, locates the pasteboard box at the foot of the fence post, slips a folded piece of paper into it, and pedals away again back toward Summit. I waited an hour and then concluded the thing was square. I slid down the tree, got the note, slipped along the fence till I struck the woods, and was back at the cave in another half an hour. I opened the note, got near the lantern, and read it to Bill. It was written with a pen in a crabbed hand, and the sum and substance of it was this. "Two desperate men. Gentlemen, I received your letter today by post, in regard to the ransom you ask for the return of my son. I think you are a little high in your demands, and I hereby make you a counter-proposition, which I am inclined to believe you will accept. You bring Johnny home and pay me $250 in cash, and I agree to take him off your hands. You had better come at night, for the neighbors believe he is lost, and I couldn't be responsible for what they would do to anybody they saw bringing him back. Very respectfully, Ebenezer Dorset." "Great pirates of Penzance," says I, "of all the impudent—" But I glanced at Bill and hesitated. He had the most appealing look in his eyes I ever saw on the face of a dumb or a talking brute. "Sam," says he, "what's $250? After all, we've got the money. One more night of this kid will send me to a bed in Bedlam. Besides being a thorough gentleman, I think Mr. Dorset is a spendthrift for making us such a liberal offer. You ain't gonna let the chance go, are you?" "Tell you the truth, Bill," says I, "this little he-you lamb has got on my nerves too. We'll take him home, pay the ransom, and make our getaway." We took him home that night. We got him to go by telling him that his father had bought a silver-mounted rifle and a pair of moccasins for him, and we were going to hunt bears the next day. It was just 12 o'clock when we knocked at Ebenezer's front door. Just at the moment when I should have been abstracting the $1,500 from the box under the tree, according to the original proposition, Bill was counting out $250 into Dorset's hand. When the kid found out we were going to leave him at home, he started up a howl like a calliope and fastened himself as tight as a leech to Bill's leg. His father peeled him away gradually like a porous plaster. "How long can you hold him?" asks Bill. "I'm not as strong as I used to be," says old Dorset, "but I think I can promise you 10 minutes. "Enough," says Bill. "In 10 minutes I shall cross the central, southern, and middle western states, and be legging it trippingly for the Canadian border." And as dark as it was, and as fat as Bill was, and as good a runner as I am, he was a good 1.5 miles out of Summit before I could catch up with him. The end.
End of The Ransom of Red Chief by O. Henry. Recording by Ciel Hinton. youtube.com/@Ciel Hinton.
The Saint by Khalil Gibran. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by vahnikah. The Saint. In my youth, I once visited a saint in his silent grove beyond the hills. And as we were conversing upon the nature of virtue, a brigand came limping wearily up the ridge. When he reached the grove, he knelt down before the saint and said, "O saint, I would be comforted. My sins are heavy upon me." And the saint replied, "My sins too are heavy upon me." And the brigand said, "But I am a thief and a plunderer." And the saint replied, "I too am a thief and a plunderer." And the brigand said, "But I am a murderer, and the blood of many men cries in my ears." And the saint replied, "I too am a murderer, and in my ears cries the blood of many men." And the brigand said, "I have committed countless crimes." And the saint replied, "I too have committed crimes without number." Then the brigand stood up and gazed at the saint, and there was a strange look in his eyes. And when he left us, he went skipping down the hill. And I turned to the saint and said, "Wherefore did you accuse yourself of uncommitted crimes? See you not that this man went away no longer believing in you?" And the saint answered, "It is true. He no longer believes in me, but he went away much comforted." At that moment we heard the brigand singing in the distance, and the echo of his song filled the valley with gladness. End of The Saint.
Under Entirely New Management by A. Milne. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Tom Merritt. Under Entirely New Management. I know a fool of a dog who pretends that he is a Cocker Spaniel and is convinced that the world revolves round him wonderingly. The sun rises so it may shine on his glossy morning coat. It sets so his master may know that it is time for the evening biscuit. If the rain falls, it is that a fool of a dog may wipe on his mistress's skirt his muddy boots. His day is always exciting, always full of the same good things. His night a repetition of his day, more gloriously developed. If there be a sacred moment before the dawn when he lies awake and ponders on life, he tells himself confidently that it will go on forever like this, a life planned nobly for himself, but one in which the master and the mistress whom he protects must always find a place. And I think perhaps he would want a place for me, too, in that life, who am not his real master, but yet one of the house. I hope he would. What Chum doesn't know is this. His master and mistress are leaving him. They are going to a part of the world where a fool of a dog with no manners is a nuisance. If Chum could see all the good little London dogs who at home sit languidly on their mistress's lap, and abroad take their view of life through a muff much bigger than themselves. If he could see the big, obedient dogs who walk solemnly through the park carrying their master's stick, never pausing in their impressive march, unless it be to plunge into the Serpentine and rescue a drowning child, he would know what I mean. He would admit that a dog who cannot answer to his own name and pays but little more attention to "down, idiot," and "come here, fool," is not every place's dog. He would admit it if he had time. But before I could have called his attention to half the good dogs I had marked out, he would have sat down beaming in front of a motor car, and then he would never have known what now he will know so soon, that his master and mistress are leaving him. It has been my business to find a new home for him. This is harder than you think. I can make him sound lovable, but I cannot make him sound good. Of course, I might leave out his doubtful qualities and describe him merely as beautiful and affectionate. I might, but I couldn't. I think Chum's habitual smile would get larger. He would wriggle the end of himself more ecstatically than ever if he heard himself summed up as beautiful and affectionate. Anyway, I couldn't do it, for I get carried away when I speak of him, and I reveal all his bad qualities. I am afraid he is a snob, I confessed to one woman of whom I had hopes. He doesn't much care for what he calls the lower classes. Oh, she said, yes. He hates badly dressed people. Corduroy trousers tied up at the knees always excite him. I don't know if any of your family... No, I suppose not. But if he ever sees a man with his trousers tied up at the knee, he goes for him. And he can't bear tradespeople, at least not the men. Washerwomen he loves. He rather likes the washing basket, too. Once, when he was left alone with it for a moment, he appeared shortly afterwards on the lawn with a pair of... he had no business with them at all. We got them away after a bit of a chase. And then they had to go to the wash again. It seemed rather a pity when they had only just come back. Of course, I smacked his head for him, but he looks so surprised and reproachful when he's done wrong that you never feel it's quite his fault. I doubt if I shall be able to take him after all, she said. I've just remembered... I forget what it was she remembered, but it meant I was still without a new home for Chum. What does he eat? Somebody else asked me. It seemed hopeful. I could see Chum already installed. Officially, I said, he lives on puppy biscuits. He also has his toast crust for breakfast and an occasional bone. Privately, he is fond of bees. I have seen him eat as many as 6 bees in an afternoon. Sometimes he wanders down to the kitchen garden and picks the gooseberries. He likes all fruit, but gooseberries are the things he can reach best. When there aren't any gooseberries about, he has to be content with the hips and haws from the rose trees. But really, you needn't bother. He can eat anything. The only thing he doesn't like is whitening. We were just going to mark the lawn one day, and while we were busy pegging it out, he wandered up and drank the whitening out of the marker. It is practically the only disappointment he has ever had. He looked at us, and you could see that his opinion of us had gone down. What did you put it there for, if you didn't mean me to drink it? He said reproachfully. Then he turned and walked slowly and thoughtfully back to his kennel. He never came out till next morning. Really, said my man. Well, I shall have to think about it. I'll let you know. Of course, I knew what he meant. With a third dog lover to whom I spoke, the negotiations came to grief, not apparently because of any fault of Chum's, but because, if you will believe it, of my shortcomings. At least I can suppose nothing else, for this man had been enthusiastic about him. He had reveled in the tale of Chum's wickedness. He had adored him for being so conceited. He had practically said that he would take him. "Do," I begged. "I'm sure he'd be happy with you. You see, he's not everybody's dog. I mean, I don't want any odd man whom I don't know to take him. It must be a friend of mine, so that I shall often be able to see Chum afterwards." "So that what?" he asked anxiously. "So that I shall often be able to see Chum afterwards. Weekends, you know, and so on. I couldn't bear to lose the silly old ass altogether." He looked thoughtful. And when I went on to speak about Chum's fondness for chickens and his other lovable ways, he changed the subject altogether. He wrote afterwards that he was sorry he couldn't manage with a third dog, and I like to think he was not afraid of Chum, but only of me. But I have found the right man at last. A day will come soon when I shall take Chum from his present home to his new one. That will be a great day for him. I can see him in the train, wiping his boots effusively on every new passenger, wriggling under the seat and out again from sheer joy of life. I can see him in the taxi, taking his one brief impression of a world that means nothing to him. I can see him in another train, joyous, eager, putting his paws on my collar from time to time and saying excitedly, "What a day this is!" And if he survives the journey, if I can keep him on the way from all the delightful deaths he longs to try, if I can get him safely to his new house, then I can see him. Well, I wonder, what will they do to him? When I see him again, will he be a sober little dog, answering to his name, careful to keep his muddy feet off the visitor's trousers, grown up, obedient, following to heel round the garden, the faithful servant of his master? Or will he be the same old silly ass, no use to anybody, always dirty, always smiling, always in the way, a clumsy, blundering fool of a dog who knows you can't help loving him? I wonder. Between ourselves, I don't think they can alter him now. Oh, I hope they can't. End of Under Entirely New Management.
Wakefield by Nathaniel Hawthorn. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Wakefield. In some old magazine or newspaper, I recollect a story, told as truth, of a man, let us call him Wakefield, who absented himself for a long time from his wife. The fact thus abstractedly stated is not very uncommon, nor, without a proper distinction of circumstances, to be condemned either as naughty or nonsensical. Howbeit this, though far from the most aggravated, is perhaps the strangest instance on record of marital delinquency, and moreover as remarkable a freak as may be found in the whole list of human oddities. The wedding couple lived in London. The man, under pretence of going a journey, took lodgings in the next street to his own house, and there, unheard of by his wife or friends, and without the shadow of a reason for such self-banishment, dwelt upwards of 20 years. During that period, he beheld his home every day, and frequently the forlorn Mrs. Wakefield. And after so great a gap in his matrimonial felicity, when his death was reckoned certain, his estate settled, his name dismissed from memory, and his wife long, long ago resigned to her autumnal widowhood, he entered the door one evening, quietly, as from a day's absence, and became a loving spouse till death. This outline is all that I remember. But the incident, though of the purest originality, unexampled and probably never to be repeated, is one, I think, which appeals to the generous sympathies of mankind. We know, each for himself, that none of us would perpetrate such a folly, yet feel as if some other might. For my own contemplations, at least, it has often recurred, always exciting wonder, but with a sense that the story must be true, and a conception of its hero's character. Whenever any subject so forcibly affects the mind, time is well spent in thinking of it. If the reader choose, let him do his own meditation, or if he prefer to ramble with me through the 20 years of Wakefield's vagary, I bid him welcome, trusting that there will be a pervading spirit and a moral, even should we fail to find them, done up neatly and condensed into the final sentence. Thought has always its efficacy, and every striking incident its moral. What sort of a man was Wakefield? We are free to shape out our own idea and call it by his name. He was now in the meridian of life. His matrimonial affections, never violent, were sobered into a calm, habitual sentiment. Of all husbands, he was likely to be the most constant, because a certain sluggishness would keep his heart at rest, wherever it might be placed. He was intellectual, but not actively so. His mind occupied itself in long and lazy musings that tended to no purpose, or had not vigour to attain it. His thoughts were seldom so energetic as to seize hold of words. Imagination, in the proper meaning of the term, made no part of Wakefield's gifts. With a cold but not depraved nor wandering heart, and a mind never feverish with riotous thoughts, nor perplexed with originality, who could have anticipated that our friend would entitle himself to a foremost place among the doers of eccentric deeds? Had his acquaintances been asked, who was the man in London, surest to perform nothing today which should be remembered on the morrow, they would have thought of Wakefield. Only the wife of his bosom might have hesitated. She, without having analysed his character, was partly aware of a quiet selfishness that had rusted into his inactive mind, of a peculiar sort of vanity, the most uneasy attribute about him, of a disposition to craft, which had seldom produced more positive effects than the keeping of petty secrets, hardly worth revealing, and lastly of what she called a little strangeness sometimes in the good man. This latter quality is indefinable, and perhaps non-existent. Let us now imagine Wakefield bidding adieu to his wife. It is the dusk of an October evening. His equipment is a drab greatcoat, a hat covered with an oilcloth, top boots, an umbrella in one hand and a small portmanteau in the other. He has informed Mrs. Wakefield that he is to take the night coach into the country. She would fain inquire the length of his journey, its object, and the probable time of his return, but, indulgent to his harmless love of mystery, interrogates him only by a look. He tells her not to expect him positively by the return coach, nor to be alarmed should he tarry 3 or 4 days, but at all events to look for him at supper on Friday evening. Wakefield himself, be it considered, has no suspicion of what is before him. He holds out his hand, she gives her own, and meets his parting kiss, in the matter-of-course way of a 10 years' matrimony, and forth goes the middle-aged Mr. Wakefield, almost resolved to perplex his good lady by a whole week's absence. After the door has closed behind him, she perceives it thrust partly open, and a vision of her husband's face through the aperture, smiling on her, and gone in a moment. For the time, this little incident is dismissed without a thought. But long afterwards, when she has been more years a widow than a wife, that smile recurs and flickers across all her reminiscences of Wakefield's visage. In her many musings, she surrounds the original smile with a multitude of fantasies which make it strange and awful, as for instance if she imagines him in a coffin, that parting look is frozen on his pale features, or if she dreams of him in heaven, still his blessed spirit wears a quiet and crafty smile. Yet for its sake, when all others have given him up for dead, she sometimes doubts whether she is a widow. But our business is with the husband. We must hurry after him along the street ere he lose his individuality and melt into the great mass of London life. It would be in vain searching for him there. Let us follow close at his heels, therefore, until, after several superfluous turns and doublings, we find him comfortably established by the fireside of a small apartment previously bespoken. He is in the next street to his own, and at his journey's end. He can scarcely trust his good fortune in having got thither unperceived, recollecting that, at one time, he was delayed by the throng in the very focus of a lighted lantern, and again there were footsteps that seemed to tread behind his own, distinct from the multitudinous tramp around him, and anon he heard a voice shouting afar, and fancied that it called his name. Doubtless a dozen busybodies had been watching him, and told his wife the whole affair. Poor Wakefield! Little knowest thou thine own insignificance in this great world. No mortal eye but mine has traced thee. Go quietly to thy bed, foolish man, and on the morrow, if thou wilt be wise, get thee home to good Mrs. Wakefield, and tell her the truth. Remove not thyself, even for a little week, from thy place in her chaste bosom. Were she for a single moment to deem thee dead, or lost, or lastingly divided from her, thou wouldst be woefully conscious of a change in thy true wife. It is perilous to make a chasm in human affections, not that they gape so long and wide, so quickly close again. Almost repenting of his frolic, or whatever else it may be termed, Wakefield lies down betimes, and starting from his first nap, spreads forth his arms into the wide and solitary waste of the unaccustomed bed. No, thinks he, gathering the bedclothes about him, I will not sleep alone another night. In the morning he rises earlier than usual and sets himself to consider what he really means to do. Such are his loose and rambling modes of thought that he has taken this very singular step, with the consciousness of a purpose indeed, but without being able to define it sufficiently for his own contemplation. The vagueness of the project, and the convulsive effort with which he plunges into the execution of it, are equally characteristic of a feeble-minded man. Wakefield sifts his ideas, however, as minutely as he may, and finds himself curious to know the progress of matters at home, how his exemplary wife will endure her widowhood of a week, and briefly how the little sphere of creatures and circumstances in which he was a central object will be affected by his removal. A morbid vanity, therefore, lies nearest the bottom of the affair. But how is he to attain his ends? Not certainly by keeping close in this comfortable lodging, where, though he slept and awoke in the next street to his home, he is as effectually abroad as if the stagecoach had been whirling him away all night. Yet should he reappear, the whole project is knocked on the head. His poor brains being hopelessly puzzled with this dilemma, he at length ventures out, partly resolving to cross the head of the street and send one hasty glance towards his forsaken domicile. Habit, for he is a man of habits, takes him by the hand and guides him, wholly unaware, to his own door, where, just at the critical moment, he is aroused by the scraping of his foot upon the step. Wakefield, whither are you going? At that instant his fate was turning on the pivot. Little dreaming of the doom to which his first backward step devotes him, he hurries away, breathless with agitation hitherto unfelt, and hardly dares turn his head at the distant corner. Can it be that nobody caught sight of him? Will not the whole household, the decent Mrs. Wakefield, the smart maidservant, and the dirty little footboy, raise a hue and cry through London streets in pursuit of their fugitive lord and master? Wonderful escape! He gathers courage to pause and look homeward, but is perplexed with a sense of change about the familiar edifice, such as affects us all when, after a separation of months or years, we again see some hill or lake or work of art with which we were friends of old. In ordinary cases, this indescribable impression is caused by the comparison and contrast between our imperfect reminiscences and the reality. In Wakefield, the magic of a single night has wrought a similar transformation, because in that brief period a great moral change has been effected. But this is a secret from himself. Before leaving the spot, he catches a far and momentary glimpse of his wife, passing athwart the front window, with her face turned towards the head of the street. The crafty nincompoop takes to his heels, scared with the idea that, among 1,000 such atoms of mortality, her eye must have detected him. Right glad is his heart, though his brain be somewhat dizzy, when he finds himself by the coal fire of his lodgings. So much for the commencement of this long wigwam. After the initial conception and the stirring up of the man's sluggish temperament to put it in practice, the whole matter evolves itself in a natural train. We may suppose him, as the result of deep deliberation, buying a new wig of reddish hair and selecting sundry garments, in a fashion unlike his customary suit of brown, from a Jew's old clothes bag. It is accomplished. Wakefield is another man. The new system being now established, a retrograde movement to the old would be almost as difficult as the step that placed him in his unparalleled position. Furthermore, he is rendered obstinate by a sulkiness, occasionally incident to his temper, and brought on at present by the inadequate sensation which he conceives to have been produced in the bosom of Mrs. Wakefield. He will not go back until she be frightened half to death. Well, twice or thrice has she passed before his sight, each time with a heavier step, a paler cheek, and more anxious brow, and in the third week of his non-appearance, he detects a portent of evil entering his house in the guise of an apothecary. Next day the knocker is muffled. Towards nightfall comes the chariot of a physician, and deposits its big-wigged and solemn burden at Wakefield's door, whence, after a quarter of an hour's visit, he emerges, perchance the herald of a funeral. Dear woman, Will she die? By this time, Wakefield is excited to something like energy of feeling, but still lingers away from his wife's bedside, pleading with his conscience she must not be disturbed at such a juncture. If aught else restrains him, he does not know it. In the course of a few weeks, she gradually recovers. The crisis is over. Her heart is sad, perhaps, but quiet. Let him return soon or late. It will never be feverish for him again. Such ideas glimmer through the mist of Wakefield's mind, and render him indistinctly conscious that an almost impassable gulf divides his hired apartment from his former home. It is but in the next street, he sometimes says. Fool, it is in another world. Hitherto he has put off his return from one particular day to another. Henceforward he leaves the precise time undetermined. Not tomorrow, probably next week, pretty soon. Poor man, the dead have nearly as much chance of revisiting their earthly homes as the self-banished Wakefield. Would that I had a folio to write instead of an article of a dozen pages. Then might I exemplify how an influence beyond our control lays its strong hand on every deed which we do, and weaves its consequences into an iron tissue of necessity. Wakefield is spellbound. We must leave him for 10 years or so to haunt around his house, without once crossing the threshold, and to be faithful to his wife, with all the affection of which his heart is capable, while he is slowly fading out of hers. Long since, it must be remarked, he has lost the perception of singularity in his conduct. Now for a scene. Amid the throng of a London street, we distinguish a man, now waxing elderly, with few characteristics to attract careless observers, yet bearing, in his whole aspect, the handwriting of no common fate, for such as have the skill to read it. He is meagre, his low and narrow forehead is deeply wrinkled, his eyes, small and lustreless, sometimes wander apprehensively about him, but oftener seem to look inward. He bends his head, moves with an indescribable obliquity of gait, as if unwilling to display his full front to the world. Watch him long enough to see what we have described, and you will allow that circumstances, which often produce remarkable men from nature's ordinary handiwork, have produced one such here. Next, leaving him to sidle along the footwalk, cast your eyes in the opposite direction, where a portly female, considerably in the wane of life, with a prayer book in her hand, is proceeding to yonder church. She has the placid mien of settled widowhood. Her regrets have either died away, or have become so essential to her heart that they would be poorly exchanged for joy. Just as the lean man and well-conditioned woman are passing, a slight obstruction occurs, and brings these two figures directly in contact. Their hands touch. The pressure of the crowd forces her bosom against his shoulder. They stand face to face, staring into each other's eyes. After a 10-year separation, thus Wakefield meets his wife. The throng eddies away and carries them asunder. The sober widow, resuming her former pace, proceeds to church, but pauses in the portal and throws a perplexed glance along the street. She passes in, however, opening her prayer book as she goes, and the man, with so wild a face that busy and selfish London stands to gaze after him, he hurries to his lodgings, bolts the door, and throws himself upon the bed. The latent feelings of years break out. His feeble mind acquires a brief energy from their strength. All the miserable strangeness of his life is revealed to him at a glance, and he cries out passionately, "Wakefield, Wakefield, you are mad!" Perhaps he was so. The singularity of his situation must have so moulded him to himself that, considered in regard to his fellow creatures and the business of life, he could not be said to possess his right mind. He had contrived, or rather he had happened, to dissever himself from the world, to vanish, to give up his place and privileges with living men, without being admitted among the dead. The life of a hermit is nowise parallel to his. He was in the bustle of the city as of old. The crowd swept by and saw him not. He was, we may figuratively say, always beside his wife, and at his hearth, yet must never feel the warmth of the one nor the affection of the other. It was Wakefield's unprecedented fate to retain his original share of human sympathies and to be still involved in human interests, while he had lost his reciprocal influence on them. It will be a most curious speculation to trace out the effect of such circumstances on his heart and intellect separately and in unison. Yet changed as he was, he would seldom be conscious of it, to deem himself the same man as ever. Glimpses of the truth indeed would come, but only for the moment, and still he would keep saying, "I shall soon go back," nor reflect that he had been saying so for 20 years. I conceive also that these 20 years would appear in the retrospect scarcely longer than the week to which Wakefield had at first limited his absence. He would look on the affair as no more than an interlude in the main business of his life. When, after a little while more, he should deem it time to re-enter his parlour, his wife would clap her hands for joy on beholding the middle-aged Mr. Wakefield. Alas, what a mistake! Would time but await the close of our favourite follies, we should be young men, all of us, until doomsday. One evening, in the 20th year since he vanished, Wakefield is taking his customary walk towards the dwelling which he still calls his own. It is a gusty night of autumn, with frequent showers that patter down upon the pavement, and are gone before a man can put up his umbrella. Pausing near the house, Wakefield discerns through the parlour windows of the second floor the red glow and the glimmer and fitful flash of a comfortable fire. On the ceiling appears a grotesque shadow of good Mrs. Wakefield. The cap, the nose and chin, and the broad waist form an admirable caricature, which dances, moreover, with the up-flickering and down-sinking blaze, almost too merrily for the shade of an elderly widow. At this instant, a shower chances to fall, and is driven, by the unmannerly gust, full into Wakefield's face and bosom. He is quite penetrated with its autumnal chill. Shall he stand wet and shivering here, when his own hearth has a good fire to warm him, and his own wife will run to fetch the grey coat and small clothes, which doubtless she has kept carefully in the closet of their bedchamber? No, Wakefield is no such fool. He ascends the steps, heavily, for 20 years have stiffened his legs since he came down, but he knows it not. Stay, Wakefield. Would you go to the sole home that is left you? Then step into your grave. The door opens. As he passes in, we have a parting glimpse of his visage, and recognise the crafty smile which was the precursor of the little joke that he has ever since been playing off at his wife's expense. How unmercifully has he quizzed the poor woman. Well, a good night's rest to Wakefield. This happy event, supposing it to be such, could only have occurred at an unpremeditated moment. We will not follow our friend across the threshold. He has left us much food for thought, a portion of which shall lend its wisdom to a moral and be shaped into a figure. Amid the seeming confusion of our mysterious world, individuals are so nicely adjusted to a system, and systems to one another, and to a whole, that by stepping aside for a moment, a man exposes himself to a fearful risk of losing his place forever. Like Wakefield, he may become, as it were, the outcast of the universe. End of Wakefield. Read by Howard Simmons.